Bulgaria is one of the most beautiful countries in Europe, and we saw it all this week. We saw rain, we saw snow, and now it's almost time to go. It's finals day here. Will Indo-Bulgarians defend their title, or will one of the other three teams be able to take it off them? It's going to be a big day of cricket. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Bulgaria, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to a big day in European cricket. Well, here we are finally. We are at day 6, finals day in Bulgaria. The Vasilevsky National Sports Academy is the host of this tournament. And look, we have had a very interesting week, that's for sure, but we have gotten to finals day. 4 teams remain, and only one will raise the trophy at the end of the day. Will it be Indo-Bulgarians? Will they defend it? Of course, they won it here last year, but we have 3 other teams that are pretty keen, and 2 of them are going to have to get through the eliminator if they're going to make it all the way. I'm talking about MU Plovdiv and MU Pleven. They finished 3rd and 4th respectively. Let's go over to the pitch where Stefan Gooch is with 2 captains and see what happens in the coin toss for the eliminator.
Tails the call. It's heads.
Oh, we'll have a bat first, please. Okay. Thank you.
So it is Saim Hussain, the MU Plovdiv captain, that has won the toss, and he's elected to bat. Look, it's a good confident move, I think, in a final to put runs on the board, and I think he'll be key. He did seem to find another gear, Saim Hussain. He certainly is a very talented batter. Technically, I think he's not that suited to T10 cricket, but he has adapted, and certainly his last innings showed that he's very capable of scoring at a good rate and developing that extra gear to his game. Suleiman Ali is another player to watch for MU Plovdiv, who hasn't quite fired with the bat so far, but he is a real danger man for them. And of course, the injury to Achaya yesterday, that was a concern for Plovdiv. We'll have to see what kind of contribution he can make during the day, if at all. But let's talk about Pleven. They only won 1 game in the group stage. They were 1-3. Both these teams actually having 4 washouts. The only game they won was against the Blacksmiths, so they haven't beaten a team in the top 3. No better time to start than right now. I'm sure their captain, Akshay Harikumar, he knows what he'll need to chase, and I guess he'll have to just maybe adapt the batting order and the tactics to try and get that target. So yeah, 2 teams will arrive. Only one will survive the eliminator. They will play the loser of the 1 versus 2 match, which is coming up in the second match of the day. Let's talk about the conditions today in Bulgaria. Yeah, we had a wild and woolly week, didn't we? We had rain, we had snow, we had the field in terrible condition in the middle of the week, and still not perfect, but a lot better than yesterday, I think. And we're expecting pretty good weather today. Maximum temperature around 20 degrees. Currently, it's about 12 to get this one started. And look, there's a slight chance of a shower. Hopefully it stays away. Hopefully the weather gods are kind to us and we can have an uninterrupted finals day. Well, Rico Full, it's been great to have him back as well this week, and he's in the commentary box. Let's get ready for the eliminator. It's the first of 4 matches today. I can tell you the news from the toss is that MU Plovdiv who won the toss. They're batting first. Over to you, Rico. Let's get ready for finals day.
Namaste, salam alaikum, sasri akal, everyone, zdrasty. Welcome back to Bulgaria, to the Vasilevsky National Sports Academy ground. Thank you, Mr. Maximo. Looking the part today, wearing the colours of Bulgaria. And, well, you see there the backdrop, the mountains with the snow still on it. That's what it's been like here, but it's starting today. A lovely sunny day. So the sun is out for finals day as we have a look at both these 2 teams. Saim Hussain, the captain of Plovdiv, well, he'll be hoping that maybe Suleiman Ali can add some value with the bat this time round. He hasn't performed with the bat so far, but looks like they're going to go back with Mohammad Sufyan back to the opening position. I like that move. I think when the 2 of them have opened, they've batted well. And but I think they do know that those 3, Hussain, Ali and Sufyan, have to put most of the runs on the board. Pleven, they've had their troubles mainly with the bat. And, well, they've been pretty good and tidy with the ball. But I think they do need somebody like Mukhal Kalyan to really perform for them. He's been the key batter, and I think he's going to be vital if they're to win this match. This is the eliminator. Only one of these 2 teams will stay in the finals day. The one that loses this match will be eliminated. Both teams have met before. I'll give you those details in a moment as we get ready to start. So as I said, it's going to be the left-handed captain, Saim Hussain of Plovdiv, opening the batting with Mohammad Sufyan. These two have put good partnerships together. And it's going to be Apurv Mishra. It's going to be opening the bowling. Here we go. First ball on finals day. And it's up in the air. There's a chance, and it's going to be, oh my goodness me! That is an absolute dolly. That is a dolly. You will not get an easier opportunity than that to get out the danger man. Oh, yara ki kar ditta. Kidda catch e shod ditta. Hi. Well, that is Shahriar Mohammed. He can't believe it. He's totally disappointed. That is a terrible, terrible moment for Plevin. Well, they've got to put this behind them because that's the key wicket that you need to take. Ay. Que fallo, eh? And this time goes just past the outside bat of Mohammad Sufyan, the wicket-keeper. Back to normal duties. It's Nitin Sunil. He's not able to collect this one. They go for a bye. What a big moment in the match that was. That was huge. Shiraya Mohammed cannot believe he put that down. And this time, Hussain make sure the ball goes down on the deck. When these two teams met on day one, matches 3 and 4, Plovdiv winning the first by just 2 runs, 102 to 100. Hussain scored 36 of those runs. And now he knows he's a very, very lucky man to still be there. 36 of 26. And Mohammad Sufyan scored 27 of 26. I mean, it wasn't an electrifying pace, but they still did get to the 100. Brought some stability to the side. This time, as Mohammed makes a stop, what must be going through his mind? He's got to put it out of his mind. That's not easy. I mean, they would have done their homework. They know, like most teams know, that this man, the captain, Saim Hussain, that holds the innings together for Plovdiv. That one will be called a wide. But once again, I've said this many a times when I watch Saim Hussain bat. He's not particularly strong on his legs, especially early on. It takes him a while. He gets to about his 20s before he starts to play those aggressive shots. I mean, that sort of delivery there, okay, you take a while, but most left-handers would have put that away, would have punished it. And this time, well, maybe he's listening to me. He does go for the shot. There are 2 men back there, the only 2 men back for that particular shot from Saim. Doesn't quite get it in the right area, gets the single. And that will be the end of the over. So it's 5 without loss, but we all know that really that wicket column should stay 1. That catch went down. The second time these two teams met, well, Plovdiv won that one quite comfortably by 20 runs. Didn't score too many runs, only put 79 on the board. Saim Hussain again in the 30s, 37 and 27. Plevin 59 all out, so you know how important a wicket that is. Well, one man who's still in a bit of shock is coming into the commentary box now, and it is our very own Mr. Maximo. Oh, what a start. First baller.
Cannot believe that's equivalent of getting out the wrong side of the bed and hitting your head on the wall, isn't it? From Shahriar Mohammed. That's got to be staying with him. As Mukul Kanyan's going to start the second over.
Short, Gandhi, and missed out on.
Yeah, I mean, such a big moment in the game, and it's the very first ball. But you just feel it could have a big bearing on the result. I mean, we'll see how many Saim Hussain ends up making, but we know that he is the key to this Plovdiv batting lineup. I mentioned Plevin. They haven't beaten a team in the top 3 this week.
Good yarn. Better ball, and oh, he's so unlucky. He is really so unlucky there. That was a decent seed, and Sufyan manages just to divert it away from the stumps. Look at this. This is crashing into the stumps, and it gets an inside edge onto his pad. That's what saves him. So it's a cagey start, it has to be said, from Plovdiv. And you can see the nerves are going to be up there. There's so much to play for. And it's another one that's way down the leg side. Another one that's been missed out. You see, I mean, that ball there, he's trying to hit it so hard. All he needs to do is just tickle it. Just needs to paddle this. Fine leg is so fine that he's not going to get anywhere near it.
Yeah, there's a big gap there.
Well picked up.
I mean, it is a skill though, Rico. It's a mental skill. If you make an error, and everybody makes errors.
Yeah.
If you think you've never made an error, you're a liar. So it's a skill to putting it out of your head and not letting it affect what comes next and perhaps the next opportunity. Showing Ahmed's still in that mid-wicket position.
This has gone too wide the other way. Just trying to get this one to sort of pitch and move away outside.
Good morning.
Right. Yeah,
Hello to everyone in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network on YouTube and of course on FanCode in India. Great to be here. Finals day. Sun's shining. Weather's great. And yeah, it feels drying out a little bit. Still not perfect, but I think a lot better than yesterday even.
Nicely played. They'll push hard for 2, I think, here. And they will. They'll get there quite comfortably.
He's a good runner, isn't he, Saim Hussain? I think so Sufyan. I think he's a good foil from up top of the order. For me, also, I think Suleiman Ali is the wild card in this batting lineup. Hasn't fired at all with the bat just yet, but he could go off at any moment. But, I mean, Plovdiv, they are at risk. They're in the 3 versus 4 game. Pleven on a bit of a free roll. They snuck into 4th with just the 1 win. Yeah, the wide's costing them so far as well, haven't they?
Extras are really going up, yeah. I mean, they haven't really been punished, the bad deliveries as yet. We still haven't seen the first boundary, but they're not helping themselves by not just giving the extras away, but bowling the extra balls. And well, that's a good one. Saim Hussain has played this shot pretty well yesterday, the straight one. And that time he just needed to come out of his crease just a little bit further. Opted to stay back.
Uncharacteristic shot across the line there from Saim Hussain. That's one that should have gone through the covers.
It's up in the air and just to lose the man inside the circle at 3rd. And that's going to be 4 runs. And it's all been a bit scratchy, but that does bring up the first boundary. And another slice of luck. Que suerte tienes hoy, Saim Hussain. And well, that's another one really that I think could quite easily have been taken.
Yeah, I think that's probably over Aram, but yeah, slice of luck, literally, because he does slice that one away. And that one does get over the fielder.
It's firmly struck and great bit of fielding. Good bit of cricket there. End of the over. So the boundary does come in that one. The score moves on to 16 without loss.
See, these 2 teams each had 4 matches washed out, which is kind of about par for the course this week. Unfortunately, because of the weather we had, it's good that we are finishing with some sunshine. And you'll see that Pleven just won the 1 game. That was against the Blacksmiths. Plovdiv, they were 3-1, but they just missed out on the top 2 on net run rate. So, yeah, the fact that Pleven haven't beaten a team above them, that's got to be concerning. And, yeah, against good teams, you have to take your opportunities. It's so important. Apart Mishra, he took 4 wickets last year, and he got some big wickets. He hasn't got a wicket this week yet. He should have had Saim Hussain, first ball of the day. He's got one more opportunity, I think, to remove a key batter. First up, he'll be bowling to Mohammad Sufyan as we start the 3rd over. Oh, this...
There we go.
It's a warning.
I mean, he's got to give him out, and then it's down to what the team want to do. And what would you do here? It's an eliminator, a big moment. Look, we've seen it before. How well is he
going here?
We've seen it before. Many batters have done it and been lucky. At this point, mate, if I'm the captain, I'd say, look, you should know better. You're a top player. You walked out your crease. You've got to go.
Well,
I would not be calling him back.
His luck might have run out here. Look, he's just not watching the ball. I think they're going to withdraw the appeal, but I mean, everyone, he's having words here, but I mean, if I'm honest, I'd be saying, sorry, I left early, because I think that's 100% on the batter, and he's lucky to be there, Rico.
Yeah, look, if I were Hussain, I'd just be quiet, because really, here, he is out. His mind is not in the game. You can't be doing that. And he's having a little ding-dong there with the bowler. I think I'd be quiet and just be thanking the bowler and the team for allowing you to stay there. And this is going to race away. It's going to be 4 runs. Once again, not out of the middle of the back, but they all count. And, well, the fielder, be careful down there. It still shows you that it still is fairly wet underground. Some parts of the ground. It gives it good chase. Can't get that. Yeah, look, I mean, that is very, very sporting. They should have had him out already. He was dropped off the very first ball in the inning. And there, if I were the captain there, I don't call him back.
Yeah.
That's just my opinion. I don't call him back. In the air, and it's another one that goes down. What is going on today? Something is in the air. Eso es malo, eh? No sé qué pasa hoy en Bulgaria, Sofia, pero no puede coger nada.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it's an easy one. It was in between easy and hard. Had to get off the ground Just had to time the jump right. He didn't. Tips it over the bar. Couldn't catch cold this morning, unfortunately. Pleasant. Can all change quickly. They haven't really been hurt yet badly. But maybe they will be down the track. Mishra should have had 2, really.
Oh, that's a good seed. That's a great delivery.
Here's the thing.
Good comeback.
We talk about Mangads a lot, right? But, no, the batter cannot leave the crease until the bowler rolls his arm over. It's a bit of a misconception that you can leave, for example, once the back foot lands. That's not correct.
Up firmly, and he gets through. 4 runs. Nice shot. And a cheer from the Plovdiv bench. It was a bit of a full toss, going for the Yorker, gets it wrong, firmly struck. Cuatro carreras.
So, anyway, don't want to harp on the Mangad because we talk about it all the time. But eventually the needle's going to change. The onus is going to be on the batter to make sure that the bowler rolls his arm over. Right?
It's not difficult.
It's not hard.
Have a look at what Saim Hussain is doing now. And all he's doing now is exactly the same thing, but he's actually looking at the bowler. Look, it's not difficult, is it? In the air. This one's not difficult either, is it? Oh, but it's gone over him. He's timed this better than I thought. Oh, and he goes down, takes a tumble, and that's a slide and stop for me.
It's going to be all action all the time. But anyway, it'll be a couple. Yeah, I mean, look.
Here we go.
If you arrived from another planet and you looked at cricket and you didn't know anything, you'd say, how come a batter is allowed to move out of the crease before the ball's released?
Yeah.
You know, that's what you'd say. And you wouldn't be blaming the bowler, right? It's a weird thing about cricket. Any other game, if there's a line there, it's the batter's responsibility to stand behind it. It's not on the other team to just be charitable and let you get away with stealing ground.
That's right.
I'm not saying he's even doing it on purpose, I'm saying, but he is doing it, right? Yeah. So anyway.
And he was, the thing is sometimes, you know, if you're talking about, I think I mentioned this the other day, if it's just a centimetre or so, you can say, come on, you know. But, and also in this case, Mishra didn't purposely go out to do it.
Yeah.
He was in his normal stride, normal action, and when he gets to that sort of delivery stride, he sort of looks out of his corner of the eye. Well, he doesn't have to look out of the corner of his eye because he was way gone.
Yeah.
He thinks, hang on a minute, this ain't right. He stops, and then there was no rush either
people
for
say
Hussain to get back.
People say there's no skill in it. The skill is recognising that the guy's leaving early. That is the skill. Anyway, let's get on with the game, and it's going to be Mohammad Aham to bowl over number 4.
Short, thumped, and it's going to beat the fielder. Is it a great effort from the fielder? He tries to stop it with his legs. I think maybe that was perhaps the only alternative that there was there for Mukhar Kalyan, but he's not able to do it. This was hit pretty firmly. You see there, just the other side of the greenery.
Longest boundary on the ground. He absolutely cracked that. So Saim Hussain had 2.5 lives. He's still there though. Both batters on 13. I'm just a bit too short on that occasion.
And it's another opportunity, and this time there's no mistake. And the catch has been taken, and that was crucial. And his Yadav makes no mistake. So, well, Hussain does add 13 runs on the board, 13 sort of bonus runs, because he should have gone first ball. But in the end, you'd have to say you take that. If you get him out for 13, that's still a good start for Plevin.
Yeah, it was slightly fuller, still shortish. And Saim Hussain was kind of caught in two minds whether to pull a drive, I think. And, well, tip of the hat from Tarun Yadav, who takes the catch, a regulation one, really. And so it is going to be the first wicket of the day. Plovdiv lose the captain 32 for 1. Big moment in the game. He'll be replaced out there by Suleiman Ali. Just want to say quick hello to Nate, who's watching from Tennessee. I'm always excited to see when you can join us, Nate. He's actually thrown us a little weekend present of $20 US. Well, thank you. In Bulgaria, that'll go a long way, Nate.
Good morning, Nate. Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, that, I mean, no, it doesn't go to us, but a few more links there.
Well,
hey, listen, you know what happened to me yesterday?
Go on.
You wouldn't believe this. You know, I was talking about how the red wine Malink is so popular out here.
Yeah.
Winston Churchill, for decades, was ordering 300 litres to the stop every year.
Is that
But
right?
anyway, I was in a bar, and I was being served. I had a couple, and I thought, right, that's enough for me. And the waitress from behind the bar was sort of signalled, and she pointed at the wine glass, sort of saying, 1 more. I shook my head. Said, no, I'm done. What happens? She brings me a glass of wine. This happened for a couple of times, and then a local came up to me as I was getting very concerned, because I thought maybe I was maybe I was lucky. And the local came up to me and said, you know what you're doing wrong? I said, what? She keeps bringing me more. I said, when you shake your head, it means yes.
Yeah, I know
But when
that
you
now.
nod, it means no. Well, there you go. It's worth knowing that if you come to Bulgaria, folks.
I ran into that the other day as well. That shaking your hand means yes. It's certainly takes a bit of getting used to. A bit like in the Czech Republic when you say no, that's actually Czech for yes.
Okay.
It makes running between the wickets interesting when you get some mixed backgrounds.
Ali, first ball, plays it out well. Now he knows he's got to perform here, Ali. He's under a bit of pressure. I think it was a good move from Simon Hussain not to open with him. I think he's gone with Sufyan, who has rewarded him on several occasions. And now he's probably saying to Ali, okay, I'm not around. You've got to play my role. You've got to bat now for probably the bulk of this innings. Well, Sufyan, he doesn't really want to be reaching for this. I think if he doesn't make any movement at all, he may have got the wide here.
Yeah, I'm not so sure. But yeah, just kind of wafts at it. No footwork.
Yeah, let's have a look at this. Yeah. No, maybe you're right. Just crept it in. This one, probably not.
Yeah, this one will be a wide. Final thing about how that run out before the ball released was handled. I think the umpires handled it well. I think he was ready to give the decision, but they wanted to check with the captain. You want to appeal for this? And then the captain can ultimately make the final call. They're within their rights, but I think it was well handled by the umpires.
Goes for the big one, and it goes out of here. Balle, Ginna Sona, Ginna Badashaka.
Yeah, first Maximo finals day, and has absolutely cracked off the bat foot. It's good to target that fairly straight boundary. So it's more like a straight pull shot. Last ball coming up from Arham.
And this time it's along the ground, and well, unfortunately the stumps stop it. I think it would have probably been a single, nothing more. But it looks like Mohamed Sufyan wants to get going here.
Yeah, good fielding by the 12th man. I'll say wasn't touched, so that's why it's not out. The bowler, if he gets fingertip on that, it could have been trouble for Suleiman Ali. He would have said his luck's out. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo. Great to be with you on finals day. And I know that quite a few of our viewers are tuning in from all around the world. Yeah, they're here with Rico Full. And yeah, Rico looking fantastic in your little gold number there today.
It's finals day.
Yeah, look, it's great. And you know, there's so many people watching. I know that that Nate's already made a contribution. Thanks to you, Nate, and to everyone else. Thank you so much for being with us. And yeah, it's been a bit of a tough week for a lot of reasons, but we are here and we're getting a third day of actual play, and we've got a full finals day. It looks like, and yeah, it's just pretty as a picture right now.
It really is in the sunshine. What could be better? Here with a good friend watching cricket.
Stay with us as Yadav comes on with a bit of spin. Just worked for one. So yeah, I know that. Now these two teams have got an uphill battle, but it is possible. They just need to win 3 on the trot if they're going to raise the trophy. That wicket of Simon Hussain is huge, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a big wicket. It's going to be a wide. Too many extras in this innings for me already, though, I have to say. And that's the 8th extra, 7 wides in total. Sufyan looking dangerous, looking to attack. And that's a good delivery, you know. As I say, he's looking to go after it, looking to attack. He just floats this one up and says, let's see what you do here. Gets away with it. Smart, nicely played. Suleiman Ali backs up well.
I don't mind the bowling of Yadav. He's not afraid to toss it up, but he does it fairly accurately. So yeah, he's not afraid to take the speed off and challenge the batters to go aerial down the ground.
No change in the field. Keep it the same to Ali. And he hits this firmly and takes a single. He has to be quick, and he is. And thinks about the second. But though he sees the opportunity, Sufyan, and he's back to the ball. So they just stay with the one. Almost carries this to Yadav, though.
Yeah, almost. I mean, Nate just asking, would this bowler be considered a spinner? That's what he'd be called.
Slices it and gets it over the infield. They take one, they turn straight away and go for the second. Good running, good communication between these two batters.
Yeah, that is really good running to pick up 2 there. So yeah, give Nate a bit of a demonstration maybe at the end of the over about what Taran Yadav's trying to do.
Well, that's well bowled. Good variation in his length there. Puts a few right up there. This one slightly shorter, goes through, end of the over, And after 5, it's 46 for 1.
Yeah, so I've got golden ball here, so I'm just going to try and show Nate in America what Taran Yadav's going to trying to do. So when he's bowling, he either have 2 fingers here, or some people have a 3-finger, and he's actually trying to go down so you can see. He's actually trying to spin the ball this way. So from behind the bowler, you can see it's going to go left to right. He's probably not putting a lot on the ball, but that's just probably what he's doing. So he's called a finger spinner as opposed to a wrist spinner that will try and actually spin it over the wrist. So finger spinners, they're generally a bit more accurate. And yeah, it's just a change of pace for the batter. And worked pretty well that over for Yadav.
Yeah, for finger spinners, you've got sometimes a bit more control, haven't you, on the length of the ball. You can what you do. But this one's up in the air. This may drop short of the fielders. It does. So a bit of fortune there for Ali, going for the big shot, but really head went up in the air, lost his shape, and ends up getting a bit lucky. All the batters have had a bit of luck. Don't forget, Sufyan himself was dropped in 7. And this time it goes the distance. Que guay, que grande, que genial. Eso es 6 carreras.
That one's crossed the street. That's gone big. And this is the risk, I suppose. You challenge the batter to go after you. If it's a miss hit, there's every chance of a wicket. But if it's hit in the middle, like that one from Sufyan, that's gone a long way. That's going to take some finding as well, Rico.
Lovely shot. He's shown Ali how to do it. Kept his shape. And this time, that's the one that he hasn't quite got right. Every time it's sort of wide outside the off stump, he just offers the bat at it. I think if I were him, I would really give it a big old swing. See, this time this was too wide, but yeah, that's the idea.
Yeah, it's not bad to miss that way. Again, I don't think it's a bad ball that they hit for 6. It's just kind of a challenge ball.
Yeah.
I'd love to get Sufyan now. He's on 28.
He goes again. Adios, pelota. Esa pelota no va. Esa pelota se va por el centro de Sofía. That's big. Que grande. Boom. Shakalagia.
Yeah, gets plenty of this as well. Goes with the spin, goes and fetches it. So yeah, again, not necessarily bad balls, but that's a couple Sufyan has got out of the screws.
If you keep your shape, Vinny, they're in the swing zone, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely.
And this time, that's clever. Better. Just takes a single and says, yeah, I'm liking it. I'm liking being on strike. I'll have a breather for maybe 1 ball because I've got a feeling that's Sulaiman Ali will probably have a big swing at this as well.
Yeah, probably.
And look at that score. It's looking good here now, isn't it?
Good decision making from Sufyan. Been impressed with his maturity. He's taken over the kind of lead role now from Saim Hussain. Oh. Watch this.
Well,
this is
sometimes things just don't go your way.
I'm not going to call it until I see the replay, but I think this is just gone off the back of his bat. There you go.
Yeah.
It goes past him, and then he actually hits it.
I think it's one of those that sort of rolls along the bat.
It hits him on the back of the bat. So that's a reverse. And it will be the end of the 6th over, 62 for 1. So, I mean, one concern as well for Pleven is where are the runs going to come from? If they're going to be chasing something like 100 to 110, which looks like they're on for at the moment, especially in a final. But, you know, anything can happen. Pressure's a funny thing. Nate said he appreciated the demonstration about the spin bowling. Yeah, the thing is, in this form of the game, you don't often see spinners actually trying to spin the ball a lot prodigiously. It's more about, I suppose, mixing up their pace.
Gone. And it will be a wide, but the wicket stands, and Sulaiman Ali has to go. Disappointingly again, run the ball just hasn't clicked, has he? And, well, I would say that the good thing for Plovdiv is that Sufyan is batting really well. This is a poor shot, it really is, because you can see from the moment the ball's released, Ali knows it's going to be very wide, but he goes down the wrong line, and then he's reaching for it, and it's one of those which, even if he makes contact with, it's just going to go sky up in the air. But good bowling, a good bit of wicket keeping there as well from Nitin Sunil.
Yeah, people sometimes say, well, is it fair you can be stumped off a wide? But I think it takes a bit of skill. There's nothing illegal about the delivery except that it's unreachable. Yeah. And so it was just maybe a good bit of bowling to push it wider if it was on purpose, but it was not a great decision, was it, from
here's
Sulaiman Ali?
Another thing. You're a wicket keeper, right? You've just got him out because he's gone outside the line. Do you call him back? Do you call him back?
No, don't
No.
open that can of worms again.
You don't call him back
But you're
because
exactly right.
he's out of his crease.
Yeah,
And it's
that's
the
true.
same with the batsman at the other end, of course, talking about the Mankad once more. But anyway, I
Yeah.
think
Look, it's.
we'll end it on that.
I talked about Sufyan's good decision-making last over. That wasn't a great decision from Sulaiman Ali. And it's probably a bit of premeditation in that he was going after it no matter where.
Yeah.
And yeah, would have needed the cue extender to get that one.
Soraya Mohammed. Well, that'll make him feel a little bit better, won't it, after
Yeah, for
dropping
sure.
that catch.
Well, he's got a wicket
First
before he's
ball.
even bowled an actual ball. He's got 1 for 1 off 0. So that's pretty good. So, yeah, good keeping as well from Nitin Sunil. We've seen a bit of good and bad stuff from him this week. Oh, tries it again. Not going to get lucky with the new batter.
Still not bowled a legitimate delivery, has he?
This is McDoomey. Got a lot of time for McDoomey. He can give it a real whack as well. A 6 over check-in time. From here, 10s get you to 104. 100 to 110. Feel like we're heading for that.
Cautiously watches this onto the bat.
Yeah, see, this is one that does spin a little bit. You'll see, just going back to we were talking about off spin before. See, just left to right. You see, it just breaks a little bit. Back to live action.
Oh, and this one, you talk about a little bit. This one did a bit more as well bowled. And what's the spin on this?
Yeah, he's not afraid to actually put some revs on it. You'll see this one again. Look at the way that bites back off the surface.
I think he's going to have a go. Told you. And that could be very close. In fact, it's more than very close. It's out. I've just sensed it after being beaten twice. He's decided to have a go, and the finger's going up. The non-striker gets to the other end. He's not too happy with the decision. But
Yeah,
I don't think there's much wrong with this.
Yeah.
He's gone down to one knee. He's tried to play the sweep shot. The ball's gone on straight. That's hitting the stumps.
Yeah, well, for me, the height was a bit of a concern because it was looped up. Let's see it on the replay. You see, gives it a bit of height.
Nah.
Yeah, back hip. I mean, this will be a good one. Umpire's call maybe on the height. I think it was climbing. The umpire's in the best position to make that judgment, and he thought it was going to hit the stumps. Certainly hit him in line. And I think it wasn't going to miss leg. So how's that from Sharia Mohammed? And this is a really good lesson. You know, dropped an absolute goober first ball of the day. He's come on, he's taken 2 wickets in the first half and over. And he's working Pleven back into the game. So, yeah, really good resilience from him halfway through the 7th over at 64 for 3.
Yeah, it's. I think that's a good bit of bowling. He's just keeping the pace off the ball. And you can see that McDoomey just didn't look happy. And McDoomey was doomed by his third delivery. And he goes for a... Yep, unfortunately, it's a duck. And he wasn't too happy with it. But sometimes it's the way it goes. I think you're right, Vinny. The only thing the umpire had to decide is whether it was going to go on to hit or not. And Paulson, Samuel decided, yes, it was. And the finger went up. This one would be called a wide. It wasn't that far off from just getting a bit of glove on this, you know.
Yeah. This is a wide if it goes down the leg side, which I think it does. He misses the leg stump. Yeah, look, here's the thing from McDoomey. There's a shot, and he missed it. It wasn't a good shot that he played. He took a risk, didn't get bat on ball. You always open yourself up to that kind of dismissal, even if it was a marginal one.
Yeah, good fight back this, though. Oh, well, this one has to be put away. It was Gundy. There is a fielder out there. You've got to be looking two here, and they're not. Bad running.
It's just the difference between the running we saw first up, maybe slightly less experienced batters. Naveed's off the mark, though.
Not afraid to give it some flight. I like that. I like that from Mohammed. He's not afraid. He says, okay, I'm going to really give you this some flight. All right, what does he do here? Now, Sufyan, he's the key to getting 100 or not here. Well, it's a very optimistic appeal. And leg by's signal. So they're just ticking along here nicely. But yeah, I mean, he's on 35, not out of the 20 deliveries he's faced. I think if there's going to be a team 100 here now, he's got to go and make his 50. Naveed. Oh, well, I think this one is probably just going to go on to miss. That's a good delivery. Also got to be very careful where Mohammed ends up once he's bowled a delivery. See here, just at this point, he's starting to get in front of the umpire, which makes it very difficult for Paulson Samuel to make a decision anyway. But I think that's the right call. Good over, though.
Already got
really
one out
good
of
over.
67 for 3 after 7 overs. Let's have a look at what the day looks like. This is the Eliminator Match 21, Plovdiv versus Pleven. The winner will go through to Qualifier 2 later on today, the third match. And then the loser will have to exit the tournament. Of course, into Bulgarian versus MU Sofia. That'll be qualifier 1 coming up next. Back to live action. A bit of a tactic now. Yadav, who throws it wide of the off stump, but it will be called a wide.
12 extra. No, I think that's 13 wides now.
Yeah, quite a few. One of them did bring a wicket, though.
Firmly struck. Oh, well, that's just hit the batter. Well, I thought for a moment that the bowler Yadav was going to do some damage
This
to
hits
his foot.
Yadav's foot and then comes back and hits him and goes back onto the stumps. We probably don't have time.
Yeah, I mean, if he does get anything on this, it would have been out. And then take the single.
Yeah, so I think it hits his foot, comes up, it hits his body, he goes onto the stumps but doesn't knock the bails off. So look at this. Bang. Hits his foot onto his body, onto the stump, doesn't knock the bails off. Batter's back anyway. Plenty going on for a dot ball.
Yeah. Naveed, the left-hander, is looking to go over the top of the leg side. That's well bowled. He's not going to be able to do it with that one. Oh, this is crazy. This is absolutely crazy.
He's going to be gone here.
If this is out, I have no idea what Sufyan is doing here. I'm just saying that he is so key. And I reckon, well, this is just madness. He could have run himself out here.
He is gone.
What has he
I'm telling you that
done
much.
here? I mean, look, Nitin.
I reckon he just doesn't see the ball. He's
Oh,
gone.
he's gone. He's absolutely gone. It's a shocking bit of play, and he just lost his head. I'm just wondering whether he doesn't realise where the ball's gone. I think Nitin maybe when he's turned round is taking him, not giving him a good view of where the ball is. He's probably thinks it's gone further.
Listen,
Have a look at
I
this.
think he just
I reckon
he loses
he doesn't know where it is. And then he thinks, oh, it's only there, and he's never going to get
He
there.
probably thinks maybe he's going to sacrifice his partner at the other end and thinks he'll be fine. But it was good decision making because my instinct as a keeper would have been to throw to the bowler's end, to be honest, because that one's going to be out by about half a pitch.
Yeah.
But instead he gets the key man, Sufyan. So it's just a bit of a brain snap. I think a couple of things conspired for that dismissal. I think, partly the fact that the ball was unsighted, so maybe he thought the ball had gone a bit further. And I think he thinks Sunil doesn't know where it is either. But Sunil's looking at it the whole time, and he almost can't believe it that he's running. And Sunil, who has missed from that distance, to be fair, and he wasn't going to miss again, not twice in a week. So now 69 for 4.
That's a big turning point in this match. Now, well, I think Plevin are right back in this, and they'll be trying to restrict them to getting 85.
Mustafa Qureshi has the best comment in the chat. He just says, why? That's probably a fair one. We've all been there,
sums
though.
it up pretty good, eh?
Yeah.
So, that's
all needs to be said to that.
3 balls to go in this over. And this could be another. It should be another. It is another. And he has to go, Naveed.
Yeah, this is Ahsan
Khan, sorry.
Yeah, Ahsan Khan's out there. And so, he just tries to force this first one. And once again, Yadav doing the trick with some slower offerings. So watch out. The collapse is on. That makes it 69 for 5. And suddenly, Plevin are taking their opportunities here in the Eliminator.
Yeah, all of a sudden, the catches are starting to stick. This one, I mean, it would have been spinning quite viciously, and he's happy about it. Jack the Fante, he says. That's what it's all about. And once they've got that wicket, and more keep coming, he's a happy man, and why shouldn't he be? And, they just need somebody. They need to be thinking about, okay, look, even if we're from here, just try and get back on the ball and take the singles and keep the scoreboard ticking. We'll get to a healthy score. What we don't want to be doing is throwing the bat at everything aimlessly. Good catch there from Aram. He's had a good game so far.
Yeah, that's good stuff. And don't forget, last year in the Eliminator, we had a golden ball. It was Barbarians were involved at that point. Could happen again. And funny little change of momentum in this first innings.
Navidi facing a team hat-trick. But this one just down the leg. So we've got 2 left-handers out there now.
I played a lot of cricket in my time, obviously, Rico. So I can normally empathise with what players are feeling. And I know exactly what Sufyana's feeling right now. He's taking off his pads, going, what the blank?
Yeah. I think this is
was
the
I
point where a lot of people are coming to you and you're just saying, just go away. I know, just go away. I know, just go away.
8 overs down, 69 for 5. So we were talking about that 100, 110, but they've really got things back under control. The last 2 overs, there's only been 7 runs.
Yeah.
And it all started with that that wicket of Suleiman Ali. You see they've lost 4 wickets in that time as well.
Yeah, remember Thomas is over that went for 16, and we thought, okay, here we go.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, like you say, just been those, 7 runs.
Sharif Mohammed's back. Yeah, the slower bowling that's been fairly accurate. We haven't seen too many short deliveries. I think when these are short, they're just easy pickings. Yeah, so I know that Thomas went for a few, but I think it's been a pretty effective tactic.
Setting this trap now on the leg side, so square.
Nobody back at
square.
mid-wicket or long on. That's where he's going to try and go. See, they're trying to set him up for that shot because there's no one in the outfield there. And by bowling it outside the off stump, they're making it difficult for him to go fetch it.
I would probably have me long on back as well here. Probably me long on rather than long off, to be fair, when you see what the batter's trying to do. And both of these are left-handers as well.
But I think that's the trap, though. I think they want him to try and go over those infielders and hit across the line. I think that's part of the tactics, hoping that there's a miscue.
Well, let's see if it works. But Mohammed, 2 wickets so far. He's now going to come round the wicket to, well, both these men are left-handers, so is he going to do this? Probably, and that's a nick, he's gone. And that's well bowled. Thinks about what he's doing, Mohammed picks up his 3rd wicket, and it's going to be a biddy.
Oh.
That has to depart, and he goes for a 3 ball as well.
They're going to make a movie about this one day. It'll be called Shahriar Mohammed from 0 to hero. And now he's got a 3rd wicket. Nicely taken by Nitin Sunil behind the wicket as well. See, just going for it. Abidi. His tactic certainly is to put it outside there and try and get the batter to go fetch it. He only got a little edge on that one. So another wicket falls. Now 70 for 6.
Yeah, but that's a good example. Good example of where the batters are just not using their feet. I mean, there, look where he ends up. Look where he's, because he's a left-hander, where the right foot ends up. He's in a completely wrong place. He needs to be stepping out to this and then hitting it through the covers. And because his body is naturally taking him away from the ball, he leaves the bat hanging, gets the edge. Here we go, here's another. He tries to do the same thing again. Gives it width. This one again, you've got to be smart here now as the batters. New batter comes in, is Uzair. You know what's coming your way. You've got to use your feet. And if it's wide, leave it alone.
Yeah, that would have been a wide as well. Last ball for Shahriar Mohammed.
Yeah, you've got to leave. Well, this time he
He's
does.
really taken to extremes now.
Well, they're in the 70s.
This is such a massive comeback.
And, well, it's just been given. He was hoping to sneak this one in. And this is more sensible. This is what I'm talking about. You've just got to, if you think it's going wide, leave it be. This time it's a straighter one. He plays that pretty well. And that's the end of another super over. 3 for 7. What a spell of bowling. And you know what? Those 7, I reckon half of those come from wides.
Yeah, well, 10 runs off the last 3 overs. They were 62 off 6. Now they're 72 off 9. So now we're talking about 80. Pleasant come back from nowhere. And the difference is as well, they've started executing their bowling plans and they've taken their opportunities. And they've been helped out by a couple of probably poor decisions from the batting team.
Yeah.
Harry Kumar will bowl the last over. So, yeah, the pace-off attack has worked.
Captain on. And, oh, this one has missed everything and may go all the way to the boundary. It does. And that's probably going to be 5. It is. 5 wides. This is not what the captain wanted to do. And the keeper does everything right, doesn't he? He goes the right way. He sees it, picks it, but he goes through him.
Yeah, and this is just a slight difference. See, Harry Kumar drags it behind the batter. It's a difficult take for Sunil. Costs them 5.
That is a huge number of runs.
All the other spinners being used in the last 3 or 4 overs, they've kept it outside the off stump. That's been a key aspect of how Pleasant got back into this game.
Better. And good running, good backing up from Uzair.
As a spinner at this point, you have to resist the urge to be greedy and go at the stumps. You have to float it outside. It's been working. And Harry Kumar, let's see if he can pull it back. Still not a total disaster, but it could be a momentum changer.
Oh dear, that's a total disaster. That's got to be a no ball. It is. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Now free hit. Now the thing is, have they got the power to hit it?
See, Sunil kind of makes a bit of a gesture saying, bowl it out here. Here's a free hit, it's missed. He bowls he makes a little gesture. I think it puts off Harry Kumar, and suddenly he just completely loses it. Anyway, gets away with it.
So he does get away with it. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Are they going to be able to hit the free hit? This is in the air. They should take the one at least.
I saw that coming a mile away.
They're going to go for. Are they going to go for free here?
He was always getting done by the spin there. It's Mohamed Aram, I think.
We've taken a good catch there already, but this one, well, it just spun too much. Here we go. Oopsie daisy.
I feel for Plevin, the wheels are falling off, but the car's still driving. Let's see if they can get out of this innings. 3 balls to come.
Gone. It's well bowled. It wasn't particularly well played. Once again, not using the feet to get to the pitch of the ball and find yourself stranded. Goes through. Good work again from this one, Sunil. And there he is. He's had a good game, the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, he has. I'm just having a look at this. I don't think there's anything on it. Sunil, as long as he waits to get the ball, he does. So there's no question about that one. It'll be stumped. Good decision from the umpire. He's in the perfect position. Just got to watch sometimes to make sure the keeper doesn't grab it early. But yeah, just plays the shot walking and keeps walking. 2 to come. 81 on the board.
And, well, that's not the best of throws. That's not what you want as a keeper. They've gone quickly. And here, I think, even if he just needs to get it into the gloves.
Yeah, it's not a good throw. Maybe not the right end either. Anyway, 82 with the ball to go. Rahman will be off with the ball.
And this time to the same man. They're going to go for 2. They just have to. It all depends on the throw here this time. And it's going to be a dive to try and get in, but he's not going to make it. The umpire has put the finger up. Paul Samuel says, you got to go, buddy. And it ends up on 83 for 8. This is an incredible comeback from Plevin. And Plevin, at one point, was certainly at the end of the 6th over when it was 62 for 1, looked out of it. You saw the 100 was definitely going to be on, but it ends up being just the score. That, well, I tell you, Plovdiv were very disappointed with that. They end up on 83 for 8. So, Plevin, they know that if one of their batters can get going, and I think a lot of it is going to depend on Mukal Karian, if he can stay there. And I tell you what, well, as you said, the man who was the villain, Shiraya Mohammed, he's turned out to be a hero for him, taken 3 for 7, and who knows, maybe he's going to do something with the bat as well. But we certainly have a very entertaining conclusion coming up to this Eliminator.
Grady 80s time, Rico. It's the Eliminator. It was the Golden Ball match when we were here last year in 2021. 83 on the board, and Saim Hussain should have gone the very first ball of the day. An absolute soda goes down. Sharia Mohammed, he was frustrated then, but he was going to run the full gamut of emotions in this 10 overs. Another one that just looped out of the fielder's reach. Did seem like Plovdiv, they were going to make the most of these missed opportunities. They certainly were in a good position at the halfway point. After 6 overs even, they were 62. But then they would only gather 21 off the last 4 overs on the way to this score. And yeah, again, we saw a bit of everything. Still not ideal conditions. Saim Hussain, he looked like he was really going to make him pay, Rico. And then this wicket just changed the course of the innings, and there'd be more good moments to come for Plevin.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really good catch. Very important as well, and you can see they were delighted about it, and that did change things because then they needed to get one man out, and that was Sufyan. Sufyan was hitting it well. He was showing Suleiman Ali how to do it. Ali, well, he hasn't had the best of times, and we're going to see another, well, dismissal that he's not going to be happy to see. Wide ball, and well, he leaves himself stranded in the middle. It's not the first thumping that we're going to see today, but then we saw a moment of utter madness. And that's coming up here in a minute. First, this is the LBW. It could have gone either way, but the wickets just kept tumbling. And then, well, Mohamed Sufyan, this happened. Well, he just went crazy, didn't he? Poquito de loco. And he had to go. And then, well, every time the ball went in the air, it went into safe hands. And that man there, he did very well to take the catch. But he was done by some spin a bit later on, but runs were hard to come by, and when Harry Kumar came in there, I mean, that was valuable runs. And this one, the misfield as well, from our friend who took the catch earlier, Aram, these are all valuable runs. It helped them get to the 80s, and but it's just this is what T10 is all about. We always say it's a frenzy of action-packed entertainment. It certainly is, and drama as well, or maybe there is going to be drama in this contest as we have a look at that scorecard. And really, there's only 2 contributions worth talking about. Saim Hussain, he tried to make the most of his luck. He gave 2 opportunities before he was out on 13 to a good catch taken by Tarun Yadav. And then Mohamed Sufyan, well, you had nothing but good things to say about him until he had that rush of blood and went for a suicidal run and got himself run out. And then after that, well, they collapsed. And well, nobody was able to get any real contribution. The runs dried up, the boundaries dried up. Only courtesy of those 5 wides were they able to do any sort of acceleration. But, well, from villain to hero maybe, Shariah Mohammed conceded 7 runs. Most of those were wides, but picked up 3 wickets. And the bowling from the likes of Amal Thomas doesn't show it there, but he bowled really well. Yadav was key. Don't forget, took that very important catch as well. So this contest is really evenly balanced. You heard Mr. Maximo say the grade 80s. We've seen so many matches in the history of European cricket, especially these European Cricket Series matches where when a team gets to 80, anything can happen. You heard him say that the eliminator last year went to the golden ball. Well, this one has the makings perhaps of another match that goes to the golden ball. Well, the summary there, well, Plovdiv, they get to 83 for 8. They'll be disappointed. The 100 definitely looked on and they would have been much happier even if they'd got into the 90s. So Plevin, the team that finished 5th last year, taking on the team that finished 3rd, Plovdiv this year. Plevin, 84 to win. Join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo as we return to the conclusion of this match. Vamos in the 10 minutos. Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to the Vasil Levesky National Sports Academy here in Bulgaria, the capital city of Sofia. And it's good to be back, and I'm glad that you can join us here today on this lovely Saturday morning or afternoon, wherever you are. And namaste to everybody that's watching from the sub-Indian continent via FanCode, and a very warm welcome to everybody that's on the YouTube channel. And haven't you been good? We are gifted with the best viewers in the world. There's no doubt about that. And thank you for all your lovely comments, and keep them coming. And remember, if you haven't done so already, tell your friends, tell your family, get everybody involved. And what a match we have for you up first here. This is, well, we're halfway through the eliminator on finals day. And we've seen, well, sort of an innings of two halves so far from Plovdiv, who made 83 for 8. They made 46 of the first 5 overs and only 36 of the second. And in that second spell period, they lost, well, in total 7 wickets. And they went through a 3-over spell, just scoring 10 runs. So they've really got to bowl and be at their best if they're to make it through to the next round. And it's going to be Shankar. He's bowling first to Mukul Kadian. And starts with, well, this one does everything. It moved a lot. For a moment, I thought this was going to dip. And if this stayed straight and caught the pad, this would have been interesting. Have a look at this. Look how much this just keeps on moving. Doesn't miss the leg stump by that much. And I think that's why Saim Hussain sees it really late. But he does really well here, because he's probably thinking this is going to go on to hit the stumps. Well, it is good to see Kadian Mukal back up the batting order. I think this is where he needs to be. Oh, that's really well bowled. Getting a lot of movement. And certainly getting the new ball to swing around is Hassan Khan. Yeah, it was an amazing first innings. So just to remind you what's at stake, this is the eliminator. So whoever loses this, we will see no more. We'll play no further part in... Oh, if it's... Well, what's happened here? Well, first of all, I get the feeling that Salman Ali and the bowler Khan didn't know who was going to go for the shot. And then the batter, the non-striker, went commits. Well, this one is awful. Oh, this is a terrible delivery. Well, what's he going to give here? He gives it a wide, so it only just catches the pitch. And then it just keeps going, and going. In the end, it's the third man that probably was closest to it. Saim Hussain, a valiant attempt to try and stop it. 5 wides, well, what a gift. Mind you, there was one given to them later in their innings from their captain, Harry Kumar. Well, this one just goes all wrong. Well, after getting the ball, I think he's trying to do something different. I think getting the ball to swing in, he's trying to maybe bowl the one that the wrong one, and it ends up being a big wrong, and that was Gandhi. That was double Gandhi. It was very Gandhi. Here he comes again, and this one's not that good either. Now he overcorrects, and well, maybe he's got a bit of the jippers here. Jip, jip, jip. And just needs to calm down. Somebody just needs to talk to him. And started so well. And 8 on the board already. And this one will be wide again. And I've never seen wide balls being cheered so much. And this is all about trying to apply some mental pressure. Both teams, university sides. And well, this one, if it didn't hit the pad of Sunil, probably would have been called a wide as well. He controlled the swing really well the first couple of deliveries, and then after that, well, he just can't stop it. So maybe he's got to... You see there how he's holding the ball? He's holding it seam up. Maybe he need to just hold it across the seam slightly so it goes a bit straighter. You see there? He's getting a lot of movement, but he's got to make sure he gets it right. Still sort of middle and leg bowling for me. He's got to be starting that around, I don't know, a stump or 2 outside the off and get it to come in. But at the moment, I think all he's concentrated on is finishing this over. Double figures on the board already. This is a dream start for Plevin at the moment. It's nicely played. They should take one. They do. Lovely day in the capital of Bulgaria, Sofia. Still see those mountains to our right with the snow on them. much warmer. Well, you know that even Mr. Maximo's not wearing his beanie or his several layers. And that does complete the first over, and it, well, a little bit like this match so far. It was a mixed one, wasn't it? Some good deliveries and then some wayward ones. And what they need here now, Plovdiv, is somebody who can deliver 6 good full-length deliveries and just basically sort of get back or get themselves back on course, because the required rate 8, it's not too many. And try to cut down on these extras. Rico Full here for the European Cricket Network, and alongside me, back in the commentary box, here's Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, thanks, Rico. It's good to be back. We've got a real contest on here, don't we? This is 50-50 for me at the moment. Pleven have struggled with the stick. Here's Uzair for the second over.
Split out onto the onside and take the single.
So just got to keep the score moving, trying to avoid the dots. I've got here, Gisele's coming back. Saim Hussain behind the stumps, just reminding the batters every dot at required rate goes up, which is true. That can play on your mind a little bit. Just get a string of dots here, maybe create a chance.
Well bowled again from there. He's just probably just a little bit short for what he's trying to bowl, but he's been very effective coming around the wicket. He does get the ball to angle across you, and he gets a pretty good Yorker in as well. So this is going to be a good test for these two batters.
Yeah, likes to bowl around the wicket, doesn't he? I think these two are a pretty good pairing. I think Sunil will take more risks. Kadyan, he can kind of just play a bit more an anchor role.
Not out. First of all, I think when you're bowling around the wicket, the ball has to do an awful lot. And this one is actually going away.
So it's good running between the wickets. See, Sunil, he doesn't follow the ball. He looks up at his partner, and once his partner's off, then he runs.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that was missing off stump by a mile. But that's what you need to do. If you're not sure where the ball is, look at your partner, because they'll have a good idea.
This one, that's nicely played. Good one again. Good throw, and he, well, no, that's great. I'm loving that. And Simon was saying straight away, no, I don't have the ball. I think that's what he's indicating, and straight away saying, no, not out. But good cricket, and I'm liking that. Look, these lads, they know each other well. They're friends as well. They're going to be competitive. Yeah, that's really good from Saim. He doesn't have the ball eludes him. If he did have it, I think he would have been out because the bat was not grounded.
That's one of those ones where you have to kind of, I say cheat, I don't mean really cheat. I mean cheat on your technique to snatch at the ball, because the only way he was going to be quick enough to get the ball onto the stumps was by snatching. It meant that he dropped the ball and he wasn't able to get the run out. But that was the time that Simon Hussain had to rush rather than take it more traditionally. I think if he takes it more traditionally, then probably by the time he gets back to the stumps, Sunil makes it. Good sportsmanship, though, by the skipper.
Up in the air, and this time it has been taken. And Zulman Ali makes no mistakes. He hasn't been able to get his batting going, but certainly in the field and with the ball, he's been key. We haven't seen him bowling yet, but again, he's going to be a key player. They do get the wicket, and Nitin Sunil, he survives the run-out opportunity, but not this one. Trying to hit it over the top of the close fielders, not able to do so, not getting enough momentum in the shot. Also a difficult shot to play when you consider the angle the ball is coming at him from around the wicket. So good bit of work from Uzair. He needed that one, gets a wicket, and he's got 1 for 3 so far with a ball to go in the over.
Yeah, so reward, I suppose, for Uzair. It's normally pretty accurate. Only conceded 3 in the over. Now he does pick up the first wicket. Yeah, there's 9 wides, though, in the first 11 legal deliveries, okay, including a 4-banger, including a couple that was run off, but still, I think they need to cut that out of the game. It's really a line ball kind of a target. I think par today, 85 or so, maybe 85 to 90 with the field quickening up a little bit. Here's his out of the new batter, Yadav.
Just guides this down to, and that's also, I like in the field that Saim Hussain is set here. I mean, if the bowlers bowl to it, and Uzair certainly does as that over comes to an end. 17 for 1. Yeah, that's where the ball's likely to go, and he's got it well packed with his key fielder. So this match, as we predict, it's really neck and neck. I mean, just a run ahead at this point at Pleven. It's interesting who they'll use to bowl this one. It probably won't get back to Hassan Khan for a while. They probably will need to use him at some point, though, Vinny.
See the table there. 3 teams all had 3 wins, but Indo-Bulgarian essentially playing 1 less game. And that's how they got the point for the extra washout. So Indo-Bulgarian, the only undefeated side in this competition. You see that Plovdiv just missed out on the top 2 on net run rate. New over, and this is Fires and Rahman. Starts with a good ball up in the block hole. So they're just working away for 1.
Yeah, just get the feeling that Srikuma is probably just a little bit too deep there on that onside. I think there hasn't been any shots really played in that area. A lot of these batters so far have been trying to play the ball or work the ball around on the offside. I think Srikuma can be a little bit more attacking. It's well bowled. You see what I mean? It's very much almost a tip and run sort of policy being used here by Plevin, so I think they need to apply a bit more pressure.
Yadav here, backing up, going quickly. I think it's good hustle. At least be scoring off as many deliveries as possible. You can always push for the 2s and the odd boundary. That'll keep you on track. Pretty much they are pretty much right on the rate.
Nice looking shot. And Chase is on here, but I think the ball is going to win. Cuatro carreras. This is beautifully played. And when you talk about positioning, timing, and placement, that's what it's all about. Lovely shot all along the deck. Cuatro carreras.
It's a bit like the outfield of old here. It's coming back slowly, and that one did run across pretty quickly to one of the longer boundaries. Nice bit of time. He doesn't try and overhit that. Remember, we are still in the power play, so just 2 outfielders, but only for 3 more deliveries.
This is going to be another wide. Loses his line, tries to get it fuller, tries to go for the Yorker length delivery, but gets it wrong.
Good take by Hussain down leg side. Makes it look easy.
See this bet, it was 600 euro. I have bought the bet. Even doesn't have a
Again. Mark.
best bet I have before. Yes.
He play, chops his down, got to get dirty, got to get down, and does. Well done.
So, yeah, I mean, boundary and over just keeps you on track.
Is it ready to go? I have not given home.
Rahman, 2 to come.
This I not given to anyone. No.
Short. Oh, look at that. And have a sniff of this. He said, no. Hang on a minute.
Well, let's see where it goes past.
Do you reckon? No,
I don't know.
Think so.
I mean,
no, I don't think so. No. That is a beautiful delivery. And yeah, that's 1 for the over. It's certainly not a wide for me. The bowler has been done there. Nah.
Yeah, he was jumping.
No.
Borderline.
No.
Rico says no.
No. And this is a good shot. They have got a sweeper out there. Yeah, I mean, that was a tasty delivery for me from Romani.
It's a tough
certainly
call.
woke up the batter.
Tough call to make live. The way he played it made it look like it was probably going past his nose. But on the side on, it was pretty high. And he was jumping, don't forget. So...
Ooh, I don't know. What do you reckon on the chat? I think that was a hard one.
I probably would have let it go, but I can see why it got called. Last ball, the over.
It's well bowled, and he doesn't know. Well, he was posing for pictures there, and a little bit slow going was Yadav. Unfortunately for him, it wasn't picked up cleanly. I think if this picked up cleanly and drilled back, it would have been interesting. End of the over.
End of the power play as well. So pretty much on that rate. The rate is 17 every 2 overs, so they'd want to be 34 after 4. They're certainly on track for that. Yeah, not a bad power play, just losing the 1 wicket. One team is going to hold their nerve.
Is this almond milk? What is this milk? What kind of milk is it?
All right, so here's Suleiman Ali coming on in over number 4. So see how these middle overs go. 5 outfielders can be employed now. Let's see what they go for, or more likely what they don't go for. There's no long off bat. So yeah, they're going for deep point, deep backward point as well, and long on. Just have a look. They've still got 5, 6 in the circle. If they want, they can put a couple more back. Yeah. Maybe they don't want to.
Suleiman Ali, he's
put 3rd man back now.
Yeah, it's a big play for him. I mean, look, when you're in crunch matches like this, you know, eliminators, finals, your big players have to step up. He hasn't been able to do it with the bat. Is he going to do it with the ball? I mean, this is massive. he's got to be at his best. And, well, it didn't look like a wicket-taking ball, but I think this has been negotiated by Yadav onto the stump somehow. He can't believe he's done it. Well, sometimes you need a little bit of luck. Hay veces que necesita poquito de suerte, y eso es un montón de suerte.
Yeah, so Solomon Elite with some immediate success. It was assisted on. Just tries to jam down on this. Gets the inside edge. Yadav cannot believe it. He thinks he's taking a safe option, just knocking it out for one. But the result is the death rattle. So a second wicket falls off the first ball from Solomon Ali. Score now, it's 28 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, that's just what I'm talking about. Yeah. The big boys, they have to perform when it matters, and talking about that, and this is where it comes down to Harikuma, the captain of Plevin. We've seen him play some good knocks. He's an unorthodox type of batter. We'll see him play shots which are not in the textbook, but he knows he needs to buckle down here now, and he's got Kalyan, who is, I think, an authentic, good stroke-playing batter, and he needs to give him some partnership here, needs to stay out there with him. I mean, the run rate where they are is not bad, but they've just got to keep doing what they've done so far, really. Just make sure they keep that scoreboard ticking.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Still got plenty of wickets to play with. New batter out there is the captain, Akshay Harikumar. You mentioned that he likes to be a bit innovative. They put the fine leg back straight away, I think, as a nod to the fact he likes to work around the corner a lot.
Yeah, he will step across and try and play his shots. This time, just gets it wrong. Ali calls wide, and those extras.
I do just want to take this opportunity, Rico, to thank everyone that sent me a message today in the chat, and also my social media and privately, because some people are onto it already.
Onto what? What's going on? Is it something special?
Well, I know you
No,
remember.
we know. I know.
So yes, it is my birthday today. Thank you to everyone for your kind wishes so far. I haven't had a chance to get back to too many at the moment because it's been a busy morning, but yeah, super big thank you to everyone in the chat and everyone that's sent me well wishes.
Yeah, feliz cumpleaños, mi amigo. It's nicely played. Once again, that's that field that Simon was saying has intelligently set, and all he requires is his bowlers to bowl to it, to bowl that line. They haven't really rewarded him with it so far. I mean, when you think about the fact that we've had 12 wides, 14 extras in total, that's not good when you look at what the score is. So they need to come back into this match. Short, in the air, will it carry? No, it doesn't, but he'll take the single.
Good
He watches
stop.
the bounce really well.
Got two guarding the vortex. That's smart field placement.
Yeah.
Then you can bowl that kind of delivery. There's not much you can do with it except for cut it. So at least you're protecting it. If it goes in between the men, probably will be 4 anyway.
Good hit, and this is going over us. That is big. That is a tremendous shot. That's the shot of the day so far. It could be the shot of the tournament so far. What a beauty this is. Lovely jubbly. Boom. Shakalaka.
Yeah, really held his shape well there, Kadyan. We've seen batters try and hit across these all week, but that's the shot.
Beauty.
Times it absolutely perfectly. It went miles over.
Here we go again. And that's nicely played. It's well timed. Fielder's got work to do here and does well. And, well, he's got a good arm, so be careful. And that's why the captain, Harikuma, has been sent back.
Good decision to go back. I think I would have been taken on the 2, but the throw was an absolute bullet. And once again, very good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full.
Yeah.
And once again, I'd just like to say a big thanks to all my friends and family from the cricket world and outside for wishing me such a happy birthday
Now
today.
look, we know it's your birthday, so maybe we've captured some moments over the years for your birthday. Oh, here we go, look, here we go. Happy birthday, Mr. Maximo. And we know that you like to party, a party harp, so we followed you around at certain times. So yeah, happy birthday, Mr. Maximo. And
Hold on a second.
Yeah, well.
Who's organised this?
Well,
I shared those moments in private with you. Thank you very much. No, it's great that I've had such a nice response. It's not really a milestone birthday. Last year was my 40th, so look, it is very humbling though, and I'm just so pleased that we're going to have such a nice day of cricket, and we're getting on the park on my birthday. That's good.
We certainly are. I'm sure that we'll have some good grub and a few glasses of wine later as well.
Thank you, everybody. And look, completely thrown me there, but this one's going to disappear. Well, a bit like me in that pile of company. This one's out of here. Maximo! Kadyan, he goes one straight, now he goes sideways. Both of them get 6 runs.
This is delicious. This is absolute top quality shot. And you know, I was saying this the few innings that Plevenant had, and Kadyan has been coming in at 4 or 5, and I just couldn't understand it, because when I saw him bat earlier on Monday, I thought this guy can bat his quality. He needs to open the innings, and this is why. And Harry Kuma's taken note. He's been opening the innings sometimes, but I think he's got it right here. Kadyan, he's got so much quality, and every time you bowl a bad ball to him and puts it away, that was a sensational shot.
And bringing the long off up and putting the deep square back now, but he's already shown he can hit over long off, so you've got to be careful you don't get too full. He's there though, slightly different angle. Yeah, well, they do say the Bulgarian women are the most beautiful in the world. That's one of the stats that we've got on Bulgaria.
They certainly are, yeah.
Where did you get the photo of me with the moustache? That was for charity. That's an old one.
You tell the story.
That's a really old one.
We find everything. You know that. You can't hide anything from me. And this is short again, but doesn't come up as much. And nicely played. And this is sensible batting as well. You know, I say this a lot as we go around to different European countries, that sometimes there's too many batters that once they've played one good shot, a big shot, they believe they've got to do the same with the very next ball and they get themselves out. But that's sensible. Just plays this, takes a single and says to his captain, there you go. Look, I've got 7 off that over. That's more than what we need. We're on track. Now, any runs off this is bonus, but don't give your wicket away.
We're on track. Down under 7 now. One boundary and over makes such a difference, especially if it's a 6.
And that's all they have to do, you see, just play safe and just keep ticking along. And yeah, if you get that bound, but you think the required rate here, every time there's a maximum, you've done your job.
Yeah, exactly
or
right.
Over.
No, exactly right. Azer's a pretty good performer. Kuma's going to have to move, but he doesn't normally give too many away. It's pretty accurate.
Nicely played, once again, using soft hands. Getting right behind the ball and just guiding it into space.
Sorry, Rico. I can't remember if I mentioned this, but last year on my birthday, I got a golden ball, and
I didn't know you were playing.
Well, that's what.
No, you did.
I
remember it very well. I think I was at Portugal at the time, wasn't I?
Yeah, I think you were. Won't be out.
No.
And this year, maybe I can get one. Maybe I'll get one right here, because Plovdiv, they were the team that won the golden ball last year in this very fixture. And they weren't shaping up. Certainly not off the cards here.
They need something to happen here, though, Plovdiv. They need to do exactly what Plevin did. Pick up a couple of wickets quickly and put the pressure on. But the man they need is Kadyan at the moment at the non-striker's end. And captain, well, this is going to race away. And, well, how about this? Have you ever seen anything like that? It was almost like that kookaburra, as it goes past them, it just explodes, and down they go. Look, I'm going to do the. I'm going to do it here.
Bowling.
Here they go, and kaboom! I think they catch each other, don't they? Oh, I'm glad to see they're okay. They do actually catch each other. That's why they went down.
Well,
well, that is the slippery corner.
I would say they dropped each other more than they caught each other. Oh. Just a little bit of shoulder on shoulder, if you don't mind. Friendly fire. Well, certainly, certainly not something you see very often. 50's up now for Plevin, end of 5 overs, 52 for 2.
Yeah, well, I mean, it looks like at the moment, the way things are, looks like that Plovdiv are going down, but I didn't mean like that. I mean, that was sensational. But the good news is, of course, always, you can have a laugh about these things, but only if everybody's okay and they look like they're fine. But that was a bit of a nasty shock. And it's all happening out there. Who's going to change the way this match is going? Halfway point in the innings, it's 52. They're well on track. And this is the point when Plevin got back into the game around about the 6th, 7th over.
Exactly my thoughts. Exactly my thoughts. Remember, Plovdiv was 62 at the 6 over mark. Here's Rahman for over number 6.
Shot. Oh, adios, pelota. Que grande, que guay. Kinna, sona, shaka. Lag gaya, kinna. Swad aa gaya ke nahi?
He's been brutal on anything short. See the footwork there. Gets that back foot back and across, which just opens up that leg side. I've seen so many batters just kind of standing and wafting at those kind of deliveries, but that was perfectly executed. Give me a good chance to say hello to a few people in the chat, to Fangirl, who's saying happy birthday. Well, good birthday present would be to find out exactly who you are, Fangirl. That'd be a nice one. But also to the man, who's saying I've got to be careful when my amount of candles becomes a fire risk. So to everyone else, thank you so much for your well wishes. And that moustache, that was for charity. You shouldn't be using that against me. Anyway, the Murph Hughes about that one.
And, a bit of hesitation, but gets there, does Harikuma. This is really good batting, I think, Kadia. And I said, didn't I, at the beginning of this innings, that in crunch matches like this, the eliminator as this is, or in finals, that you big players have to perform. And Mukul Kadian, isn't he doing just that?
He sure is. Real match-winning innings at the moment. There's plenty of cricket left in this one. I feel like 1 or 2 wickets, this will really tighten up. Niju thinking that you're the one that's dressed like the birthday boy with your beautiful gold vest and tie. Rico looks like someone that will serve my birthday cake when you dress like that.
I'm making the cocktails later, man. I'm making the cocktails later.
That sounds good to me.
Down the leg, will be wide. Harikuma trying to play that little dinky shot of his. Really, he's just better leaving it alone. And the match situation, because you can try and play that and get it all wrong, scoop it up in the end, lose your wicket. He's got to stay there. He's got to be thinking, as a captain, I know what happened and what's happened before with our batting. I know what happened with Plovdiv. If I stay here, we're going to win this match. Oh. And, oh dear, there are 2 opportunities to get him. Both were missed. First, the direct hit would have had him. And then I think the bowler here just got to hold on to this as it comes through. Again, the throw wasn't great.
He couldn't decide, Sada, whether he's going to the bowler or the stumps. So he kind of does neither.
Yeah.
Because there really shouldn't be one there. But yeah, I like the fact that they're being attacking. They're still being aggressive. I'll say thank you to Robin Bouillon for your well wishes. And to everybody else. Really do appreciate it. Alan Mount as well.
One of these 2 teams.
Maya's asking what kind of cake. Sorry, I'll say she gets chocolate. I like chocolate. I also quite like cheesecake and carrot cake. Actually, like
Carrot
cake.
cake?
Actually,
Really?
it's like cake. Yeah. Not a huge fan of carrots, but I do like carrot cake.
Okay.
For a birthday, maybe not. My perfect birthday cake is probably, if I choose, like a passion fruit cheesecake or something like that. Anyway, back to the game.
Play that onto the offside for single. Is that with a, do you like a big biscuity base or?
Yeah, I do like a big biscuity base. If it's turned into cake chat, I don't mind. But I'm just thankful for anything.
So what's the first drink going to be? I probably know the answer to this. I spent too much time with you, but I'll still let you answer.
Bloody Mary. Well, you can thank the crew for getting me onto the Bloody Marys. May have one tonight, we'll see. I'm just enthralled by this game at the moment.
Edge goes pretty quickly. Fielder does well, gets down, keeps his eyes on it. And that certainly would have been an opportunity if he had a first slip in place. And Harikuma, just at the moment, riding his luck a little bit, but he's still there. And all he's trying to do is keeping this man Gadian on strike. Can they get the breakthrough? Can they get the wicket? Man tries. This one stays a little low, and Simon Hussain does really well.
Yeah, that's the end of the 6th over. So 64 for 2. You know, it's so remarkably similar to the score that Plovdiv were. They were 62 for 1 at this stage. So you could argue pretty much similar position. But at that point, Pleven really ramped it up.
Well, this is where the next 3 overs only went for 10 runs.
5, 2 and 3 were the next 3 overs, and they lost 5 wickets during those overs. They really fell in a heap. But, you know, if one team's done it, the other team can do it as well. A few people saying, well, how about a burger cake? Fangirl says. That's a very interesting comment. Gives me a bit more of a clue, I think, as to who that might be. But also, I'd say the man saying that, you like this, Rico, cake is the only food that people rush to eat that you just spit on. I do think because when you blow out the candles, right? You ever think of it that way? It's true. I knew that's right up your alley, that kind of comment. Anyway, I've had lots of messages from around the world, and we're not going to keep going on about it, but thank you so much.
Big over. If they're to get back in this match and think about winning it, things have to happen here. Suleiman Ali bowling to the captain of Pleven Harikuma. And he goes for a risky one again. This time maybe they'll get, oh, what's this throw? Well, I think he's trying to bury this one in the sand. It's got to be thinking about just, I mean, here you just, what's wrong with the underarm here? Underarm to the bowler's hands, and he chucks it, not far from getting it in
An
the
overarm
sand pit.
bounce throw is actually not a terrible option, but not on this field. Because once it bounces, pretty much no idea what's going to happen.
Here we go, game on. This is what we need. Need this wicket. Kadian on strike. Short, hits it up in the air, but that's going to be 4 runs. It goes in the vortex. Cuatro carreras. And this is like the old uppercut in the gap. There it goes. Beautifully played. Cuatro carreras más.
They're flying at the moment, aren't they? Kadian's playing the innings of his life here. 33 of these runs off his bat, but also he's just had support at the other end.
Yeah.
Nothing fancy, but he's had support. They haven't got in wicket trouble.
Look, in this fixture first time round, when they lost just by those 2 runs. Remember those 2 runs? They lost by 102 to 100. Kadian made 46 to 29. He was instrumental then, as he almost got their team to a victory that they believed they should have had. And really, this is looking like perhaps it's going to be sweet revenge. And Kadian is batting so well. You said it, didn't he? He's playing the big shots. He's playing the nice shot, but then he's following up. But just getting a single, he's so focused.
So they'd have to fall over to lose from here. Keep waiting for a twist in this game, but geez, they're running out of time.
Beats him outside the off. And he does like to bang in the occasional short ball. I wonder if he will try to Harikuma. Harikuma is more likely to sort of follow it and try and sort of dink it to find leg. Nicely played shot. Get the single. And that rate now is sort of at 4. So they can do it in singles. Ali, can he find a way through?
I mean, I know it was a pretty close game between these two teams last time they met, but this is still a pretty big upset for me if they pull this off. It's hard to see how they won't do it now, Pleven. They didn't beat a team in the top 3 this week. It looks like they're going to do it right here in the Eliminator.
Yeah, interesting, they're bringing the 3rd man up here. And that's probably because who they sent back on Mist, who's gone back. Fine leg is up. Man behind on the 45 for that pull and hook shot that Kadian's played so well. Gets a dot ball to finish. So 7 overs down, score 71. And 2 wickets have fallen. And this is what's coming up next. And well, what about this?
Huge match coming up. Indo-Bulgarian versus Academic MU Sofia. These two teams both got 3 wins in the group stage. Indo-Bulgarian had 1 extra point because 1 extra of their games was washed out. They've got a pretty strong lineup with the bat and the ball. MU Sofia, though, don't forget some of their players. Look at De Silva, De Souza. You've got the Rasuls in there. Derek Vinu as well. Certainly, they're a team that are full of quality as well. That game's coming up in around about half an hour's time right here on the ECN. And the winner of that game will be straight through to the final. The loser, it looks like they'll pay Pleven if this game pans out the way it looks like it will. But here's a guy, Sri Kumar. He's done some magical things for Plovdiv this week. It's last roll of the dice time. They need a really tight over here. I think something like 4 or less, basically, to keep him in the contest.
Yeah.
And Sri Kumar's capable of delivering that. We know that.
Yeah, they do normally hold him back, and he does deliver. Not this time. Starts with a loosener. Well, okay. If he bowls that one and gives you a wide and then comes back with 6 good balls, you take it. Kumar. Trying to get the breakthrough. Trying to remove the captain. That's all well bowled. Swings viciously, but not enough to clip the off stump. And they're the ones that Harry Kumar struggles on, those ones, because he's not very strong playing straight. Cuts pretty well. Straight ones do get him. This one's short, and he gets down low. And that's a good bit of cricket this time. Good pick up early throw. He knows that the key man is Gedian. If we can try and get him. Doesn't really time this at all. Hits the top part of the bat. But look, quick throw. And Sri Kumar does pretty well as well. It's another one that gets through. So joining the dots up here now. And finish well here. Just applies a little bit more pressure. Just gets that rate up slightly. Kumar.
Mini comeback. Can it continue?
Oh, this is a bit high, but it goes. Oh, this is probably going to go. No, it's taken something on the way. It was very high. It's been given as buys.
I don't think it was above the waist. I think Saim Hussein's annoyed he misses this.
Well, it's not
Gives
the
away a
ball.
run.
Not a ball to be bowling with the keeper standing up anyway, though, is it? I mean, that is so difficult to stop.
It's actually higher than I thought it was live, to be fair. Maybe it was. It was bent down a bit, I suppose. That keeps interesting.
This one's even, well, he's done well again. Simon was saying he managed to get something on this, otherwise that one would have been two. Maybe, probably didn't have the pace to go all the way to the boundary. So once again, Sri Kumar starts to the wide and gets a couple of good deliveries in, and now loses it a little bit again, and once again goes for the fuller one. Looking to get the Yorker in, I think. That's what he's trying here, getting that in-swinging Yorker in, not able to get it right. And this one, well, I'm glad he gets his hands to this. This could have got him on the nod.
Yeah, almost did. But have a look at this when it comes back in. Heads up. So, doesn't well get some hands on it.
Always smiling.
They just got to hang in the game. I think they got to take the game to the last over. Plovdiv, still got 7 balls to get there.
Low strike, and it bounces kindly for the fielder. And not going to take any risks. They'll take the single.
Extra pressure on those stops at this stage, to say the least. Just see some of the people from ECL about those boundary stops at this stage of the game. So that's a pretty good over in the end, as they concede 5 off it. So 76 for 2. Remember I said 4, but 5 almost as good.
Yeah.
Now you need to have a similar over. You need to actually have 2 similar overs or better, because you need 8. Again, that sounds easy on paper, and they've done it so easily. I think if they were chasing 100, they would already be more than 85. But there's just something about the nature of chasing that you feel that pressure.
Yeah, I was wondering when Shankar was going to be called back. I knew he had to bowl his second. The first wasn't the best. He gave him a great start. 12 off the first.
I like this. Extra man up in the circle.
Caught and bowl opportunity. It goes down. It was hit firmly.
Yeah.
But I think that was at a comfortable height. He got ready. He was in position to take it.
At least he stops the run. I mean, Harry Kumar is striking at about 50. So he's not really hurting you on the scoreboard. So
It's also a dot ball.
yeah, and it keeps him on strike as well.
Edge. Got to stop it. Got to get down. Does. Well done. And in comes a throw.
Good fielding. Well, if they were a Bee Gees song from 1980, they'd be staying alive at the moment. MU Plovdiv, but not by much. And now this is a real test. You've got Kadyan. He's been hitting the ball well today. He's on 35.
Yeah, and then the man, that square leg goes back. Sri Kumar still keeping the long off inside. Abidi not going back. This is where it is now. I wonder if he's thinking, I'm just going to, if it's good, I'll block it. But if it's there for the shot, I'm going to go for it. If he gets the one boundary here, he'll be happy with that.
Plovdiv's reasonably happy giving him one and trying to dot up Harry Kumar. They don't want to give away a boundary.
In the air, chance. Oh, just dropped short, and he's going to go all the way. Well, this is where you got to be alert. You got to be alert. You got to be walking in. And Rahul Sardar, I don't think you were. This was an opportunity. You got to make this count. It's moments like this can win it for you. And well, he was undecided.
Here's the thing: he's got to do one or the other.
Yeah.
And I think I'd be backing off that and maybe conceding the one. Doesn't hurt you that much.
No. That's the big wicket, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. But I don't think he was going to get there. I think he did try and get there. Wasn't even close.
And, well, this one, good throw, he's in trouble. And once again, it's not a good throw. It's they just haven't got this throwing from short range right. They've been going for power. They've been going for hitting the base of the stumps rather than trying to aim at the keeper's gloves. You see there, that just needs to be a gentle throw into the gloves.
Sense of panic.
And it's I'm going to say it's some of these basic things they've got wrong, and that's what's cost them.
So now, any score ties it. I think now's the time you've got to gamble, bring everybody in. You don't really have anything to play with anymore.
A massive moment. Looks like Plevin are going to survive, and Plovdiv, they will play no further part in this series. And well, this ties it. Single taken.
It's well done by Harry Kumar. I mean, I know it hasn't been pretty, and you look at the stats. So I think sometimes statistics don't tell the whole story. Harry Kumar's run well. He supported his partner, and he hasn't panicked.
No.
Kadyan, he deserves the chance now to try and score the winning run.
Yeah, I mean, this would be fitting. He does deserve it. Hopefully he will, and not get himself out in trying to do so. He's batted so well. It's been the innings of the series so far. And that'll do it. And well done. And he fist pumps the air. And, well, there's cheers of delight from Plevin. They're absolutely over the moon. And they want to celebrate. And you can see them asking the ECN staff, can we run on there? Can we go? Can we go? And I think they've been told, no, come on. Just wait. Let the the two guys, first of all, shake the hands of the Plovdiv players. Well, you've got to spare a thought for Plovdiv. It's not been an easy series for any of the teams with so much time sort of being lost because of the weather. They haven't played the number of games that they would have liked. But, well, Plovdiv, they've certainly shown, certainly the captain, Simon Hussain, for one, that they are a good side. And just on this occasion, maybe because they didn't play as many games and got their batting to click, it just didn't happen for them. They looked good, didn't they, at one point, halfway through the innings. You thought they were going to get plenty of runs on the board. So, unfortunately, we are not going to see them again. But there's the man who's doing all the smiling. It's the captain, Akshay Harry Kumar of the Medical University of Plevin, because he, along with definitely the player of the match, maybe Kadyan, has led his team into a next match. It won't be an easy one because they have to play the loser of the Qualifier 1 between Bulgaria and Medical University of Sofia, but at least they've earned the right to be there.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, the Plevin 11, what a story. Didn't even make the finals last year, and they have done it. They've pulled off a bit of an upset, you'd have to say. And yeah, Plovdiv, you got a feel for them as well. Always a really entertaining team to watch. And it was just a really good example of how a game can turn on a dime, because they were cruising, weren't they, after 6 overs of this contest, and then it all took a bit of a turn. Speaking of a turn, this one was costly when you look at it. You don't often see a wide of that magnitude. And then there was the first wicket of Nitin Sunil as he fell with a score at 16. But yeah, Kadyan was the man that basically took the game away. Even though Salman Ali got that breakthrough, that was Yadav that went before. Handy little contribution from him. But then with the score at 28, these two came together. The captain, Akshay Harry Kumar, along with some big blows from Kadyan, they got them all the way to the target with an unbroken partnership of 56.
Yeah, I mean, that pull shot was absolutely marvellous. Well, this one wasn't so good, but fortunately, both the fielders were okay in the process of colliding with each other. But some of the shots that were played were fantastic. And you saw there, and you probably see a few more times, the shying at the stumps from Plovdiv was not the best. And that's what let themselves down.
When are you doing that? I'm too busy working. All right. Yeah, this is the one. I think he either has to back off and swallow the single or, really go after the catch. I think he does the latter, to be honest. It's just probably one that doesn't carry to him. And so it will be Plevin that will make it through. They'll get at least third this year.
Hey, look, a question for you very quickly as we're going to see the scorecards and things coming up. Player of the match, who would you go? Would you go for Kadyan, who batted brilliantly, or would you go for the bowling for Shirayat Mohammed? Because you could say that that Plovdiv were on a roll. They were going to look like they're going to score 120, and all of a sudden he comes on, takes those 3 wickets,
I'm
and
glad
everything
I'm not
changes.
making that decision.
It's got a hard one to call, isn't it?
Really good case either way. Yeah, Shane Mohammed 3 for 7. We'll see that in a second. Have a look at Indo-Bulgarian versus MU Sofia, though. Interesting, MU Sofia, they've decided to bowl. So Indo-Bulgarian get a chance to see them bat first. I think Indo-Bulgarian have chased so well. Perhaps it's to do with just, making them bat first and hoping they might be a bit directionless, I suppose. MU Sofia, I think they also benefit from knowing how much they need to chase with players like D'Souza, and he can ramp it up accordingly. So that's coming your way in around about 20 minutes. Of course, the winner of that match will be straight through to the final as we see the snow-capped mountains right next to this Vasilevsky National Sports Academy in Sofia, Bulgaria. We'll take a look at the scorecard. It was 84 to win, and they got there thanks to a really good innings from Mukul Kadyan. I think he looks like a class player to me. Played some nice shots down the ground, some nice pull shots as well. Showed some power and panache as well in that innings. 41 off 23.
Yeah, never looked worried and never gave a chance. It really was a very, very good innings.
And Akshay Harry Kumar, 10 off 18. Okay, you look at that and think it's not a good T10 innings. Actually, it was. It's so circumstantial.
Yeah.
And he was involved in that partnership of 56, which essentially gets them over the line. We can see Uzair and Sulaiman Ali in there. No one really got the treatment, did they, for the most part? It's just a case there weren't enough runs on the board. And yeah, I take your point. Shari Mohammed, he could have been player of the match. I'm not sure who they'll give it to. I think I might have given it to Kadyan, but just shows you, Shari Mohammed, he dropped an absolute goober on the first ball of the day. He turned out to be a hero, and he's helped Plevin get into qualifier number 2. As we have a look at the summary of this. They get there in 9 overs, so 6 balls to spare. Plovdiv winning by 8 wickets. We're going to take a quick break, and on the other side of it, we'll have the 1 versus 2 clash, qualifier number 1. The loser of that will be playing Pleven later in the day. The winner will be straight through to match 24, the final. Hope you're having a great day. I certainly am. Thanks again for all the well wishes. Hopefully you can join us for the second match of the day. Goody Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Fall. See you soon for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
And welcome back to Sofia in Bulgaria on a beautiful sunny Saturday. And we are just one game into finals day, and coming up we have qualifier number one. It's the teams that occupied the top two positions after the round robin stage. It's defending champions Bulgarians who are taking on MU Sofia. Both these teams with 3 wins in the group stage. Let's go over to Stefan Gooch, the tournament referee, who's with the two captains for the all-important coin toss.
Heads a goal. It's heads. Right.
So it's MU Sofia that have elected to bowl first. Their captain Ishan De Silva deciding that he wants to chase. Always a bit risky in the final, but think maybe he knows with this powerful Indo-Bulgarians lineup, let them bat first. Maybe they have been good chasing as well, Indo-Bulgarians, so perhaps that's behind the tactics of De Silva to send in the defending champions. And they certainly do have a lot of firepower. They've got a pretty strong top 6. Mishra and Lakov at the top of the order. They've been boosted by Dunbar as well at 3. And look, they have some good bowling options as well. They've a balanced attack. They've got plenty of options, pace and spin. I think the lawnmower is always key. Nick Johns Wickberg, I think, actually suited him bowling off a slightly shorter run. So we'll see exactly how he approaches it in this game. And Indo-Bulgarians, they were undefeated, although they only played 3 games. They had 5 washouts, believe it or not, in the group stage. But MU Sofia, they're a good team. We know that. I think they've got 2 players that need to fire if they're going to chase these runs down. It's the captain De Silva and Kevin De Souza. And Kevin De Souza is one guy. If he gets on a run, he can be really, really hard to stop. So I'm really looking forward to qualifier number 1. Remember that the winner of this game goes straight through to the final later today. So a big prize on the line and a big man to commentate this one with me. Rico Full is in the commentary box as we get ready for the second match of the day. Qualifier number 1, and it's MU Sofia. They've won the toss. They're bowling first. Let's get ready for the first ball.
Thank you very much to the birthday boy. Yes, very happy birthday to Mr. Maxwell, Vinny Sandu. Yes, we come back to the Vasil Levasky National Sports Academy. A combination of sun and cloud today. Just got a little bit cloudy here as we look at the stunning views via the drone of where we are here in Sofia. What a match this promises to be. They did play each other yesterday, and in that one it was an easy victory, wasn't it, for the Indo-Bulgarians. They restricted Sofia just to 58 and got them 4 down. And well, this time round I think Prakash Mishra, Chris Lakov got to be key. I think Adrian Dunbar, he'll be looking to get some runs back. Also, Bakhtir Tahiri, he's a bit like Sulaiman Ali for Plovdiv. He's done well in the field and with the ball, but hasn't really got runs on the board so far. And well, the Medical University of Sofia, they'll be hoping that somebody like their wicketkeeper batter, Omer Rasul, gets going. Maybe he can do the sort of magic that we've already seen in the day's play from Kadian and get some big runs on the board. Kevin De Souza will be key. We know all about him. He's sort of hot and cold, though, isn't he, at the moment? But this certainly is going to be a mouth-watering match. The umpire, Savan Guleto, is ready with Tamron Peters. And it's going to be Rasul, Ali Rasul, that is, to bowl the first ball. And we'll be bowling to Chris Lakov. And the captain of Indo-Bulgarian, Prakash Mishra, is at the non-strikers end as we get ready for the start of this match. And a very warm welcome to everybody that's tuning in. And the players watching around the ground as well as we go at the first ball. And it's a no ball, and it will be called. I seem to remember something like this happening before with Ali Rasul. I think last year he had a fantastic time with the ball, and then all of a sudden he got sort of the jitters. No ball call, so a free hit it will be. And no, that's not the start that you want to be, and you certainly don't want to be giving Prakash Mishra an opportunity to get off the mark on a free hit. So that will be a no ball and a run to Chris Lakov. Rasul. And well, he knocks him over, but he won't count. Well, that's where he needs to be. And well, in my playing days, that used to be a big fine, getting a wicket off a no ball, and or off a free hit. So that will be a fine, and he'll have to get his livers out later. And Prakash is just saying to Chris is probably saying, Prakash, what have I told you? And Prakash is saying, yaar, fikr na kar, mainu pata si no ball hota, main shot mariya. Well, let's wait and see. Well, that's a good comeback, though, you have to say, from Rasul. Now, you will also notice that today, that some of the bowlers have gone back to their full run-ups because the ground has dried up significantly for them to be able to do that. And Ali Rasul, you can see yesterday he was just bowling a couple of steps. Now he's back to probably what would be his normal run-up. And he comes in again. And it's a slower delivery. So he's certainly trying things out early. That's not a bad ploy, really. Probably thinking that Prakash is probably not expecting this, probably expecting a similar delivery to the one that bowled him. This will be an interesting contest. And here we go. Lakov has not faced a legal delivery, but does have a run on the board. This one is short. It takes a long time to get to Lakov. He manages to get a bit of bat onto it. And look how mucky it looks down there. That's one part of the ground that certainly did suffer. He does well. And I think the hardest thing here is to try and keep your eye on the ball and also try to keep yourself from falling down. That's a really good bit of fielding. It really is. He's done really well there. Just a bit overcast now. I'm just wondering if it means that we might see some further movement from this ball. And that's high again, and it's another no ball. That's the second because of height. And going for the slower one once more, and well, then he gets hit by a bouncer. I don't know if you see this. This is a bit, well, that's the no ball that he bowls, and it correctly gets called. I don't know if you see when the ball comes back at him, it sort of bounces and sort of, well, he gets a short bouncer himself. So he's had two, one more and he's off. And remember, that's a new change in our rules. It's anything waist high or above, we call them. And this, oh, it almost was another. This one dips. And you know, sometimes I do say, this goes back to one of the things that myself and Vinny were talking about the other day. I honestly believe that some bowlers, they have run-ups just for the sake of it, because it looks good. He bowled far better just a few steps, and that's what he's gone back to here now. And that's well bowled. Wasn't the best bit of running, a little bit slow. And it was Rasul that does the fielding himself. This is a long over. Hasn't really been any real damage done at the moment. Still no boundaries. So he's got away with it up to now. Nice looking shot, and gets a hand on it. Probably would have been one anyway. I think this is a good, I mean, this opening pair, I think is a good partnership to have, because you've got Chris Lakov, who's very correct, and he plays authentic cricket shots. And don't get me wrong, he will put the bad ball away. And then you've got someone like Prakash Mishra, who, if he's on form, he can just go ballistic, he can go wild. That is the end of the first. And it was an interesting start, wasn't it? Struggled Ali Rasul to get his line, but he never got punished for it. 9 of the first. And it looks like the second over is going to be bowled by Shuktai, somebody I've been very impressed with. And a man I'm very impressed with all the time, and he's looking the part today as well, wearing the Bulgarian colours, Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, thanks, Rico. It's good to be back, and we had a bit of an upset this morning. Will we see another one here? The Bulgarian, defending champions and undefeated so far this week, albeit only in 3 matches that we saw yesterday. But they do top the table by a point, and this is Zirak Chugtai. I like him as a player. He's always giving 100%. He's choosing to go off the short run again. Lakov and Mishra, pretty experienced opening combination for Indo-Bulgarians. I think it's interesting, some of the bowlers electing to go off a bit more of a longer run today because the footing's a bit better, but some are sticking to the short run. I think it just gives them a bit of confidence with the footing, and also a lot of bowlers had success with that tactic yesterday.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think most of the bowlers bowled a very good line and length, and certainly when you're playing on the same pitch, why change it? Why change something that worked?
Reaching for this one, Mishra misses out.
Yeah, he does. He tries to get a bit of power in the shot. We really needed to concentrate, perhaps a little bit more on just guiding the ball away. Gets another chance. And well, he doesn't like guiding, he likes hitting hard. And they have set the field, the trap, if you like, for him. This one doesn't quite carry to the field or out there.
So one thing I was going to say is, yeah, Ali Rasul, shades of a year ago, when he had trouble with the high full deliveries, he's a beneficiary of that slightly loosened playing condition that allows 2 before the third one you get yanked, and he was off the long run in the first over. Swing and a miss. Lakov. Just not really how he normally plays that. Normally kind of goes towards the ball a little bit. That time his feet kind of going away from the ball. That's why he misses out. Does like that cut shot.
Yeah, I'm surprised there. He's missed out on this.
That's probably a wide. It's gone over the head. Lakov, perhaps slightly foolishly going after this. All that's going to happen here is you're probably going to nick it. 21 jump shots. It will be the one for the over as well. Just want to say hello to everyone. Once again, thanks to everyone that's wished me a happy birthday. Just saying it once quickly this match. Thank you to everyone for your messages. Nicely struck by Lakov, but well cut off by Ishan De Silva. Does a good job to get around to his left. Fielding's so important, isn't it? Especially on finals day when the results can be decided by a matter of a handful of runs. These all matter.
Good stop. Captain leading by example.
Good delivery. Get a bit of shape away. Pretty good over by Chuktai. He concedes 5. 2 overs in. Score is 14 for no loss. What do you think about the decision of MU Sofia to chase? I mean, normally I like batting first in finals, but do you think it's just a matter they want to know exactly how many they need? And I suppose the other thing is they do have the double chance, right?
Yeah, I think so. And also they will know, look, Indo Bulgarian, they only batted once in their 3 games yesterday first, and they only put less than 80 on the board, 79. And then when they chased, there were scores less than 80. So they haven't had a good knock. And I think they're probably thinking, look, they're not really flying with the bat. Let's try and restrict them. And then if any of our big hitters get going, let's knock them off. Let's cause another upset here on finals day.
Yeah, here's Ali Rasool back for a second over. He has to be careful, because if he bowls one more of those waist higher above full deliveries, he won't be able to bowl anymore. Hello to Sakil Khan and Harshal and Helix and Liam. Thank you so much. Short. Prakash has completely misjudged this one.
Yeah, Prakash, I think, when you're sort of overexcited and you got too much adrenaline flowing, he said, look, this is the sort of delivery that he would normally put away. He said, he's probably, if the right word's probably fidgety, probably just a little bit too fidgety, just needs to calm down a bit.
That time, he will go after it. Doesn't quite get it in the middle of the bat, but he will get 4. It's not a good ball. Bit of an overcorrection, really, from Ali Rasool. He's 2 full in the first over. He's dragged a couple of half-trackers down to Mishra. This time, he pays the penalty.
Yeah, you see what that's all about. In his mind, he knows that if he tries to overpitch and get the Yorker in and gets it wrong, he'll be off. He knows that. So that's why he's ending up bowling short here. And Prakash, well, he's going to try and make the most of it.
Better length, driven down the ground. We only get 1 here. That's probably one thing. Bit of a mismatch in the running between the wicket speeds of these two, even though they have batted together for a long time.
Yeah.
It's Lakov is a bit of a hair. Not going to say Mishra's the tortoise, but
No,
I'll just say that
he's not that slow. But no. Yeah, I mean, there's a opportunity. And Lakov, well, it is the 3rd time he's done the same thing. He got away with it twice yesterday, and he's got away with it here today. And he knows he's looking at us because I was the one saying to him yesterday, look, when you play that shot, get some elevation in it. Here's
the thing. The bowlers are going to have to start wearing helmets and protection soon when Lakov's batting, because the ball really comes back with interest. He does survive. It's one of those catches, either it sticks or it doesn't. It wouldn't stick that often. Rasool, last ball of his spell. Happy to play him out here. So Mishra will retain the strike into the power play. Bulgarians don't lose a wicket, but they haven't put a bunch of runs on the board just yet. 22 for no loss after 3.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, Rasool gets his overs in pretty well, and manages not to bowl another full beamer.
He comes back from what could have been a disastrous first over.
Yeah.
And he only concedes 17 of his 2 overs, so it's actually not so bad, is it, from Rasool? Didn't get the breakthrough. Here's a wicket take-up. He's 9 and 8 of his 2 overs.
So Chuktai is going to bowl himself out as well. So both the openers are going to complete this spell. So that's power play is over. So the field can be spread. Just having a look around. It looks like it's 2 have gone. Well, it looks like 3 now going to go out on the leg side boundary. Fine leg is inside the circle. 3rd man is back and also behind square. And up it goes, and that's hit very straight. Lovely shot, straight down the ground. And well, this is what Prakash Mishra, when he gets going like this is his strength. He takes that it's a little skip, isn't it? One step skip, and boom, 6 runs.
He doesn't try and hit it too hard, and he doesn't try and hit across it. I think that's the key there.
Yeah.
Sometimes people go on the charge and they lose their shape. That was really nicely stroked down the ground. Goes this time, but it could be trouble. And it's Ali Rasool who will take the catch. So Mishra has to go, and he hurls the ball. It's over and it's out. It's going to be gone. And Mishra, he just didn't get all that pull shot. And the result is the first wicket. And if I'm chuckling, it's because he's actually thrown that for 6, but I think the catch was completed. And so Mishra's going to have to go. It's 26 for 1.
Yeah, it's a big wicket, and they know it. Prakash Mishra, he is the guy. He is the batter who can turn it on the big day. But look at this. Well, he didn't go for 6. Well, he does now.
I think that's one of those ones. He had completed it.
And listen, can you imagine if that gets called a no ball?
Yeah, true. It'd probably be 4 overthrows.
To do, wouldn't you?
It probably would have been 5,
yeah,
actually.
it'd be 5 because then, well, anyway, that's it. It's a good wicket to get. And well done. And as you said, Chugtai, he's always been thereabout. He bowls well. He's a tall man. He gets good accuracy. And he just gets Prakash going for 1 shot too many there. But a good catch also from Rasool. For a moment there, I just thought he'd come in too much. Yeah. But he adjusts well and takes a good catch
we
over
have
his
seen
shoulder.
people kind of running under the ball a bit this week, haven't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's a big wicket. And once again, you see Ali Rasool certainly had a tough start to this game. But a bit like this morning, Shari Muhammad, he's turned his day around. Dunbar could be out first ball, and he is. And it's clutched on the second attempt, as it's 2 wickets in 2 balls. And have a look at that. Delrick Minu, he is up and about. Well, don't hurt yourselves, guys. They know Dunbar's a big wicket. He has to go for a golden duck here in qualifier 1. And suddenly, Chugtai, after getting drilled down the ground, he's on a hat-trick. It's 26 for 2.
Oh, this is sensational. Well, look, how many times he tries. You know, I'm going to say this. There's probably some umpires that will say, did he have this under control? Because, look, he goes out,
eventually,
out, and just here. Well, yeah, I think he does. He was just overjoyed. Well, Delrick Minu, he had a bit of a mare yesterday in that very position, but he does catch it probably on the 3rd or 4th time, and he is absolutely delighted. What a big moment that is. Dunbar departs and hasn't had too much batting practice. We were talking about this yesterday, where they could have changed it slightly into Bulgaria and have maybe Dunbar opening the batting, so he could have got a bit of match practice. 2 wickets. This is the hat-trick ball, Vinny.
Here it is. Hat-trick ball. Tahiri to face. Happy to play it out for a single. I don't even know how many juggles that was. I said second attempt. I think there were 2 major attempts, but there were a few little touches in the meantime. I'm going to count these. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe. And he throws it forwards. The throwaways haven't been very good.
Look, I don't get it. He even had his face in the mud, in the ground, and his hair still, he gets up and his hair is still in place.
Lakov's a good man to still be there, though. The conductor, he will just try and set the pace for the innings, despite the loss of those 2 top-order wickets.
Yeah, don't forget, though, Tahiri yesterday, though he wasn't flowing with the bat, he did score a gutsy 20-odd runs. So, I mean, that knock yesterday for him could be so important. And I think Lakov will be talking to him all the time as well.
Oh, he could have had a third as it whistles past the outside of Tahiri. What a good over that is. 2 wickets and 6 runs off. It started with a boundary, but an excellent comeback from Chugtai. He finishes with 2 for 11. The score is 28 for 2 after 4. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo alongside Rico Full, and it's great to be here. And of course, it's been a big day, and it's already started. Unfortunately, we had to say goodbye to MU Plovdiv, who went down a bit of an upset to Pleven in the Eliminator. But we can actually show you, if you like, exactly where we're at with finals today, because if whoever wins this game will go straight through to the final. The loser, we know that they will play MU Pleven after a little bit of a break. That'll be the first match of the afternoon session. Then, of course, the final later on. So plenty of cricket still to come in Bulgaria, and all 3 teams left in the competition. They're very capable of winning this. Yeah,
and what's great, I mean, Plovdiv, they will play no part, but they're making plenty of noise from the sideline as they're watching.
Loose one down leg side from Daniel Ali to start the over. Yeah, so, I mean, even Pleven, look at the way Kadjan played today. You know, he played with assurance and a bit of maturity. So, yeah, we know the T10 format, anything can happen. Might not have seen our last surprise on finals day. Yeah, better delivery. This one has a bit of shape on it. They're going to hustle here. Lakov wants it. That's actually really good running, because they actually had a bit of hesitation in there at one point. You see Tahiri a bit quicker than Mishra that we saw batting at the very beginning. You see, Tahiri's always pushing for it, and that's normally what Lakov's doing. So he's saying, okay, I'm game if you are. And again, on this surf, it's not so easy for the fielders to get to the ball quickly and pick it up cleanly.
Yeah, they've run really well there, actually, and that's all about communication, all about being on the same wavelength.
Forced to defend this one. Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think Bulgarian, as a batting unit, I think they quite like knowing how much they need to get. So some teams it's the opposite. So the risk batting first is they don't know quite how aggressive to be. Especially if they've lost a couple of wickets, which they have now. I think, if Lakom's there, he's going to bat aggressively, but quite risk averse. I think that's his game.
Yeah.
So it means that someone like Tahiri has to go. But the thing with Tahiri is when he's just been out and out over aggressive, he hasn't been contacting many balls. He's on strike right now. Goes after this, and he just sneaks in.
Yeah, I mean, one thing about Daniel Ali's bowling is that he's quite clever. Like, he's bowled that one now. This one wouldn't surprise me if it's right on the pegs. And Tahiri, I think, will have a go if it is pitched up.
Decides to just take the single. Yeah, they certainly got this run rate under control, don't they? At the moment on about 68 pace or so. You would imagine that would rise, but again, easier said than done. It's been a good over from Daniel Ali. Started with a couple of loose ones. This is right on the money. A push and run here will allow the single. Lakov retains the strike, moves to 13. Halfway through the first innings of Qualifier 1 into Bulgarians after being sent in. They're 34 for 2.
Yeah, this is good work, isn't it, at the moment from the Medical University of Sofia. And they're keeping it tight. I mean, you would say that Tahiri at one point needs to go big. I mean, if he can get a quick fire 40 runs of where to come, I mean, you know that Chris Lakov will probably give you another 20, 25. And that does take this score to one that I think Indo-Bulgarian can defend. Don't forget, Indo-Bulgarian, their bowling attack is superb. And when they score that 79 against Plovdiv, they restricted Plovdiv to 53. So they will be thinking that if they can get to a score around 80, that they'll back themselves to defend it.
Yeah, I agree with that. They've got a well-balanced and strong bowling unit with lots of options. Here's Delric Vinu. Well, certainly a man that wears his heart in his sleeve, and he was pretty relieved when he dropped the catch, but then was able to gather it on the rebound. Here he's bowling over number 6. Starts with a wide. Lakov going after that one. Maybe trying to guide it into the vortex. It's a tough one for Lakov because, he has to work out kind of exactly how he's going to play, especially with Tahiri not really hitting his straps yet. May want to take a calculated risk. So I think normally he just kind of plays the ball on its merits, plays what's bowled at him. This one just leaves him a little bit. There's been a bit of swing around actually, and compared to the start of this game, where there was a little bit of sunshine, it does seem like the clouds have come in. At the moment, the rain is staying away, which is good. Hopefully we don't get any. Had plenty during the week, didn't we?
Well, it's a good question for you. Did we have more rain or more snow?
Well, that's the thing. If you just joined us in this tournament, we had basically matches postponed because of snow on Tuesday and Wednesday, and quite substantial snow as well. Big chunky snow. Dropped. This one leaves him, and yeah, no real footwork from Rasul. So he just goes after this. I don't want to use the word lazy, but I'll just say, just watch his feet. Don't really move. And so that ball gets outside his eye line, and he's annoyed because I think most of the time they would stick 9 out of 10. I think you catch these.
It's quite similar to the one he did take yesterday, which you correctly said he only just managed to hold on to it. The old ice cream cone.
Yeah, that one burst through the gloves. So Lakov is dropped on 13. So just remember that. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. If that doesn't get nicked, he catches it, but there's just a little, whatever the word is, a little bit of, your heart races a bit if you feel a nick sometimes as a keeper. And so it can just cause you to maybe snatch a bit or just do something different. Anyway, has to try and forget about that. They're still in a pretty good position at the moment, MU Sofia. He's just losing the radar a few times.
Yeah, it's interesting in there. I mean, he does have, and I remember this from previous series here, this does happen to him. He bowls like we've seen already. The first couple of deliveries that he bowled were superb, spot on. And then all of a sudden, he starts to bowl really wide. Sort of, I think it's all about his follow-through. I think he gets too wide, the stumps. Needs to get a bit closer. See how he does this time. And,
really struggling to missing to the left.
Oh, well, I'm not sure the wicketkeeper's very happy about this. And well, that's not the sort of thing that we like to see. I think getting frustrated. Well, that's not going to help the bowler's confidence at all, is
He's
it?
saying, hey, you know what? Yeah, have it back and try again. Probably not the best kick either.
Probably that's why I'm
that's what we call non-verbal cues from the keeper.
Yeah. You know, if I were the bowler, I would have gone up to him and said, look, get the ball back and say, hey, catch this.
Yeah, it might have been, probably that wasn't necessarily directed at the bowler. It might have just been a bit of frustration. I think Rasul probably knows he should have held on to that one earlier in the over. Yeah, don't often see. I know that in Netherlands they call their second tier cricket the hoofte class. That was real hoof from Rasul. He hoofs it to mid-on. Another edge, and this is vortex bound, and it's going to be 4. So lack of. Well, he only needs the outside edge of the bat at the moment. That's Patahiri, in fact, pardon me. So he goes after it, gets a little bit on it. And, a foot fielding attempt.
Oh, I'm glad he didn't put his foot on that. That could have been nasty. I mean, look, on this ground, especially that part of the ground, this is where you lunge yourself at it. You need to be diving to stop these. You get his good diving conditions.
This one, another wide. This is closer though. Well, count them up in this over. I think that's the 5th wide of the over. So we're heading for an 11-ball over. So he's getting good movement. The key here, it looks like he's coming off a shorter run now. That's one thing you can do. Another thing is maybe start to run up a bit wider so your body angle is just a little bit closer to the batsman, facing the batter. Full toss this time. This is driven away. This will be a test in the outfield. Fielder is coming it around and he does stop it. That's really good bit of work. It's Alban Jacob. And they will just get a couple of runs there. That's an excellent bit of fielding. Never gave up on that. That's the longest boundary on the ground.
And that's why I'm saying, if you're going to get these slides in, this is the ground to do it. It's been perfectly conditioned for the slide and stop. Good work.
Let's get this one on track. That's the end of the over.
Oh, hang on a minute. Oh, dear. You know when it's not your day. It looked like it was going to be his day. As we see the ball, it finally comes to a stop. It looked like it was going to be his day when he took that catch. I mean, it took a few times before when he got Dunbar caught on the no ball. And then since then, it's gone from bad to worse. And now he kicks the ball away and gives him a single.
How many kicks in the over? That's what I want to know. Because the keeper kicked one, the bowler kicked one. In the end, gives away an extra at the end of the 6th. It's 48 for 2. Well, that's another example. I mean, Vinu had a lot better control off the shorter run. It's something that was forced on the players yesterday because of the conditions.
Yeah.
And when he did switch back, he certainly bowled a lot better.
Well, the 6th over is going to be known as the footsie over. But no, you're absolutely right. Ali Rasul, we saw he went back to his longer run-up, had problems with the control, and then we saw that from Delric Vinu. And that means that this over now is an important one. Daniel Ali bowled very well. He's first. He wants to try and tidy things up a bit. They've just, again, released some of that pressure in that over 14 coming off it. So Daniel Ali, well bowled, gets a good bit of bounce from this. He's bowling to his field.
All right, so here, this is something that I'm doing now. Once a day, I'm calling it. This is my daily lurker call out. If you are lurking, then get in the chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Send us a message. Let us know where you're watching from. Even if you can't normally chat, I'm calling all lurkers. Please, this is your daily lurker call out. Hashtag lurking. And we'd love to see you in the chat, just so we can acknowledge you and say thanks for being a part of the European Cricket Network today on finals day in Bulgaria. I'll only do it once a day. So I just want to see who we got lurking in the background.
Come on, lurkers, where are you? Let's have you. Let's hear from you. Sliced. And I think this will go to the boundary. Yes, it will. And it will be 4. So the runs are starting to flow. And sometimes it's been because of some bad bowling. And other times it's been because of some streaky and lucky batting. If both these batters now have had a little bit of luck.
Yeah, it was vortex bound, wasn't it? And yeah, needed a boundary. They've got up to about 82 pace, 83. This would have been trouble if there's an infielder, but there's not. So we'll just be a single. Oh, we've got the lurkers coming in already, Rico. They're coming in quick as well. Got Dave Edmondson lurking in Cornwall again. Edith Weston from España. To Kevin, who's watching in South Africa as well. Had some really good tips. Noticed that Vinny's just falling away a bit, and that's maybe why the ball was going to left last over. To Sandori. It's not too much of a lurker. He's in a bit. Hello anyway. Okay, push here, but I think it'll just be one. So Lakov, he will retain the strike. In the Bulgarians. Finished 7th over at 57 for 2. Back to the lurkers in a second. First, let's just have a look at where we'll be over the next few weeks in the FanCode European Cricket Series. Be in Romania in Monday. I always find it funny to think in 48 hours we'll already be playing cricket in Romania. Yeah. And then we have a whole 4 weeks in Sweden. 2 weeks in the south in Landskrona, which is formerly called Malmö, that series. And then 2 weeks in the capital, Stockholm, before we go to Prague for a 2-week series, and a week in Vienna in Austria, and a week in Budapest, Hungary. It's all coming your way. So make sure, if you haven't already, to subscribe to our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Not just the live telecast every day, but highlight videos and player of the match videos as well. The big shot, of course. Don't forget you can catch that as well. Of course, FanCode in India, the way you can watch if you're on the subcontinent. Lakov has to hustle, and they're going to take on a 2. We almost goaded that throw. Oh, and then almost gets run out the other end.
Yeah, this one was a little bit risky. I mean, the initial throw, I think if it hits the bowler's end, would have been close. Keep an eye on this one. And then Lakov, well, he decides to go here. He wants it.
I think he almost goads the fielder to throw, knowing he thinks he can make it, but a good throw on that second one could have been very, very tight. But that's one of the weapons he's got, is his running. Yeah. I think with Tahiri, they're both pretty quick. Going to come back to the lurkers in a second. But it's good to have so many chiming in.
Yusuf, he's going back to his normal long run today. Let's see if it helps him. Well, it may do. This is catchable. It's Ali Rasul again, and he makes no mistake, and he throws this one over the boundary for 6 as well, does he? Well, that's not quite. Well, that's his party trick. He takes a catch, and then he throws it up in the air behind him. But look, he may do that, but it makes no difference when it's a legal delivery, because it's a catch, and it's a good catch as well. He's got safe hands, no mistakes. They needed to break the partnership. They needed the wicket, and they've got it. And it is Lakov that finally goes. No, Lakov trying. He tried hard. He played some nice shots. He ran well, but he couldn't get the big shot in. And Ali Rasul, well, you just see the ball there in the corner of your screen going upwards. Well, that's once he threw it up. And, well, there's all hugs all around. And, well, Yusuf, he is back to his normal run. And I said, well, would it work for him? And it does. He gets a wicket. Well done, well bowled. But more importantly, well caught.
Yeah, well, 10 points for catching. 2 points for throwing after the catch. But, yeah, big wicket to get Lakov at this stage. He nursed his team to 59. But now Chopra will take over at number 5. Yusuf is one guy that seems like he is benefiting from a slightly longer run-up today, Rico, getting a bit more rhythm.
Yeah, he does. He was the one, if you remember yesterday, he was chatting to us and he was saying, I'd love to get back to my run-up. He said, but it is a little bit slippery, so I'll wait till tomorrow. And so far, he's doing the job.
Chopper goes after this. No contact. Hello to JP, watching from the Czech Republic, as well as Ken Shaji. Well, he is lurking at Vasilevsky's. He's actually pretty close to us here. I know that Shaji's been in the squad a couple of times. To Matthew, who's lurking in Devon. To everyone else. Mizanur, who's lurking from somewhere. And Kai Bay, lurking in Sydney, Australia, enjoying finals day. Well, very happy Saturday night to you there in Sydney. In the air, but won't carry. Just the one. Both these two should run well as well. So takes them to 60 with the ball left in the 8th. Hello to Yassis. It's nice to have you in there. And lurking in the Netherlands. I hope you're going well. Missing you already in the Netherlands. To Whitley Burton lurking in Serbia. Yeah, I'm sure there's quite a few viewers from there considering the Serbian flavour in this team this week. In the air, but over the top. Big chase coming up. Should get 2 here fairly comfortably. I think that's all they'll get. They're turning for a 3rd. I mean, they are running well. That's one thing. Some of these boundaries are a bit harder to come by. The running is super important. That is the end of the over. The score is 62 for 3 after 8.
Yeah,
I'm
good
loving
over.
all these lurkers, Rico. I've just got a few more. To Rob Thompson, who's lurking in New Zealand. Hello to you. And anyone else I've missed. Gone through as many as I can, but keep them coming in because we do appreciate it. And it's great, you know, to have that kind of variety in our viewership. Viewers not just in Europe, but all around the world, Rico.
Yeah, it's great. Thank you to everybody. And keep coming, keep spreading the word. And certainly, we have you on there. We have the lurkers on there. We'd like to give you a shout as well and let us know if you're enjoying what you're seeing as well. And let us know how we can make it better, of course, as well.
Here's AJ, Albin Jacob. Starts with a wide. Seems a little bit nonplussed about it. He's wondering if he's occupying the same time and space continuum, but that's straight over the line. That'll be called a wide every time. Got to get it inside. The line belongs to the umpire in this form of the game.
Jacobs, Chopra, his stance makes it look like he's looking to attack every delivery in this one, but he can't complain about this. That is a wide.
Certainly, you know, one or two maybe is acceptable and over out there because you might sneak a few in as well. And they are hard to score off. Chopra likes to go leg side, so they're trying to take that away from him. There's a third, though. That's not great. Not that kind of hat trick you want to start with. But, yeah, I see Matt Ems lurking from Western Sydney in Australia. Well, why don't you try me out with a suburb, Matt? I'll see if I've been there. I've played a little bit of cricket in Western Sydney before. And also, you know, Luke's obviously there, keeping an eye on things. We appreciate that. Sahin, lurking from Bangladesh. Love all the Bangla viewers. Great to have you. The broadcast, very passionate. Well, this is Miles in the air, and it's going to go Miles. Maximo! That one's gone across the street. I hope it looked both ways. The chopper up, this is what he can do. When he comes off, he can come off big, and that's a powerful strike. I never saw where that one landed, Rico.
Well, he played something like this yesterday, didn't we? We said the name is Chopra. He doesn't want to be chopping it. He wants to be hitting it. He wants the boom boom, and that is the boom boom. And that's probably the biggest straight hit that we've had so far in this FanCode European Cricket Series here in Bulgaria, Sofia. And, well, he sent that one away. He's after more. And, well, this one stays inside the line. That's better. That's where he's looking to try and get it. He's had plenty of practice.
Yeah, exactly right. Well, Luke's saying just he's not a huge fan of the blue pitch in Landskrona. I've got to admit, it was strange, but I found the ball really easy to pick up on the blue pitch. I think it actually was pretty cool. But let us know your thoughts if you do remember that series last year in Sweden. Of course, Rico will be doing that one with Andrew Ryan. There you go, Chopra. He's got to be careful he's not a one-trick pony here.
This was everything, including the kitchen sink. I think he's trying to set a record for hitting it the furthest. He's given his an almighty swing, and but he's missed it. He's just having a look at the bat there to see if there's a hole in it.
He goes straighter this time. Bit of work for the man on the boundary. They'll probably take on two, they don't. Tahiri was keen, and this is why you do. They still might get two here. There's nobody at the stumps now. Wow, it's a bit of chaos. It probably should have always been two, to be fair. See Tahiri running the first one hard. Chopra wasn't super keen, but I mean, it's going to be a really good piece of fielding that runs you out from here. And this was a supersonic laser of a throw. It gave Ali Rasul no chance.
He's at the screen then, and Ali.
Rasul.
But if he doesn't stop that, that was going to the boundary.
Could have
That
been.
is a really good bit of backing up.
Yeah, Omar Rasul, pardon me, keeping for Emir Sofia. Matt's watching from Penrith. Well, that's Panther territory. And welcoming you to the broadcast, Matt. Well, this is in the air. This is catchable. He's going to have to do a bit of work. He has to keep his feet. Ali Rasul, and he drops it. 2 out of 3. He has a ping at the stumps. They might get another one here.
Running. यार की कर देता पहला कैच मेरा शॉट देता फिर बॉल एमी थ्रो कर देती और रन दे देता. Well, it all happened in the ninth, as you say, and it could have been a hat-trick catch from Ari Rasul, but this one just didn't want to stick.
Oh, he had to get through the quicksand first. That's what makes this harder than it looks. You see where he's standing. Then he does the direct hit, but I think he's clearly home. You see standing in the crease. It's good awareness from the batters to get through for a couple in the end. So, yeah, exciting. It's actually a 3 because they ran 2 and then they ran the overthrow. Last ball of the ninth coming up, and you're right, it does all happen in the ninth, Rico. So, whips off the bails, but once again safely home. End of the ninth. It's walking stick, 77 for 3, 15 coming off that over from Jacob, which had a few thrills and spills. And like you always say, Rico, it all happens in the night.
All happens in the night. There's 2 overs, and there's that one from Urban Jacobs, and it was the other over from Derek Vinu, where they got most of these runs from. And well, I think in the Bulgarian going to be thankful for those 2 overs, because otherwise this score, well, it would sort of be lurking around the 50s. They need a big finish, and Yusuf, his first over was a good one. Let's see if he can follow it up with his second.
Yep, he's off a long run now, isn't he? Steaming in. 77 plus the last over. Pretty good first ball. Can't do too much with that. Tahiri just has to eat it. Top ball. Yeah, a few people in the chat, Liam and Luke, saying looking forward to having Andrew Ryan back, and we certainly are as well. We're always really happy when Rhino's available. And so that'll be the first series in a while that I'll take a back seat, and I'll be watching like everyone else, Rico.
We'll be looking forward to hearing from you, as always. And I'm sure you'll be enjoying your well-earned break, Maxi. Well, this one is down the leg side, and well, this time, well, Omar Azul did have to be quick and move his feet.
That's good keeping.
Otherwise, that would have gone all the way at 4-5.
Call it out both ways. That was an excellent piece of wicket keeping. Made it look easy because he went early, had good footwork there. Omar Azul, that could have quite easily found its way to the boundary. Could have another Grady 80s chase. Feel like we might, Rico.
It looks like that way, doesn't it?
They're going to push here. Chopra doesn't seem that keen, and he still doesn't seem that keen.
But he should now.
Well, this is the issue here. Even if you get a run out there, you don't actually save a run.
But this is a bit crazy, because look at you got the fielder that's coming here, D'Souza. He doesn't need to do this. He needs to be backing up, not running to the stumps. 2 of them being there makes no sense. The bowler's already there.
Yeah. They came and spoiled each other, really.
Did D'Souza. If he stayed where he was, it would have just been 1. I think, actually, that 1 would have been better for in the Bulgarian, because I think Chopra has got the range. He's more likely to hit the big shot.
Well, speak for yourself, although this one shouldn't carry. Ali Rasul, it's going to be taken. So they give away the extra run, but it does result in a wicket. Tahiri's going to have to go for 21. Last over chaos. It wouldn't be T10 cricket without it on the European Cricket Network. And the Bulgarians lose a 4th wicket now, 80 for 4. And of course, the new batter will be on strike. Looks to me, the new batter will be Gagandeep Singh. But nice catching by Rasul. He's 3 from 4 in the field. This one, he judges it nicely, makes his way around slightly to his right. And this time, he throws it forwards.
Yeah, this is I mean, look, this is good, because we said, didn't we, when he bowled his first over, and we said you've got to keep your chin up. He did. He took the catches when he had to, when he was under pressure. Then he dropped the last one, which would have made it 3 out of 3. But he stayed focused, and he's doing his part for his team. Takes a good catch, and Tahiri has to depart. But he batted well and made a good contribution.
Bat on ball, and almost reeled in by Daniel Ali. They're going to go for 2. It's a long throw, and I'll get there. I think the keeper and the batter collide. Not too much damage in there. As, I think they both run the same way here. He tries to get out the way of the keeper, but the keeper's coming forward at the same time. Accidental collision, not too much in it.
Yeah, Gagandeep. He can give it a good bash.
82.
Use the long handle, he needs to.
2 balls to go. Gives up his stumps, push hard. I think they'll just take the 1 here. I think Chopra wants it. So Chopra will get 1 chance to launch one. 83. It's been a hustling kind of innings, hasn't it? Yeah. 83. And Bulgarians, it'll be a really good test for their bowling lineup against some quality batters. I mean, you've got Ishan De Silva, probably Kevin D'Souza at the top of the order.
Yeah.
And they're 2 that you want to get pretty quickly. Last ball, buckle up. Swing and a miss, and should be out, and it will be out. So, keeping by Omar Rasul to get the regulation run out. Gagandeep Singh doing the selfless thing, trying to run for that extra run, but the keeper was up to it. So, Indo-Bulgarians will finish 83 for 5. So, there was a slight collision earlier in the over, but Omar Rasul gets his revenge the best way possible. Yeah. I like to see that as well from the players, at least trying that, because we have seen those miss before from the keeper. Bulgarians, the defending champions and Bulgarian ECL representatives, they have 83 to defend. And Emi Sofia, I think they'll be pretty happy with their work. They elected to bowl. I think they have restricted the Indo-Bulgarian team to a score in the 80s. I think if they bat well enough, they're good enough to get straight through to the final, Rico.
Yeah, they are. Indo-Bulgaria, we said that if they get to score in the 80s, they'll be pretty satisfied because they'll believe that they have the strength and the ability to defend that. They started well. I mean, Prakash, he swung and missed at a few, but he did get some out the middle of the bat. Well, Lakov, he gave another opportunity to a bowler, but he was put down, but he wasn't able to really make it count too much. This was one of 3 catches that Ali Rasool took, and
you've got to be careful with your celebrations as well on this surface. That's what we've learned in the last couple of days. How about Vinu, though? It was a juggler's act. He ends up eating grass, but he does come up with a catch, and then he's up and away. And Rico, at this stage, Emi Sophia, they were feeling pretty good about how things were going.
Yeah, they certainly were, but this is when things went wrong. He was the hero when he took the catch, but his bowling wasn't so good, and then his fielding, well, that one he decided to kick in front of him and give another run away. And, but they needed something to happen because there were some nice shots being played, and there he was again. Ali Rasool was the one to break the partnership, and Yusuf, I have to say, he was probably with the pick of my bowlers today. He bowled really well.
He bowled with good rhythm, and well, how about that for a 720 spin? They certainly know how to have fun out there, Emu Sophia. Well, this one disappeared into the clouds. I never saw that one again. And then Rasool, he drops one that was one of the 4 catching opportunities that he got. That was the 4th one that he did take. And for the most part, I think they fielded pretty well. I think also, I'd say, Indo-Bulgarians, they hustled well. I think they probably got 15 or so runs just by running well between the wickets. Otherwise, they're probably going to get something like the 70 or so. And so, yeah, it was a bit of a team effort when I look at it, because 4 significant contributions with the bat. Lakov, 19 at the top of the order, Mishra with 14. And Tahiri ends up top scoring, 21. Well, he was caught late on by Ali Rasool off the bowling of Yusuf. And Chopra contributed 1 Maximo in his 12. Dunbar missing out, disappointing for him, but that's kind of just what will happen sometimes. Gagdeep Singh came towards the end. 14 extras in there, so 12 wides, 2 no balls, all avoidables, but I think it was a lot to do with their tactics to try and kind of hunt that tram line on the offside. So you're going to get a few of them if you have that tactic. And really with the bowling, the wickets were shared by Zirak Chugtai, who bowled really well early, 2 for 11. Probably the best of the bowlers, but Yusuf can also say he was the best of the bowlers. He had identical figures, and maybe even better because he did bowl at the end of the innings. So, very interesting first half for Qualifier 1, and I think a very fascinating chase coming up, Rico.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, those 2 bowlers bowled really well, and they kept their team in it. I think today's certainly been a day of extras, I think, in all the innings that we've had so far. Probably too many extras, but I think you're right, Vinny. I think this is all about the players knowing each other, knowing where they want to be putting the ball to keep the ball away from the dangerous areas. So sometimes there will be a few extras, but still, look, to containing the Bulgaria to 83, I think they've done very well, but they know themselves that they need one of their batters. So somebody like, is it going to be Ishan De Silva, the captain, or will it be Kevin D'Souza? Umar Rasool, he's due some runs. He didn't get going yesterday, but they need somebody to get 40-odd runs, and then they've got this game. Remember what's at stake. The team that wins automatically books their place in the final. The losing team have got a difficult match up against Bowden.
Look, and don't forget, we had pretty much a similar target that was chased down in the first game to cause an upset. So let's see if that happens. But we know that the defending champions in the Bulgarians, they've got a pretty good bowling attack. So it should be all to play for when we return. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Back in a few minutes with the chase in Qualifier 1. It will be Emu Sophia needing 84 for victory. You're watching the European Cricket Network, and this is the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Zidarasti, hello and welcome back to this exciting Qualifier 1 between the current and reigning champions, Bulgaria, who are looking to continue to hold that crown, and they're up against the Medical University of Sofia in this qualifier match. The team that wins will automatically go into the final later today, and the team that ends up finishing second in this one, we've got a difficult match, which will be the eliminator number 2 against the team that was successful this morning in the match against Medical University Plovdiv and Medical University of Plevin. Plevin winning that one in well, a little bit of an upset, so they await to see who the losers are here to get their chance to be in that final. But who's going to go there? Well, I think Bulgaria will be pretty satisfied with their efforts to get into the 80s, though I'm sure they would have preferred to be more around the 100 mark, but some of the big guns didn't quite fire. Tahiri was the man who scored the most runs, scored 21. And now, well, they need good bowling, and they've done that very well in the 3 games they've won in this series so far. Yesterday, they won all 3, and this man, Rohit Demian, bowled really well. And he starts up to D'Souza. Just paddles this down to the man at third and gets a single. Rico full here, and alongside me is the birthday boy, Mr. Maximo.
Thanks, Rico. Thanks once again for everyone for being so kind. I see Yannick's in the chat. And very warm hello to you, Yannick. And, yeah, really looking forward to this chase. I think it's a very interesting target. Demand opening up as usual. I think we'll see these two slightly contrasting approaches. I think D'Souza is the one who will take more risks earlier. And, we talked about on this slightly slow field the importance of attacking the power play. So they've got kind of mid-off, mid-on back for him, but also a straight mid-off in the circle. Cracks this, but cracks it straight at the fielder in the infield. So that'll just be one, handled by Sajid Saini.
Yeah, and you can see the difference also every time the batters change strike, the field changes. Prakash Mishra knows these players really well, doesn't he?
Yeah.
And he knows where he wants the field to each individual.
Protecting the cover drive to De Silva. Gets a thick outside edge. Yeah, so that's the difference in the field. To De Silva, who was on strike just then, they have long off and a deep extra cover because he drives really well through the offside. To D'Souza, I think he's more likely to elevate straight. So they've got mid-on, mid-off back. And he chops on, and it's a pretty soft dismissal from a big hitter. He just tries to get a little bit cute with this, and he pays the penalty. Unfortunately for Kevin, he goes early in the chase, and an early wicket for MU Sofia at 4 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, you said it, Vinny. This is a very soft dismissal from a very dangerous batter. He won't be happy to see this again. And you can see that both the batsmen have been happy just to play the ball into the corridor off the third man. But this one, he gets it wrong. And maybe, you see this happen sometimes. I think you've got to play your natural game. Yeah, it's too cautious. Go out there, play your natural game.
I mean, look, hindsight's 20/20. He didn't have to go crazy early. But as an aggressive player, you always kick yourself when you get out like that. He'll be taking the pads off, saying, I don't mind getting out, playing an aggressive shot. Yeah. And that was just a kind of flat-footed dab. He found the bottom edge. Look, credit to Demand. He got it in a good spot. It wasn't an easy ball to go after, so he just tried to manufacture something. It's a big loss for MU Sofia early. Brings Omar Rasul to the crease, though, at number 3. Still plenty of batting to come. But that one does hurt, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, and especially when he's gone early and he hasn't really played his natural game. This is going to be interesting. Omar Rasul didn't quite fire with the bat yesterday. Can he make up for it today?
It's a big inside edge on this. Lucky he does as well. Demand, he's not quick, but he's accurate, isn't he? He's always testing you. End of the first over. And the score is 4 for 1. Successful over for Demand.
Yeah, bowled very well. And this is exactly what the reigning champions needed, a wicket early. And of course, look, you know, if they can win this match, it just makes things a little bit easier. They got a chance to sit back, have some lunch, relax, and take some time to prepare. Whereas, of course, the team that doesn't lose, though, there's going to be a little bit of time between this match and the next. They've got another tough match to play before they even think about getting into that final.
Yeah, it's a hard task, playing 3 in a day. One of these teams will be hoping And they make it to the final straight away for sure. As we have Bakhtiar Tahiri coming on, over number 2. It's worked away behind square. So, yeah, you don't want to be under-aggressive in this chase either. I think I will be trying to go the 10 and over as a kind of a benchmark. If you fall a bit off the pace, then you're still going at 8s or so. They're just a bit behind after the first over. Let's see what they do to Rasul, who's on strike for the first time. They've gone that deep backward point, kind of guarding the vortex, and there's a deep mid wicket as well. So they've gone 2 fairly square outfielders for the new batter, Rasul, who's facing Tahiri. Pushes and no run there. Lakov coming in pretty quickly, mishandling it. And again, that intent stops the single.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming in, walking in, looking to attack the ball, and the batter automatically decides against it.
Yeah, he's really tight on that single, Lakov. I think he identifies that Rasul's just trying to knock and run, get off strike. If he does, he knocks it into that side of the pitch. We've seen a couple of these.
It's not for the first time. We saw it a number of times yesterday. And here we go again.
Is that out if he catches it? It's just checking. It does hit the ground, but yeah, we've seen that happen a few times. Another little dab. Just a little bit tentative at the moment, Rasul. Doesn't really know what he's doing. I think he's just trying to knock it away for one, but not having a lot of luck.
Looks a bit lethargic, doesn't he? Doesn't really look in the mood, if you like. He just looks a little bit slow. Maybe he just needs to play a couple of shots to get his confidence.
Bit of extra bounce this time beats him. That's good bowling from Tahiri. He's only conceded 1 in 5 balls. This is turning into a really good power play for Indo-Bulgarians. Especially when you're defending something that's, let's just say middle of the road. Always helps to have a start like this. Now he does push and get a run, but he'll be back on strike. As that is the end of a very good over from Tahiri, who only concedes 2 singles. 1 off the first, 1 off the last. And so after 2 overs, MU Sofia are 6 for 1.
Yeah, he does fantastically well there. Just doesn't try to do too much, and maybe that's probably been the difference so far. I know it's early on, but Indo-Bulgarian and their bowlers, first 2 here, Rohit and also Tahiri, have gone with what worked for them yesterday. And that's when they were just concentrating, just getting the ball in the right areas and not trying to bowl too fast, just keeping to and sticking to the short run-up. It's going to be Rohit demand to continue. They were successful in his first. Let's see how this one goes.
They do like to bring him back straight away. You see Lakov, he just keeps pushing it tighter and tighter. I think he knows the value of these dot balls.
Yeah.
This is where I think you need to be a bit brave. You don't want to leave it too late. You've only got 1 more power play over. Gets a full toss. He'll probably get a boundary here. So it's ill-directed. I think he did kind of make that into a full toss as well. Rasul was kind of on the march. Demand just pushed a bit straight. No fine leg, 4 runs.
Yeah, he got into position early, didn't he? He actually gets into position before Rohit delivers, but Rohit, I think, then tries to just get the Yorker length in, knowing that he's going to come down, but Rasul was pretty clever, quick to it, turns it into a full toss, gets a boundary, 4 runs.
Now hits it pretty hard, and the windmill, the lawnmower I should say, can't deal with it, as he just couldn't get down. It's a tough part of the ground to field, so that was a much more confident shot, wasn't it, from Rasul, and he gets another boundary.
Yeah, that's more like it. He seems to have woken up from the little nap he was having. Maybe he was having a little bit of siesta. He's hit this well, and John Swickberg not able to get down quick enough to stop it. Nicely played shot.
I think they had 3 out there for a second. It's well spotted. Maybe in the process of having a field change.
Yeah, he brings up the long off now and puts long on back. So John Swickberg goes on the boundary.
Strike 2. Second false start. Do call the lawnmower sometimes the windmill because he has that windmill action.
The action, yeah.
He is the lawnmower on his shirt. This one is whipped away off the pads. Well, this is a long chase out there. Exciting. We'll do it. A funny one from Lakov because he kind of slides.
He sort of.
I've seen that interpreted as fake fielding before. I don't think it is. I think he's just
No.
getting out the way. He's just enthusiastic.
It looks like he wants to slide, and he slides, but the ball doesn't stop for him. Fortunately, there is somebody backing it up.
He just bails out. It's a nice shot. Nobody back here. And I think this will be another boundary. It gets there. And so Rasul, after a pretty slow start, certainly gets moving here in the third, making the most of the last over the power play. 3 boundaries have come off it.
Yeah, this is a really nice shot. I like the way he basically carves this ball to where he wants it, holds the pose as well. Well, there was a nice few opportunity to take some shots there for Dennis Oroz, the ECM photographer. We'll see probably those on the social network.
Goes straight and goes pretty good. Straight down the ground. Maximo! Homo Rasul turning the game on a dime. And this is probably the best of the lot. Pretty compact, holds his shape, and just times this one. Targets that straight boundary. It's pretty short. That one lands on the hill. 6 runs.
Yeah, now that's really, really well played. Lovely shot. That certainly has accelerated the score. And they move on to 26 for 1. That's the over they needed. Didn't start that way, did it? It looked like he was quite nervous being out there. He looked a bit cagey. But then all of a sudden he got his footwork going, and that just goes to show and demonstrates once more what good footwork is all about. Dances down the pitch, smashes that away. And, well, that's a good over. It gets them back where they want to be. Yeah. 26 for 1.
Have a look at that power play. The overs went for 4, 2, and 20. So a magical third, and you wouldn't have seen it coming. Demand just getting taken to the cleaners. So it is lawnmower time. Nick Johns Wickberg, he's bowled so well in this series. He's only had the 1 day of cricket, as of all these Indo-Bulgarian guys. But you see that Nick's directing traffic there, just saying exactly where he wants his field. Off the shorter run, it seems to be suiting him, actually. This is why we call him the lawnmower, because he'll start it up. He'll be bowling to Silva, who's only faced the 3 balls in the power play. That's not many at all.
You know who he reminds me of? I'll tell you in a minute, especially when he starts his action.
Good start. It's well fielded as well. Okay.
Right on the money. It's when I used to be at school, my headmaster used to be like that, hands behind his back, and he used to rock like this every time he's giving me a telling off.
When he looks grumpy. Once again, it's pretty accurate, maybe a little bit straight. I'm a little lucky to not get tickled down to fine leg with that one, because there is no fine leg in place. So, yeah, I think he's been telling me he's been bowling a lot of cross-seam deliveries. So it's pretty unpredictable how it will react off the seam. So some kind of go away, some come back, some bounce a bit more as the sun comes out. We're happy to have some sunshine.
Yeah, liking the sun.
It's a really good ball. This is what I'm talking about. His natural action is what I call a leg cutter action. So
yeah,
it's a bit like Carl Rackerman used to bowl. It's a very obscure reference, but kind of pulls his fingers down the left-hand side of the ball. Not really spinning, but more pulling it. That's why it can go away from the batter. Just loses it wide. But yeah, but then the other thing is when it hits the seam, sometimes it comes back the other way, left to right.
Yeah,
good umpiring.
Yeah, it was not too far away, but the consistency of the umpires been fantastic. They've been spot on.
And once again, that's where he's been. So he's just probably missed his spots a couple of times here, Johns Wickberg, but I think for the most part, he's a really reliable option. So right now, they're pretty much right on the rate required. He's dropping 1 or 2 runs behind, but at the crossroads in this game. Goes down the ground, and it's just out of the grasp of the infielder, and Prakash has made a meal of this. Oh, I'm not quite sure how he's done this, and I think he's happy the tree's in the way here, because it went over Negi, who thought he had half a chance of a catch, and then Prakash has just thrown the boot at it, and he's missed it with 2 feet. The result's 2 runs. The result's 4 runs, I should say.
Yeah, Prakash has been struggling with his left foot, and I think what he's tried to do there is just put his right on it, but it wasn't the one he wanted to use. He almost tripped himself over, and straight away he punishes himself and changes his position in the field.
That's more the over. Pretty well timed by Rasul. Hit quite a few out of the middle now. End of the over. It's 33 for 1. Not a terrible over from Johns Wickberg, but I think the boundary will be pretty frustrating. As ultimately no feet were used in that fielding from Prakash Mishra. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, with you for another day of ECN cricket. Well, it's hard to believe we are now something like 11 or 12 weeks into the season, about 3 months into the season. And
It's flying by, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And,
by.
you know, we're hopefully going to get the 1,000 games in this year. Plus, last year we had a really good year, over 1,200. But it's wonderful to have your company. And Rico, it's good to have you here too. And
Always
yeah,
good to
plenty
be
of exciting cricket coming up today, and of course over the next few weeks.
Yeah, it's looking forward to this. I mean, it's a shame that we had, well, it's sort of been a shortened series here. And we always love our time in Bulgaria, as we do wherever we go.
Yeah.
But I'm looking forward to kind of Romania. It'll be my first time, so you're going to have to show me the ropes.
Yeah, it will be your first time in Romania. I'll be there for the first half before I have to head to Desert Springs because we're also covering the T20 International Tri-Series in Spain in a week's time. So I'm looking forward to that. Here's Chris Lakov, who's going to bowl over number 5. Starts with a wide. And Chris is another one I think seems to have benefited from the short run-up. I just think he's able to replicate it. I also think there's secondary factors like the batter not having that long to recover. And kind of worked it out. There's probably 15 seconds between deliveries off the short run, probably closer to 30 off the long run. And when you say you probably spend 5 facing up, you probably have 10 seconds to think rather than 25 as a batter. All right, don't have to think too much about this. It's gone to the longest boundary though. And has he taken this? Well, he's thrown it away. Well, I'll have to have a look at this, and I hope he's okay there. I think it may be 6, just judging by the reaction of the people in the area. But that is a remarkable effort. You know, hats off to Rohit Daman, who takes the catch, and there's no way he could stay in play. Look, he takes it there, and then where does he land? That's okay. And
6.
Yeah, he just the foot lands before he throws it away, so it will be 6. But you got to applaud the effort, though. I mean,
what a fantastic effort. I mean, he did catch it, but unfortunately the momentum takes him over the rope. Lakov here just struggling with his line, isn't he? He's normally a pretty tidy bowler, normally gets it right, but straying too wide. I mean, even that one that was hit, it was probably going to be called a wide, but he gets good power in the shot. Rasul, what a great effort there from Rohit.
Push and run has to be stopped. That's Vortex territory. Throws from the knees. Kanganeep Singh. Yeah, I mean, those moments are big as well. I mean, even if he could have thrown it away, probably saves 4 runs, probably 2 instead of 6. But, yeah, Lakov will be frustrated with that. But still hanging in this contest. And this one will be a lot more difficult to stop as Demand goes to his left, and that's Vortex territory. 4 more runs. Has Emu Sophia pull ahead in this chase.
Yeah, this is a good shot from the captain, Ishan De Silva. He's hasn't faced too many deliveries before that one, only 5. And he's probably thinking it's probably about time that I feel the middle of my bat, and he does, and he plays that lovely. A lot of shots played there. I'd love to, after this ball, that was being played out into that area again, and that's what I was going to say. I'd love to see if somebody could actually prepare for us like a wagon wheel for the whole series, and just shows us how many of the runs that have been scored in the series have gone down in that area.
There's been a lot. Yeah, for sure. Especially when you're normally trying to bowl the off stump. It's a smart area to target. Got the short third man in the circle and then a deep backward point. There's another one in that area. Lakov's bowling pretty accurately, hitting that offside, but at the moment they're picking up the runs. They have got the required rate down below 7 now. As Lakov has 1 more to go in this over. It's cost 15, including that 6, which is so close to being out or not a 6. So it's going just into the offside. Dunbar will hunt it down. Not before a single is scored. That's 5 overs down. Emu Sophia in the box seat at the moment. They're 49 for 1. And what an innings this is from Omar Rasul. And it really shows you, even if you struggle a bit early, I think he was 0 of 4 and was finding it hard to get going. He certainly has turned things around pretty quickly.
Yeah, I'm liking this change. I was thinking to myself that I get the feeling that both these batters quite like the pace on the ball. I know that Rohit's second over wasn't a good and it went for 20, but they need to try something before this game gets away from them, and I think this is the right time for the captain himself, Prakash Mishra, to have a go. And or anyone else, I'm just going around who else could give them that sort of spin option, or maybe even just get Tahiri on to bowl his second.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point. I mean, they've got lots of options, so rather than kind of put all your eggs in one basket and bowl someone a second over, maybe try someone you haven't used yet, like Mishra, who certainly can chip in with a wicket or two. So yeah, they need to really keep things tight for 2 overs here in Bulgaria to bring this back to evens. And this isn't going to help. This is going to be a little edge into the vortex. That's going to be 4 more. Just seems everything's rolling towards Emu Sofia at the moment. 4 carreras.
Yeah, and sometimes the rub of the green doesn't go your way, and this hasn't. It certainly wasn't where the batter was looking to play this. But gets enough on it to get wide of the wicketkeeper. 4 more runs in there. Well, the boundaries are starting to flow here as well, aren't they?
It's that slower ball. Mishra bowls it so well. But I think it's good decision making. They've got 2 batters now that are essentially set. And rather than attacking that, just happy to take the one. Just picking your moments to be aggressive now, I think. Don't have to go looking for risks. Don't have to go after good deliveries. Rasul on 34. Oh, little edge again. Guess what? This is going to be 4 more. I think they need to plug this area. I think you need 2 on the boundary down there.
Yeah.
Because just the one fielder isn't doing the job. And the result, another, you could say educated edge. I don't know if it's quite where he wanted it, but gets the desired result. 4 more runs.
Yeah, I mean, the follow through from the batter, Rasul, he's showing that that's what he played for. I don't think he quite did, but, well, it doesn't matter. It's still 4 runs, so that really start changing the field here now.
Yeah.
I think the one team, and we won't see them again on the field, of course, that's Plovdiv. I think they're the only ones that had the field right for that that vortex.
Slow ball. There's another one. They've got the extra man there now. Look, I think he was attempting to play that shot previously, but I don't think he was trying to get it that fine. Question from Liam about, does the winner of this series affect any future events? Well, I don't believe so this year in Bulgaria. I think it'll be the domestic champion that will be the ECL representative next year. Chip down the ground for 1. They've got it down under a runner ball now, Rico.
Yeah.
As long as this partnership continues this way, I think we'll see the Bulgarian having to play again.
Partnership's just flourishing now at the moment, isn't it? Rasul, when he first got out there, he sort of just didn't look the part, did he? Then all of a sudden, as we said, he needed confidence. He played 1 good shot, got off and running, and since then he hasn't looked back. Looks a completely different player.
And just smart batting at the moment. No unnecessary risks. That over contains a couple of boundaries, ends up going for 12. That takes us to the end of the 6th over. The score is 61 for 1. So, yeah, we'll just see some options they've got to come to here. Maybe he only went for 2. Haven't seen him again.
Yeah, they're going to go
John
back
Wickberg.
to... Yeah,
They certainly have bowlers that are capable of going for really tight overs. Kind of 5 or less, which is what you need to get back into the game at this stage. I've only given away 3 wides in the innings as well, so I haven't given away too many for free. This is a big over for me. John Wickberg, I think pound for pound, he's been their best bowler over the last day.
I've been very impressed with him. First time I've seen him, I've been impressed with his line. I mean, you say normally comes off a longer run-up, but I really don't see how long a run-up would help what he's bowling, because it's all in the arm action, all in the shoulder.
Here he is, big over for the lawnmower. Starts by getting one through Rasul. So, okay, your way back into this is pretty simple. You have to keep it tight. Obviously, you want to break the partnership. If you keep it tight, you're more likely to create that wicket as well. But you've got to get that runs back above the balls remaining.
Yeah.
Oh, just a wide.
Look,
just on the line.
What are you going to remember here, especially with the University of Sofia? Kevin D'Souza's been gone. So you've got one of the big guns out already. Rasul is the other. Ishan is out there. All the other batters haven't made any contribution with the bat. They need a wicket. They need it now, and they're back in it.
This one grabs a bit of pad. Maybe a little edge on it. Not so sure. I think it will be given as a run. Yeah, see, this is one that's a little bit straighter. And the batter's being a bit more proactive now. You see them moving around, kind of coming down to meet the ball. This is probably the difference now compared to early in his innings. Rasul. To Silva. Swings and misses at this one. Yeah, so just have a look at that equation. Batter run a ball. And in this format of the game, you always favour the batting team. But especially when you get so late in the game, if you can just get the runs back above the balls, you're in the contest. Well bowled. That's how you do it.
Plays that nicely as well, though. Silva with a nice straight bat. He knows, as the captain, he doesn't need to do anything silly here.
It's a lot like the Pleven chase, actually, the feel of this one. Nice looking shot. As it will just be one. So one doesn't really move the needle as far as the runs versus balls. So you can see why we call him the lawnmower. It's because when he starts up his run, it's almost like he's starting up the lawnmower. He's got a little jump, and we're away. Won't take a wicket today. Should push for 2 here. They'll get it fairly comfortably. But still, that's a pretty good over from Nick Johns Wickberg, because he only concedes 5, at least gets them back in the conversation. That's 7 overs down. The score is 66 for 1. Means that exactly 18 will be required off the last 18 balls. If you want to know where we're at on finals day, I tell you the winner of this game will go straight through to the final, and the loser will have to play again against MU Pleven. That game is coming up in around about an hour and 40 minutes from now, so there'll be a bit of an extended break between this game and the next. The toss will happen pretty much straight after the game, so we can't tell you exactly who that will be at the moment, because this game is in the balance. 18 required off 18 balls.
No, this man we forgot about, Gangandeep Singh.
Yeah, well, he's another option.
3 wickets yesterday, 7 runs. So he can make things happen. They need, look, they get a wicket here. I'll tell you this, though it looks easy, this is going to be a tight contest. They need to get a wicket.
There we go.
There's no need for that, Gangandeep. Come on.
That's just, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that.
But he this time the batter didn't move. He was
That's
inside
why
the crease.
I'm not scared of someone trying to
I don't
man-cut
like
me.
him looking for it. Know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
That's a good ball.
But I mean, that's the way to do it. And rather than shame him, I'll just say he was checking. He was just checking in, you know. Credit to Omar Rasul there. This could be 4, and it will be. So it's a good response from De Silva. He said, well, when you bring it down to my end, I'm going to send it away. And he does. That boundary cracks the pressure, doesn't it? Deep Singh going for 4 behind point.
Yeah, Prakash Mishra just looking at the bowler and saying, come on, that's not where I want you bowling it. But to be fair, I mean, all the bowlers, I would say, apart from Johns Wickberg, have struggled getting the ball in the right areas here today. It's down, going down the leg, I think. He's begging for it and not getting it. And Tyrone Peters, he's too good an umpire to fall for this.
Yeah, it's not miles away, but it's yards away. So worth a shout, especially at this point in the game.
Now, so will he keep his cool, or will he still try and play aggressively? And just pulls away at the
I
last
think
moment.
that's to do with the fact he just tried to man-cat him. That 100%. He's just trying to spook him, just annoy him.
Tick for tat.
That's 100% what that was about. Anyway, fair play to you.
I think he's going to be looking to go over square here. In fact, he goes the other side, but he still goes over the top. And, well, this one almost plugs, but it does make its way over the rope. Balle, balle, balle. Ginnasona, this is just perfect timing. That is exquisite timing. And what a lovely shot. 6 runs.
Worth waiting for. Yeah, perfect response. I was going to say pulling away. It's not as effective when the guy's off 5 metres instead of 30 metres run up. But still, geez, not far away now.
Yeah, that's well batted. That brings up his 50, Omar Rasul. And I said before the start of this game that he's one man after his disappointment yesterday with the bat that will want to make amends. Good players, big players, they perform when it counts, and he acknowledges the applause around this ground for what so far has been a super and maybe match-winning innings. Tremendous, absolute tremendous. Well, talk about a magnificent shot. Well, this is terrific. Through extra cover all along the ground, and we saw a magnificent shot in that exact place from Rasul earlier, which went all the way for 6. Well, this one almost went in the gutter.
Yeah, I mean, really good batting, solid batting. Quarter century for De Silva, half century to Omar Rasul.
Run away, Vinny. It's come up in no time, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, this is always a risk in a chase like this. There's a lot in common with that Pleven chase this morning, which I suppose you could call an upset as well. Pemi Sophia, they're searching for their first ECN trophy. Now they have 1 foot in the final.
I think Tahiri says to the captain there, "Hun minute ball deni hai, jada match chal gaya, pehla kada nahi ditti." Anyway, here he goes, Tahiri.
2 to win. And this one will tie the scores.
So here he does well just to hold on to it. I don't think he would have wanted to give the match away with an overthrow. So scores tied, and well, it's certainly so far this morning, you can say, been a morning of upsets. The only difference between this match is in the Bulgarian, they will get that second chance. That's why it's so important to finish in the top two.
Sure is. And they won't get it here. Tahiri shapes to throw. I don't think he's ever going to throw it, to be fair. It's, yeah, Misofia, they'll be thrilled with this. We talked about the guns firing. Rasul was a real surprise packet, really, considering how he started his innings. He's batted really well. Any score wins it now. And this will do it. So MU Sofia, they will be the winners of qualifier number one, and they will have 1 foot in the final. And who they meet, we don't know. It'll be Indo-Bulgarian or Pleven. Indo-Bulgarian. Now, they're losing their first game of the series. That means that nobody is undefeated anymore. It shows you how even this has been in Sofia. The defending champions, they're going to have to do it the hard way if they're going to be back-to-back winners of the European Cricket Series here. And congratulations to MU Sofia. I mean, they did well, didn't they?
Yeah.
In the first half, restricting the Bulgarian, the gamble, if you like, to put them in, turned out to pay off. And yeah, they needed to keep wickets in hand, and they needed a partnership in that chase. In the end, they do it fairly comfortably.
Yeah, look, this is a really important match and victory for the Medical University of Sofia. As you see, the two captains there first shake hands as they all shake hands and congratulate each other. It was a good match, but look, Sofia, remember they were the losing finalists to Indo-Bulgarian last year in the final. So this is an important victory for them. It means that so far in this series, they're 1-1. They're level, and who knows, maybe in the Bulgarians, they want to do it easy, because as you see there, they now have got to play the Medical University of Pleven in that second qualifier. And like we said, they've got to do it the hard way. But it's not going to be an easy match for them, because they're going to have to pick themselves up and come back strong.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, light rain falling. Luckily, it's the break. We will be back in about an hour and a half to take you into qualifier 2. And you see the fixture there will be in the Bulgarian and Pleven. Toss will be coming up fairly shortly. Let's have a look at some of the highlights in the chase. And when D'Souza chopped on, we thought there could be something going awry. And Rasul, he struggled early. And this is the one that just got him away. It was a rare loose delivery from Daman in the third. And after only 6 overs came off the 2 opening overs for Indo-Bulgarian, there were 20 off that third over. That magical over broke the game wide open for MU Sofia. They never looked back.
Yeah, there was some really good batting on. Just loving the positioning of Omar Rasul. I think once he gets into his rhythm, maybe it takes a little bit of time, he can be dangerous. And talking about rhythm, Prakash Mishra never really got into his rhythm. You see there the midfield. That would have been sensational. That was a breathtaking catch, but unfortunately Rohit Daman, as he took the catch, his momentum took him over the boundary. Prakash Mishra came on to see if he could get the breakthrough. He couldn't. He tried everything, really. You've got to give him credit for that. You'll see a number of bowlers used, but he just couldn't get the wicket that they needed. And, well, we're talking about Omar Rasul, but don't forget the captain's innings as well. Well, this was the big 6, but this shot was a beautiful shot, a extra cover. And, well, with those shots and batting like that, De Silva, the captain, is going to be very happy. And his team are looking in good form. They bowled very well, they fielded well, and in the end, when it mattered, the key players batted well. They may not have the depth, but if the key players at the top of the order can perform in that manner, they're able to go and win this.
Yeah, for sure. And they'll have a lot of confidence out of that performance, because the Bulgarian threw everything at them and they had the answers. When they will later on, whether they'll even be playing in the Bulgarian later on, we don't know yet. We'll have the toss shortly. But then when we return in about 90 minutes from now, it will be in the Bulgarian versus Pleven. That's 11 a.m. GMT, which is 1 o'clock in Central Europe. It's 4:30 p.m. in India, 5 p.m. in Bangladesh. And hopefully you can join us, because I think that will be a really interesting qualifier too. See if Pleven's dream run can continue as we have a look at the scorecard. And it was that partnership that was so crucial, wasn't it, between Rasul and the captain Ishan De Silva, because they combined to take them across the line. The Bulgarian didn't give them too many for free, just the 4 wides in the innings, but they end up passing the score with 9 balls to spare. And especially with the early wicket of D'Souza, I think the form of Rasul is going to give MU Sofia a lot of confidence, because he handled pretty much everything that Indo-Bulgarian threw at him.
Yeah, and he handled it really well. I mean, apart from, the first 6 deliveries he faced, once he got through that, he woke up, he played magnificently well. He didn't really give a chance after that, and I think he was well supported by his captain. And like I say, when those two get in, it as you saw there from Bulgaria, they just couldn't find a way to get through. The only success to Rohit Diman, his first over was a very good one. Only went for 4 runs. His second, though, went for 20. And once that happened after the third over, there was no coming back. They tried everything to Tahiri there. Maybe I would have fancied trying him before the captain, Prakash Mishra, gave himself that one over. But really, I think in hindsight, Vinny, it would have made no difference.
Yeah.
They were just set, and they played brilliantly, and they didn't give a chance.
Yeah, it was a fantastic chase, and everything went to plan for Emil Sofia in that game. Of course, their biggest test will be ahead of them in the final later on. Just a reminder, if you go to our website, you can have a look at the toss result as soon as it happens. Also, I'll try and put it in the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network, but we will be back in approximately an hour and a half. It'll be the third match of the day, the afternoon session of finals day, qualifier 2. Indo-Bulgarian going to fight for their place in the final now. They're going to have to ward off Pleven. So back soon for more cricket action. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full, back for the final 2 matches in Bulgaria. Very shortly, you're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to Bulgaria. It's finals day in this FanCode European Cricket Series and we have 2 matches in the bank, 2 still to come, the most important 2 matches of the tournament. And now it's time for Qualifier 2. It's Indo-Bulgarian who finished top of the table. They're taking on MU Pleven, who in fact finished in 4th place at the end of the round robin. So it does seem like a bit of a mismatch on paper, but we know that anything can happen. And I can tell you the news from the coin toss is Prakash Mishra, the Indo-Bulgarian skipper. He's won the toss and he's elected to bat. And look, no surprises there. I think that they probably didn't make as many as they wanted to in the previous match. They weren't quite able to defend it, but I think most of the time they will back themselves to defend those scores, even if they are middle-of-the-road scores. It was just a really good partnership for MU Sofia that took the game away from them between Ishan De Silva and Omar Rasul. But here, Indo-Bulgarian are, and they need to win 2 matches in a row from here if they are to defend their trophy that they won last year in 2021. But the Pleven 11, they're on a bit of a free roll, really. They certainly played well this morning, knocking out MU Plovdiv. That was a bit of an upset. And look, one of the players that I'm looking forward to watching is the lawnmower. I don't know if it's a good sign or not that I've got the lawnmower going behind me at the moment. Nick Johns Wickberg, I think he's been the best bowler for Indo-Bulgarian, and I'm sure that we will see him. Anyway, it's about time we got ready to see the lawnmower and everyone else, but it's Indo-Bulgarian bowling first. They're going to be batting first, pardon me, in Qualifier 2. Let's get ready for the first ball with Rico Full.
Hello and welcome back to the Vasil Levesky National Sports Academy. Hope you've enjoyed the little break like we have. We had a nice bit of lunch and mingling with the players and some of the spectators and supporters here. And I hope you're ready and settled and sitting back because, well, don't take your eyes away from the screen because we have another super match lined up for you here. Indo-Bulgarian, the reigning champions. Well, can they continue? Will they become champions in 2022? As well? Well, to do it, they must win this match against the Medical University of Pleven to book their place in the final. Prakash Mishra, well, he knows that that his batters have to perform. He's not seen consistency from them, and maybe as a result of that, as I look out there, it looks to be a change. But Tahiri, who the last 2 times he's batted, he's got himself into the 20s. He's been given the task of opening up, and alongside Adrian Dunbar, well, Dunbar's probably said, don't put me at number 3, you jinx me. So, well, he's decided the only way he can go is up, and he is the number 2 batter. He's at the non-strikers end. So, a new partnership. Let's see if this flourishes or not. Prakash Mishra, I also do believe he's not 100%. I remember seeing him in the field. He wasn't running as freely as we've seen, and I think he does have a slight injury to his left ankle. It's a big match here in this, the second qualifier. And don't remember, the winner will go through to the final, where, of course, we know from the earlier match today, the Medical University of Sofia wait after they inflicted the first defeat on Bulgaria. Here we go, ready to go. It's on Peters, who waits to give the signal to the bowler, and it's going to be Mishra. And gets this one in the right areas. So, score-wise, I think it's a mixed day today. A bit of sun, cloud, not really too chilly. The outfield has certainly quickened up. It's very much the same. Swing and miss again from Tahiri. But I still believe that a 90 to 100 would be a par score on a day like today. This one's cut back into Tahiri, and Dunbar is very quick to get down to the other end. And of course, one thing that will play on Dunbar's mind at the moment is the way he was out in the previous match, Medical University of Sofia. He absolutely creamed his cut shot. Unfortunately, it went like a bullet to the man at point who caught it. That was Vinu. This time, not a repeat, surely. Oh, would you believe it? This is incredible. I cannot believe this, and I cannot believe the last time I've seen anything like this. This is almost like the replay of him getting out against the Medical University of Sofia. The only difference this time is there is no mistakes from the fielder who takes a catch. That's a brilliant catch from Shazad. Absolutely brilliant. He couldn't have hit this any harder. and he tries to find the gap. He doesn't. He finds the hand of the fielder, and he's jumping with joy. What a catch that is. He doesn't really know what to do. Spare a thought for the umpire. He can't believe it. He's down and out, isn't he? Well, he's definitely out. And he may be down as well because he may not get another opportunity. So the change of moving Dunbar up the order hasn't worked. So the captain, Prakash Mishra, has to now come out with the score. Well, this with 1 on the board and 1 wicket down. Well, that is unbelievable. When a man who's got a look of shock about him as well, Vinny Sandhu, joins me, Rico Full, in the commentary box.
Oh, wow. I mean, lightning striking twice. He will not be able to believe that. He was dumbfounded. That's 2. He's absolutely zinged this today. And when you think of some of the catches that have gone down, anyway, here's Mishra to Mishra. Now this one could be another one. Just gets over. I remember Apurv Mishra did get Prakash Mishra last series. He's able to sneak one through and knock over the castle. But that was another hairy moment. Wow. So
It was
I can't believe that.
absolutely identical, apart from on that first time around. It was Derek Vin who made a bit of a meat of the catch. Mishra. That's well bowled and that's well played.
I mean, the odds of those 2 catches being held, I don't even want to calculate them. When you think of some of the catches that have gone down in this series,
Yeah.
I mean, that was a really good catch. I like the way he took it almost keeper style. He kind of skipped to his left. Yeah, really nice catch by Putampurayil. And so it's ended the first over, 3 for 1. And Apurv Mishra gets his first wicket of the series. He'll be happy about that.
Yeah, and he has deserved it. I remember you saying in the last time he was bowling, he's bowled very well. He's been tidy, just hasn't got a wicket. Well, he has got one now, and it was a good one to get. But look, this team in Bulgaria, they're a talented side. They've got quite a few key players who maybe haven't yet performed. Perhaps it's time now. Tahiri, he's become pretty consistent as he faces Kadyan. And he's missed out on another one outside the off. He's just not going down the right line here. He's not picking this at all.
Yeah, he's kind of walking it. I think he's a bit of a nervous startup, Tahiri, if I'm honest. We can all relate to that, I suppose. But Kadyan, player of the match this morning in the Eliminator, he's having a very good day.
And this one is, oh well, I don't think the fielder knows too much about this. Taran Yadva, he thought it was a catching chance, but he thinks it dips just before him. Then he's not even looking at the ball, and he ends up hitting his foot.
He hopes for the best. It's a half volley. Well, in football, they're some of the hardest ones to finish. Yadav.
It's a nice lay-on, wasn't it?
Yeah, passes it off nicely.
And fortunately for him, it ends up hitting the sole of his boot, so he's okay. Kadyan once more. And this will be a wide, and it's a leave from Prakash Mishra.
He got a pitch up to Tahiri early. I think he's more comfortable with that bit of length, even though it was up-ish towards the fielder. No Lakov yet. That's interesting for me as well. That's exactly how they'll use him. He's an industrious player. I think they're trying to put a few of the so-called hitters up front.
Into the ground. We'll take the single. Yeah, I mean, look, going back to Adrian Dunbar's dismissal, the only thing I'd say is you have to give him some sort of credit for thinking, I know this shot has got me out first ball last time round, but it's a shot I'm going to back myself to play it, and he plays it. Why are you laughing? He doesn't try to change anything, but this, I mean, lightning striking twice. I mean, that's just...
It's a good shot with a bad outcome.
I mean...
that's the thing. The process is correct.
Looks such a great shot as well.
He has to... It's almost like, like a kitchen door or a door in your house. If he hits it anywhere outside there, it's 4. And even if he hits it in the door, it still has to be caught. So, I mean... I don't know what to say, but we've all been there. When your luck's out, your luck's out. As Helix says in the chat. Yeah, spot on, Helix. I'm going to say hello to James Leslie, who's in the chat as well. I'm always interested to hear what James has got to say. Keep the flow going, James.
This seems to be here in Sofia. This seems to be the delivery that most batters seem to have trouble with as the second over comes to an end, and Indo-Bulgaria really struggling early on once more to try and get anything happening in the power play as we have a look at, where we are here today.
Yeah, so you can see 2 overs into this one that we've got into Bulgarian versus Pleven. This is for the chance to meet MU Sofia in the final. They automatically got there by beating into Bulgarian in Qualifier 1. And Pleven, they swept aside Plovdiv in a bit of an upset in the Eliminator first game of the day. So just this game and one more to finish the series.
Well, he really charges at this, and it's a good shot. He backed himself to play it. Sort of decided, I'm going after this, whatever. Comes straight down the pitch, uses his feet well, kept his shape well, head still, 4 runs. Nice shot.
Yeah, really nice shot. This is a good sign, I think, for Tahiri, because he keeps his shape and hits it through the offside. I think that's a much better shot.
And, tries to do something similar again, but comes down the wrong line and goes too much down the leg and takes himself away from it. And,
you don't want to be too predictable. I mean, I don't work the ball before. I don't think I'd be running every time at Apurva Mishra.
And he's just guided this towards the third man, and for a moment I think he thought he was going to put it straight into the hands of that man.
I'll say something. I think the fielding's improved heaps over the week. I know we just had play on Monday, Friday and today, but I think the players have handled these conditions pretty well. Some of the fielding's been excellent.
Well, I've got an answer to that as we see this delivery, and that's well played. It's a little bit too short, and well fielded as well. It's a good shot for 1 run. Look, my theory on it, of course, it's improved. We've gone from -1,
Yeah,
1 degrees, 2 degrees to like +20. So, I mean, you don't want to be fielding when it's that cold. It wasn't
Also-
weather for cricket. So, yeah, I think they're enjoying the milder temperatures, to
Also
say the least.
gone from cricket on ice yesterday to something a bit more solid.
Wide. Again, he's chasing it to here. He's not getting back onto ball on these. He just comes down the wrong line, doesn't he? I wonder if he's thought about maybe just taking that initial movement to his right and then trying to play that shot.
Yeah, still need to watch the ball. That's the key.
That's well played. It's much straighter. I just wonder if you know you've got a bowler that's going to bowl that line consistently at Tahiri, whether you'd think about bringing a slip in. It's, certainly with the score as it is at the moment, it's probably worth a try.
Yeah, maybe. Tahiri, he's played some nice shots. He's just been inconsistent, I suppose, in the series. And Mishra's always a big fish. And he's just bothered by something. And, remember Apurva Mishra got out Prakash Mishra last year, and it was one of the biggest carry-ons, I think, of a wicket all year on the European Cricket
The old
Network.
celebration.
So he's got one more ball in him here in qualifier 2.
And, well, you may have to bowl this one again. This may even be given a wide. No, it makes a bit of contact on the glove. It goes all the way through to the boundary. Can't see it from that angle. Let's see it better here. Just see, yeah. So 4 runs and a delicate little nudge. And that's at the end of the over. So we get to 19 now. But the power play is complete. So good opportunity now for Akshay Harikuma, the captain of Pleven, to just spread the field slightly. I don't think he has to make too many changes, to be fair. Maybe just think about that third man area. I would certainly deploy another man out there, because you can see both batters are trying to get the ball there. They've pushed him back, but I'm just wondering, I would put sort of a backward point in as well.
Yeah, probably. I'm trying to look at the areas they've decided to protect. And I think they've got a deep square leg long on the leg side. And also on the offside, they've got a deep kind of cover point and a third man. So, yeah, interesting field placings.
Yeah, I mean, there's that ball again, isn't it? Just outside the off.
They could still have one more back, I think, because they've got the fine leg up in the circle. Nope.
No, I think that was there was noise, but I think that's more the bat getting the surface. But yeah, you're right. I think this field, well, there you go. That's been spotted. And Harikuma, the captain, does now push that man back, where I was saying I was still having a bit more finer. And he'll come into play now as he charges in.
Yes, I mean, by putting the field back, obviously might prevent boundaries, might concede a few more twos, considering the dimensions of this field, especially square. It's a bit longer than it is straight. Yeah, so I think it makes sense, yeah, to have 2 in the vortex. Just about where you place it. It's a bit of a lottery, to be honest.
It's a good ball. It almost turns Prakash inside out. Prakash is making a little suggestion here to the umpire saying, I'm not liking this action from the bowler. I don't think it's his place to say that, but you can see as he takes place that he's running up to the umpire and saying, keep an eye on his wrist, I should say. But I don't think Paul St. Samuel is going to take too much note of it. He's been bowling all through this series.
Yeah, I don't see anything particularly wrong with that. Remember, there can be a little bit of a kick. It's a matter of degrees these days. But it's been a pretty tight over from Arham. Got one more ball to go here in the fourth. Not quite at run a ball pace at the moment in a Bulgarian. They did lose that wicket. Dunbar very first ball.
Oh, this one is hit straight and hard. The fielder gives it chase and almost pulls off an amazing stop in front of us here. Harikuma, well, we nearly lost our commentary camera in the process. He does get a foot onto it, but the ball you see here.
He does get to it just in time, but he can't pull it back with that foot. Anyway, that's 4 overs down. Scores 26 for 1. Very, very good afternoon, good evening, good morning, depending where you're watching from in the world. It's always great to have your company here on the European Cricket Network. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me. It's Rico Full. It's finals day in Bulgaria. Sun's out. Did have a slight shower, didn't we, after game 2, but nothing too substantial. And the ground in pretty good shape considering the kind of weather we had this week. We had it all, didn't we, Rico?
The ground is amazing because a couple of days ago it resembled a lake. So it's done marvellously well. And once again, as we say, credit to everybody that worked so hard to make it fit to play on Thursday. The players out there, 1 or 2 of them were involved, the Federation, the ECN crew. And because of your hard work and efforts, that's why we're playing.
Yeah, they had rain, snow, horses, a lot. Anyway, here's Yadav with over number 5.
It's more of the same. It's almost like they've done their homework, haven't they? They've been saying, right, we know what we want to do. Forget the pace, get that ball short of length outside the off stump. This one's getting a wide. This is a close call for me. I think keep an eye on the batter as well. Batter does have that initial movement. I think that's a rough call.
Yeah, maybe.
This one is straightforward.
Yeah, this one. Certainly, this has been their tactic, Plevin, and it worked. As you come back to live action. Quick game's a good game. Overcompensation. It has been their tactic to bowl a lot of finger spinners and to kind of hang the ball outside the off stump. He worked very well against Plovdiv this morning. He's just overcorrected a couple of times here, Yadav.
Yeah, he's just struggling here to get it right again. But doing the right thing, though, I think, not trying to bowl too fast. That one's better. Just floats this one up there. No pace on the ball. Captain does the fielding.
Gonna say hello to Sports Analytica, who's watching. Great to have you with us again. And to everyone else that's watching, I hope you're looking forward to a good contest. Certainly, Plevin, for me, they're the most improved side in the competition. They weren't quite able to put it together last year. Missed out on the 4.
Just get the sense here that Prakash Mishra.
I mean, if there's no bat in this, I thought this is gone. We'll have a look at it. There's no real appeal, but
they're surprised because they're surprised as I am because I didn't really hear the appeal. I like to see the ball again. My first initial feeling was that it was maybe missing leg.
No.
Let's have a look.
That's out. I mean, if he hasn't hit that, that's gone. And there's only one person that appeals, and that's Yadav, and nobody else is that interested. But I tell you what, that is absolutely salmon trout, and Prakash Mishra is going to have to go. That's good umpiring because, I mean, the umpire saw it clearly. It's not about the strength of the appeal. That fulfilled all the criteria, so a very strange one. But Prakash Mishra is going to have to go, and he departs at 31 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, I said what I was going to say when I saw him play that shot. I said he's playing a little cagily. He is not looking to play his shots, a little bit like Kevin D'Souza did in the last match, and gets himself out, and that's exactly what's happened here. Doesn't want to play the shots. Normally you'd see him going right across, down to one knee, trying to hit this one out on the leg side. He doesn't. Only the bowler appeals, but he gets his reward from the umpire. Hard, and I think the fielder here tries to get out of the way and stop it. He's going one way, the ball's going the other. But I'm not surprised. This was hit pretty hard. But, well, Mohammed did not want to know.
That is a great shot, first up from Lakov. he comes in with plenty of the innings left, over half the innings. Not a bad position for him to come in.
I think Chris Lakov has got a point to prove here as well to his captain. He won't like being dropped. And I think it's probably the case of one or two of them have said, well, maybe we don't think you quite accelerate as much as we think you need to. And he's probably saying, right, I'll show you.
I don't know if it's dropped or not. I think maybe I think he's more suited to the middle order. Maybe
No,
they wanted
I
to get-
disagree.
I don't think it's
seeing the way that he bats, I mean, if you've got a batter like that in your side, I think he's got a bat opening in this format, because I think that's the only place, and your hitters work around you. If he can bat the whole 10 overs, which Chris Lover more than likely can, if you can bat the whole way through the innings, he will come back with 40 between 40 and 50 runs, and the others work around you. You've got your 110, 120.
Yeah, maybe, but I mean, also when the field goes back, the running's super important in the second half of the innings. So it's not just about boundaries. I think on this ground, I do take your point. Anyway, he still gets plenty of time to get to work, doesn't he?
He does. And it is going to be Mohammed who was targeted by Lakov in that last over. It's a good shot that went for 4. And so Ria Mohammed, we know that he had a very interesting day, didn't he, this morning when he dropped Saim Hussain off an absolute dolly, first ball off the innings. And, well, then he came back onto bowl and he took 3 wickets.
3 for 7
just
off his
7
2.
runs. Yeah, and he really made the difference and got themselves a chance to get into the final. Slight delay here. I think they're just waiting for technology maybe to catch up with us.
I don't mind reading out Steve Cook's comment then. Take a nice waistcoat and tie, Rico. When Steve gets married next year, he'll be wearing pink, but don't tell his fiancée.
Ooh,
Okay.
You know,
Well, you might be watching.
I have to
You
say,
never know.
I am looking for a nice pink number. No, seriously, I am. I'm searching. So I bought.
Always on the lookout for something different. We started with a wide last time, and it was stumped. This time, it's just a wide.
What?
This-
Another?
yeah, they're basically saying if we miss, we want to miss outside. But I suppose you don't want to miss too often.
Well, this one has been hit hard, but it's high opportunity, and both fielders go over the boundary, but the ball doesn't. It just stops dead. Well, this one came out a bit funny out the hand.
This is
I must
crazy.
admit. Went high up in the air. It was clubbed, and both the fielders. Well, have a look at this.
Now,
I mean,
it's not a boundary, because, look, it actually just plugs, and they never touch it again when they're over the line. So that foot's back's no problem. But that has absolutely gone into the surface.
this one doesn't quite find the middle. The opportunity to take 2, and that's really good running. That's good alertness from Lakov. Well, what else do you expect from him? That's one thing he does really well. He's certainly by far the best runners are here.
It's almost a good old-fashioned back pass here from Harry Kumar. There you go. Over to you. Good running to get back for 2.
And, this one's just banged into the ground. They do take him on. A good throw here. Well, if you can get his balance, would have been interesting. Yeah, but you would put your money on Tahiri getting back. Tahiri's still there, remember? And a lot is going to count on him as he's in double figures.
We talked about into Bulgaria and doing it the hard way. And they have to do it the hard way within the hard way because a couple of early wickets here, but still, run rate not too bad. Apologise for the lack of score on the board at the moment. It's 42 for 2 after 5.3.
And hasn't quite hit this as well as he would have liked. You can see what he's trying to do, Lakov, but just sort of slices it rather than gets it out the middle.
43 now after 5.4. A couple of balls to go. So let's see if Shari Mohammed can avoid getting hit to the boundary.
Sort of drags this one down and looked like he was getting set to go for it over the top on the offside. But, goes the opposite way, goes to the onside instead. Good
Excellent running
again.
Yeah, Lakov, very quick to get down the other end and get back for 2. Does take it out of you, these 2s, though. I'm telling you from experience. Looks easy to say run hard, run for 2 every time. But feels like you're on one of those old-fashioned beep tests, actually. If you get out there for any decent length of time. There's one ball left. So it scores up to 45.
Bit of inexperience here from Mohammed Aram. He should be on the boundary at long on, but he's about 3 metres in.
He's trying to protect the 2.
Yeah, but he'd be disappointed, and so would his team if what happened earlier, the ball goes over his head and just plants itself before the boundary when he should be catching it if he's on the line. End of the over.
So yeah, it's 46 for 2 after 6. And so yeah, I mean, not the worst over. No boundaries in it, but they still get 11, including those couple of wides up front. 3 2s in the over and no dot balls. I think that's key in moving the game forward.
Yeah.
You can see that Mukokadjan still has 1 to go. And I think they're going to go back to Yanov now. So yeah, this middle overs kind of spin attack has been a feature of Pleven's improvement today.
Wide delivery, and looked like he wanted to charge it to Tahiri. It's a good job he changed his mind. It was always going to be a wide, but he could have got himself stumped. It's well played. And yeah, you're right, Vinny, because it was that. Oh, he's going to really rush him here. And I think the umpire's gone. You're out. He's not even gone to ask the technology. He's decided, yep, I've seen enough of this to give it. So Paulson Samuel says you got to go. I wouldn't have risked this. This was a bit too risky for me.
Yeah, this is a brilliant take from Nitin Sunil. Absolutely brilliant take on the half volley, because this wasn't an easy throw at all to take. We'll have a look at it. I mean, it's thrown from about the 30-yard circle here. And Kadjan, just look at the way he takes this. And he catches it first. And then, yeah, I mean, he's out by
A long
the
way.
best part of a yard. But what I like about Sunil there is he concentrates on catching the ball first. And it's a difficult take. So he concentrates on catching the ball, and then he's got time to get back to the stump. So he identifies that, the importance of a clean take. Excellent wicket keeping. Also, credit to Kadjan for getting it back in so quickly. And it's the end of Tahiri, who has to go. Brings Chopra to the crease. Tahiri ends up going for 22. It's pretty much run a ball pace. Probably not a bad time to bring Chopra to the crease, though.
Well, Chopra, he only likes to go big. And this one, he'll just let go. Yeah, I mean, look, Tahiri, I think, if memory serves me right, his last 3 innings, he's been in the 20s. So he has been pretty consistent, but he'll be disappointed to be run out in that fashion. Chopra just plays his out, and Chopra is running quite leisurely. Chris Lakov will have him sprinting pretty soon because he doesn't care.
These two are quick as well.
Yeah.
I actually think they're better off with Chopra there now. Tahiri hit 1 boundary in 23 deliveries. And I think with Lakov, who I suppose is a worker of the ball, you could say. He's hit the 1-4 as well, hasn't been there as long. I think they need someone like Chopra there to really try and move the game forward. They're not really in wicket trouble. They've got plenty of batting to come. I think one of those teams will be flying away at the end of this game.
It's good bowling. He's not giving him the flight or the length to get under one, to get the big he-ho shot in. So he's just at the moment just getting in line with it cautiously and just sort of plodding it away. He's biding his time. There's still plenty of time here. So the 50 is up. There's plenty of time still to get a good score on the board. Off, using his feet. He'll take the single.
He doesn't try to overhit that, does he? Yeah, so looking from here, they're on 78 pace or so. Yeah, I mean, can they defend a score in the 80s? They'd be more confident doing that against Pleven. We saw Emu Sofia chase down a score in the 80s against Bulgaria earlier.
Some optimistic appealing there, but the leg bye will be taken by Chopra. Well, you got the fastest runner out there and probably the slowest at the moment. It looks Chopra. He's just literally struggling to get out of first gear, but he's not there to run. He'll be telling us, and he'll hopefully will be showing us. Well, certainly if you're an Indo Bulgarian fan, because he can hit it and hit it big, and that's what he's looking to do. But I think at the moment, Pleven, the best thing they can do is just try and keep the pace of it.
Yeah, 54 for 3 after 7 overs. On Monday, we'll be in Bucharest in Romania. Game 1, we'll see Bucharest Gladiators. They'll be involved, and that's Pavel Floren's side. A bit of Romanian talent in there as well. Before we head to Sweden, and then at the end of the month of May, we'll be in the Czech Republic. So stick with us over the next few weeks. In fact, all year, we'll be bringing you cricket on ECN, and plenty of it will be that FanCode European Cricket Series. Just taking a break in September or so for the ECC. So now, sticking with this spin attack, Sharia Muhammad, it was working. Keep going with it. I like the tactics of Akshay Harikumar today.
Yeah, it's they've worked absolutely to key it for now.
Wants two here.
Oh, and he should get to. Oh, what is Chopra doing? This is nonsensical. Lakov will be furious with him. Chopra has decided he doesn't want to.
He doesn't see this happening. It's a huge misfield, and Chopra has got his gloves off.
Oh, he sees it all right. Look, he sees it, but he's saying, no, I don't want it. Well, I tell you what, he's now in pressure to hit this to the boundary. If he does, you let him off. If he doesn't, he's going to get talking to. Well, I think he's going to find the safe hands of a fielder. Chopra goes. He should have taken the two, and Chris Lakov will be talking to him about it all night. Oh, what a catch that is. The sun seems to be shining on the Medical University of Plevin, Vinny.
Well, sun comes out. But he was the one who actually backed up that misfield. Otherwise, it would have gone for 4. So he ended up keeping it to 1. Yet there was a lot of pressure on Chopra with that next ball. He wanted to send it, but he picked one of the longer boundaries on this ground, and he couldn't get over the fielder. And well done. I don't think this is in the middle of the hands either. This is a kind of grasp it to your chest job, but it works for Zagan Butt. And that's another wicket down in Bulgarian, 56 for 4.
Butt's the name, and there's no buts about it. He should have taken the ball before. And if he had done, well, that would not have happened. And that was not good cricket at all from Chopra, and he knows about it, and he'll also hear about it. But it's good cricket so far from Plevin, and Mohammed picks up a wicket. He wants more. This is dragged out into the same part of the field. I think Butt is going to be a busy man, and they do take him on, and it doesn't quite have the arm to follow up his catching.
It was like a misthrow. It wasn't really the power that he intended. That's good running from these two. Demands better get his running shoes on. So they're going to bring him in just 5 or 10 off the boundary, I think, to try and prevent that too.
Yeah, that's
maybe 15.
one way to do it. I mean, my way would be to... That's a good effort. And I'll tell you what my way would be, because it would have worked. My way would be to leave him where he was and bring one over from the offside and put him in at mid-wicket.
Well, here's the thing. When I said 5 or 10, it turned out being 15. And you see he finds himself in a no man's land. They basically, I think they were tempting Demand to go over him. And simple thumbs up, saying, okay, if you're going to bring him there, I'll try and get it over him. And he does by the barest of margins, and the result's a boundary.
Oh, hit him on. This isn't the best line to bowl, right? This should go 1-2, and Lakov will get there. And so will Demand. So well done. Lakov has finally got a partner that is prepared to run with him. And that is also the end of the over. So the score moves on to 66. 8 overs now gone. It's coming up to the 9th, where we know it all happens in the 9th.
Yeah, well, I think it's 64 after that too. But yeah, regardless, to a ball from here, 88. It's been an interesting one, hasn't it? I mean, there's so many ways this cricket can be entertaining, and that in itself, if you'd seen, they just kept sneaking Zagan Butt in a little bit closer, a little bit closer, a little bit closer, basically to cut off the 2, but also, I think, saying to the batter, look, he's in a bit. Why don't you go after it? And it almost brought him out the demise of Demand, but he had just enough to get it over the outfielder. So we move into the 9th. It all happens in the 9th, and it's Mohammad Arham. It looks like they're going to close out with a bit of pace. They've got Kadyan probably to bowl the 10th. So let's go, see what the change of pace brings.
Yeah, hold on. And he comes. Got to place it well, and he wants 2. He said 2 straight away. And, well, he'll get there. But now he has to try and get back. He will. And I think that's a fair call. I think Rohit, the one, is saying, yeah, you probably will get there, but I'm running to the danger end. I don't think I'm going to get there.
But it would have got Lakov back on strike, who's the established batter, and it would have at least made them force the out. It wasn't an easy one.
Yeah, but Lakov is not going to do this. He's not going to get the boundaries because Rohit is swinging and swinging wild. We saw him get one over mid-wicket, and now this one, well, he'll say I played for it. He had no idea, but it's 4 runs.
This is outcome-based judgment that we're saying. We're saying that's a good call from Demand because he edges a 4, but it's a bad call from Chopra because he gets caught next ball. It's actually equally criminal to not go for 2, in my opinion.
But Chopra had to play the shot. Chopra is getting the chops right now. As this one is played out, Chopra is getting the wrong kind of chops.
It's funny how people assess decisions based on outcomes. It might be a good decision that has an element of risk to it.
It's going to be another one in the 80s, isn't it? And unless something spectacular happens, it's going to be another one in the grady 80s.
It'll be 3 games today. All the targets set in the 80s.
It's nicely played. They've got to push hard and hope for a fumble. Well, it's more than a fumble. He's looking at his hands and saying, where did my fingers go? Well, it did go through. It's 4 runs, and this is a real blunder. Oh, no, what did he do here? Please don't show it again, please.
What is that? Where's that coming from? I was with Corey for a second. Yeah, we'll roll him another one because Yadav hasn't looked like fielding too much on the ground of late. I'll get 2 here.
Demand does go this time because Lakov is running to the danger end.
You'll have to tell me. I don't even know how you're making that voice. I don't know if that one's going to catch on.
That's me.
It's like you're playing it in fast.
Chickmunks.
It's like you're playing it in fast forward. So when you're doing it at like double speed, you know you can set YouTube to 2x time.
I've just been told we need more of it in my headset. Anyway, here we go. Ball to go in this one. And I think it was probably settled for 1 unless there is a misfield this time, and there's not. No mistakes from Yadav. And it's 77. The 9th is going. We say it all happens in the 9th.
Oh, yeah.
Plenty happened in the 9th.
Yeah.
Okay, so what are they going to end up with? Come on.
I think they're going to end up with 88.
Yeah, 88.
Yeah, I think they'll hustle to something like that. 85 to 88.
Okay, I reckon a couple of boundaries in this over yet.
You think so?
Yeah,
They got
I reckon.
Kadjan coming on. And Kadjan was really good earlier. Didn't go for a boundary. Just went for 3 singles and a wide. Conceded 4 in the second. And I'm assuming you're going to get Kadjan. Yeah, he's going to grab the ball.
Yeah, I mean, Harry Kumar in the last couple of games has always come on to bowl the last over, but I think this time he's probably thinking the good work has been done. He's if he doesn't get his line right, and he can be guilty of bowling a few wides, it can all be undone.
I'm predicting 1 boundary and maybe a wide and a couple of 2s and a few singles. It's not normally that
so you're
specific.
one
I'm going to say 11 off the over. Don't often get that specific, but
Yeah. Anyway, how's your birthday going? Are you enjoying your birthday in the
I'm loving
sunshine
it.
and Sophia?
I mean, it took me back to my pre-teenage years hearing your voice then. But yeah, no, I'm having a great day. The sun's out. All right, that's enough of that. Here we go, last over.
Oh dear, I said boundaries are going to happen. Well, there's one of them. I didn't say they're going to come off the bat. And, well, this has come a little off the glove again. We saw one earlier. And, well...
Not a good ball.
No, it's not.
Yeah, Sunil. It's a bit hot and cold keeping, actually, in Sunil, of any keeper this week. But yeah, that's the boundary that takes them up into the 80s. I did say 1 boundary, and they'll scramble the rest. I said 88. See how close
You
they are.
did say 88.
Yeah.
And, this one beats
They
him.
might take it on here, you know.
Lakov thinks, and he's doing the right thing. He's making them hustle, but he won't run this one out.
Yeah,
'cause
he's
that
very
comes off his
sporting.
bat.
I mean, within his rights, but he doesn't. I think what Lakov does sometimes is what we call, like in baseball, it's like to induce the throw, because by making them throw, then there's every chance of an overthrow.
Yeah.
So he kind of baits them a little bit.
Oh, and he plays this one onto his stumps. As well bowled. Gadiani he didn't bowl the first ball very well, which went to the boundary, but he's come back well. He gets the wickets. Rohit Namayan, after scoring 13, departs. He's 6th delivery, but he has got some acceleration in for his team, and he's got them in a far better place than where they were when Chopra departed.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you got to back the other batters to do it, even though they've lost a few wickets along the way. It's more or less. I said 85 was par today. Certainly what we've seen so far. That looks about right. We saw 84 posted in the first, or 84 chased down in the first game, 85 in the second. And so here's Gangadeep Singh. He's no mug with the bat.
He's a man who's wants to do the business for his team. 82. He's got 3 deliveries to try and get that into the 90s between himself and Lakov. Lakov, I think he'll be going here as soon as his ball is released. And he does, but he knows he's not going to get there. Big wild swing from...
This is just outside the line, but I think it's to do with the fact that Gangadeep Singh's batting. See how he's batting just outside the off stump, so it gives him another stump or 2. I don't know. It's a borderline call.
Yeah.
Such a grey area at the moment.
Oh, This guy chases on and he lunges at it. Well, if there was anyone near him, the red card would have been shown. He would have been the colour of his jersey. At the moment, I think it's the cheeks that are the colour of his jersey. He throws everything at this. Give him his due. Well, this ball just doesn't come up. The batter loses it. Nitin loses it. And the fielder, he loses everything.
Wow. That's not how I expected the second boundary to come. Yeah, just Nitin Sunil just wrong foots himself. And then the fielder non-foots himself on the boundary. Last ball coming up, 86 plus this.
He's going home. Where's he going? Well, he hits it. And the fielder comes in and, he nearly loses it. He does really well to recover here. Really, really well, but because this hits the deck and it does a little bit of the Tortuga. And this is, are they playing dare now, are they?
All right, just quickly, what do I end up with, Rico?
I think they ended up with the score 88. But just quickly, how many boundaries in that
81,
over?
I didn't say. I said that's what I think, but I said 88.
Yeah.
So there you go. Okay. All at home. Not paid just for my looks. I like that, though.
We both got it right. You got the score, and I said 2 boundaries. How about
we
that?
Can both be right.
You see?
I'm happy with that.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
You know what?
It is your birthday. Give it to you.
Haven't had a golden ball yet, my birthday. And if someone like Kadjan gets going, they could chase these down.
What an entertaining innings.
It really was. I mean, there's heaps in there, wasn't there? And I think Pleven, they're happy that Indo-Bulgarians haven't battered them out of the game at this stage. They will have to bat well, but that's the name of the game on finals day. You're going to have to play well. And this 89 is an achievable target as we see Pleven walking off. And they'll be fairly happy, like I said, at the halfway point of this game. Qualifier number 2. Well, it was Indo-Bulgarians that won the toss, elected to bat. And how about Dunbar? Lightning strikes twice as he found himself in a world of hurt mentally after he cracked that one. And what a good catch that was by Suhaid Putapuriel. Apart from that, we saw some indifferent fielding as a slight change in the order. Tahiri, that was one he did get away. Mishra, he always looks dangerous, doesn't he? They were going to chance their arm. This one was for just down the ground. But then spin came on, immediate effect. Well, one person asked and the umpire agreed. Mishra, he was plumb LBW and he had to go. And yeah, the slowness in the middle of the innings, just keeping things under control. Even though there's a few hairy moments out there, that one plugs immediately.
The surprise on their faces to find the ball hadn't gone past the boundary. Well, that was a picture, and that one wasn't a picture. And, well, this one, they were just slipping and starting a little bit, but there were some horrendous misfields, but this was awesome. A great pickup from Kadian, a great throw, and excellent work from the wicket keeper as well, Nitin Sunil.
Yeah, did some good things, didn't he? And this was a catch after Chopra essentially turned down an easy 2. And let's just say the Zargan Butt was pretty happy with his work as he went back and they said, oh, come in. And Taman, he just teased him. That one did go to the boundary. And yeah, nice moment there. He said, well, if you want me to take him on, I will. And then Taman turned down a 2. He accidentally on purpose edged a 4. That was fine. That was 4 that should have never been 4. And then same with this in the last over. A couple getting away from Sunil who did some good things. Daman had to go here. Then ultimately there's a 4 by soon after. See Sunil just getting sent the wrong way. And let's just say he was standing the wrong way. And then they always tried to sneak one when the bowler had turned around. And then they realised no point throwing it because it's not even going to prevent a run. And you got to love that. I guess this tournament's been played in such good spirits, and these players, they know each other really well. And I think we're in for a cracker of a second half. Pleven, they'll need 89 for victory.
It's going to be a superb conclusion to this match. You just know it. You just feel it as we have a look at the scorecard. Tahiri, well, once again, he managed to get into the 20s, but he did chew up a lot of balls trying to do it. But mind you, when wickets were falling around him, he had to, once again, Prakash Mishra couldn't get going. And Chris Lakov, well batted to him, 21 of 13. He had a point to prove, I feel, and I think he just done that. Rohit Diman, he came out, he hit the ball well. And, well, he's got 2 not out there, but he played his part in getting them to as close to the 90 as they could. The bowling was good. Nobody really got taken apart. The 15 extras, that will always be a concern. 10 of them in wise, but they bowled well. I think Kadian, he's still got a big part to play. Remember, he played a masterclass innings to get them where they are at the moment. Will he be the one who's going to get them into the final? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, we will have to see. See all the bowlers, they shared the spoils, didn't they? No one really went the journey. Kadian, he went for just the 11 off his 2 overs, most economical, though that 4 behinds did come off his over as well. So he might have to tack that onto his figures, but they were pretty consistent. And look, Pleven, they've done half the job, I think. Their concern would have been the Indo-Bulgarian might bat them out of the game, 100 plus, I think. I couldn't see him chasing it down. But 89, look, they're going to have to bat well, but they did chase down a similar score in the first match of the day. Join us after the break. We'll be back in around about 7 or 8 minutes to take you into the reply. It'll be the Pleven 11, hoping for a barnstorming run all the way to the final. To do that, they'll need the 89 runs from Indo-Bulgarian. They'll be defending with everything they've got. It'll be lawnmower time as well when we return. Vinny Stanley here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. Back soon with more FanCode, European Cricket Series Finals Day.
Hello and welcome back to the Veso Lavaski National Sports Academy ground. This beautiful complex in Sofia. And not only do we have cricket here, but loads of other sports. And we've got full athletic tracks, hockey, football, and tennis. It really is a magnificent setup that you can see when we go to our aerial shots. But for the moment, for the third time, it's also the home of the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Bulgaria. And what a match we got in store for you here. It's halfway through, and the Bulgarian have batted first, the reigning champions. They've posted 88. So 89 required by the Medical University of Plevin, the team that didn't even qualify for final state last year, finishing 5th in the group. Well, they can be coming back with a bang here. And this is well within their grasp. A lot will depend, I think, on their openness. And Mukal Kadian, he certainly has had a great day so far. Well, a man who's had a pretty good day as well is Rohit Damian. He's probably been one of the more reliable bowlers for the Bulgarian, and he starts off. Gets this one to sort of drift back into Kadian, who takes a single. Gets himself off the mark, and remember, he's superb. You can only call it match-winning innings against Medical University of Plovdiv, scoring 41 of 23 to give them that victory. That's why they're here. And this one's a little bit too short, but Sanio's not able to punish it. Yeah, it was a low-scoring one again, but again, it's one in the 80s. That's why these matches are so exciting. This is just played out to the offside. Prakash Mishra does the fielding. Now you know that Prakash isn't right, because normally he's always fielding straight on the boundary. He's got such a safe pair of hands catching wise, but he's having mobility problems. And this is sort of carved away. Good work from the fielder. Gagandeep Singh keeps his eye on it and doesn't let it get past him. Beating Plovdiv 84 to 83 to book this meeting. And this, well, that's clever. Just steps inside, takes the wide. It knows where his stumps are. The wicketkeeper, Nitu Sanil, wicketkeeper struck batter. And well, this time, it's a good job he does know where his stumps are, because this is a wild swing. Misses it. And the ball goes through to the keeper, Adrian Dunbar. In the air, is it up there long enough for a catch? Yes, it is, and there's the wicket, and that's well taken. And it's Nikolai Nankov. He is a super fielder. He doesn't make too many mistakes out there, so they get the breakthrough they want. Early wicket, Sunil does go, and only getting one on the board from the 4 balls that he faced. And Nankov once more. Here's the man with the safe pair of hands. And once more, the man doing the damage with the ball is Rohit Damian. So wicket falls at the end of the first over, and with the score on 4, the first wicket also goes down, as it will be Tahiri who's going to be bowling the second. He's starting to come good for his team. As Prakash Mishra has got his trademark sunnies on. We go full here for the European Cricket Network, and joining me is the birthday boy himself, Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, thanks, Rico. It's good to be back. And yeah, good catch by Nankov. Yeah, it's great to see some Bulgarian talent. He's certainly got a good pair of hands. He's impressed me in the field as well. Here's Tahiri with over number 2.
Nice looking shot. Good bit of timing. We'll take one. And, I think just from that shot itself, you can see the sort of nick that Kadian is in. And he's hoping that he's able to stay there long enough and have enough partners as well.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yadav's come in at 3. Probably get to see Hari Kumar, the captain, at 4. Did the job for them last time.
Well, it shouts a catch.
It's off the pad, I think.
Yeah, I don't think
Just
it
sounded
was,
very paddy.
Yeah, it's sort of a hollow sound, wasn't there? But a little bit slow moving this time to Yadav to this. It was his first ball. But yeah, just a little bit slow getting into position. So here a little bit leg stumpish at the moment. And This time he adjusts well to get it outside the off, then take the single. So Yadav gets off the mark. A very good afternoon to you wherever you're tuning in from around the world. Well, I say afternoon, it could be evening or early hours of the morning. Grateful to have your company, the best viewers in the world. Play down into the ground. This one avoids the edge of the pitch, so it doesn't come back. Another single taken.
Yes. Want to say hello to Awoken Nightmare as well. I think he's just had a new one. Is it a boy or a girl? Awoken Nightmare, tell us. And what was the date? Because it was my birthday today. I think it must be 1 or 2 days ago.
There you go again, Tahiri. It's up in the air, and it could be a second catch for Nankov. It is. Oh, he doesn't mess around, does he? He does well here. He makes really good ground, keeps his eye on the ball, and, well, he is their super fielder. And the smiles are starting to appear back on the faces of Indo-Bulgarian because they've got another wicket. Another one bites the dust, and this time is Yadav that has to depart. So, Adyan, well, we know he's in good form, but as we were saying, he does need somebody to stay there with him, and that's basically Court Nankov, and this time off the bowling of Tahiri, and all going to plan at the moment.
Certainly, and Nankov, another good catch. And what I like about that is he kind of communicates straight away. Look, that's mine. He even puts his hand up as an extra cue to the fielder that might be thinking about coming in. He said, no, that's in my range. I'm going to catch it. There's no question that he was taking responsibility for that. So, well, these are the two that did most of the heavy lifting in the chase earlier today against MU Plovdiv, as Harry Kumar comes to the crease at number 4. With his team in a bit of trouble, not just 2 wickets, but the fact that not too many have been scored so far. Just 7, with 1 ball to go in the second over.
Yeah, Harry Kumar, I mean, he did ever so well, didn't he? I know he was sort of batted at run a ball, just below, but he did put a partnership together. Let's see if he can do that here now. And well, he starts off in the same sort of way that he had done before. At least this will give Kadian a little bit of confidence, knowing that he's got a partner that can stay with him there. And we always love being joined by people in the commentary box, especially the youngsters.
There we go.
Give way to
Yeah, this is one of the things I've loved. It's the Easter weekend here in Bulgaria, and we're just having a bit of a throw around, weren't we? Having a good time. So yeah, it's really pleasing to see so many youngsters enjoying the cricket on this beautiful Saturday where the weather has held out for us. And yeah, really exciting game going on. And I tell you what, some of those catches that you saw,
very good, yeah.
You saw Nankov catching, I think these kids, they were catching pretty well. I think they would have held on to
Who's the best catcher? You? Who's the best? You are. Is he the best? Yeah,
well, you're not
you
meant
agree?
to agree.
Yeah, they all agree. Well, there you go.
That's great.
That's unusual.
Rico, super coaching from you.
Coaching, yeah.
Okay, which one of you is the best? No, tell you what, they were all fantastic. So yeah, I hope they enjoy the rest of this game. And yeah, it's been super to get to know some of the youngsters. Of course, last year, school holidays when we were here, and we had big crowds every day. Here's Daman in over number 3. This is where it all went pear-shaped from last time. Starts with the dot.
As he played, you can see that Kadian is starting to feel that he needs to try get on strike. Only faced 4 deliveries. And this one will get... Oh, what's happened here? Oh, no. Will he get in? He does. And I'm not sure why Kadian sort of stops. He starts going. Harry Kumar has called it and is going. But Kadian, for some reason here, keep an eye on him. He goes, and then just here, I think he loses eye contact with Harry Kumar, doesn't realise that he has as he kept going.
Thought Harry Kumar had stopped, but he hadn't. He just paused. If there's a difference, I don't know. Hesitation with it. Do get home.
Oh, that's a lovely delivery. Absolute beaut. Just changes his length slightly. And this one seems to have hits the seam. Nice to smile on. Or hit Damian's face. He knows that was a good one. And this is well, and this you see there. What you're seeing is a good example of where you really can't hide anyone in the field. Prakash Mishra, he's puts himself close, but because they know that he's nursing that slight injury, they're still taking those singles to him. It shouldn't really be one there. Looking to finish the power play well. Oh, it could have been 3 out of 3. That's the second time today a fielder's had the opportunity to take the first 3 catches. It was Ali Rasool earlier. This one, well, he had a bit of work to do, but, well, he's been so good. I thought he was going to swallow this. And in the end, he just gets it wrong. But he did have to make up a lot of ground. Good effort.
Yeah, I mean, got there though, didn't he? I think once he gets there, he's got good hands. He'd fancy himself to hold on to it.
And slices, just drops before the fielder. And good throw. If this one hits, I think it would have been close. We may be going upstairs. Stroke of luck getting in. I don't know if he's got a... You can see he just feels that he needs to shift from second to fourth straight away. But I think he can afford a bit of time in third, you know.
Yeah.
They must realise that this partnership is so key. You do not want to lose a wicket right here.
True. I mean, that would have been out by some distance, that last ball. We've only had singles in this innings so far. That's the thing. We've only had singles, 11 singles and a wide, and 2 wickets. That's what we've seen so far.
Doing it in fours, aren't they?
Yeah,
you saw
12 for 2. And so already that rate's up to 11. It's almost like you're chasing 110. And so it will be the lawnmower, Nick Johns Wickberg, to bowl. And so he's been the kind of go-to man. They've been getting on earlier and earlier because he's been almost unhittable. He's been hitting this really consistent length, it's heavy length. He's got a slightly awkward action to face if you haven't faced him too much before. So there is the lawnmower. Start him up. Let's go.
Yeah, I must admit, I'm slightly surprised at this field because the line that he bowls, it's going to take some shot to hit the ball to where Chris Lakoff has moved to on the boundary at Cow Corner. I'd still have Lakoff in the circle until a few go over him. I don't think they're going to because he bowls such a good line outside of stump. Pushes this away towards the mid-off area. I'll take the single, and it's Lakoff that does the fielding once more. Just the one that sort of cuts away outside the off. And look at how they're really encroaching on that zone. Prakash Mishra, number of blue shirts in that sort of... Oh, bowled him. Absolute beauty. Here he goes. Rank it up. It's the first one of the day. He was wicketless in their first match, but he's got one here, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. His line, his length, his accuracy, his radar is spot on. He doesn't need men on the boundary on the leg side. He just needs them in catching positions because there's not going to be too many shots played down there. And Harry Kumar here just trying to, I'm not sure what he's trying to do here, trying to guide away a ball that was on the stumps.
And have a look at this. And you know you're going to get the lawnmower celebration from Nick Johns Wickberg as he knocks over the stumps. Harry Kumar can't deal. And here is the lawnmower. He is going. And, well, the lawnmower, he is in operation. So, well, it's like almost like watching twins, isn't it? As the third wicket falls, it's 13
I
for
love
3.
that. Well done to guys at Spring Productions for putting that together. And Martins, Christians and Carriols, you're doing a grand job, guys. And I'm sure the world all over, our global cricket family, are admiring your efforts. And the production has been absolutely brilliant. Well done, guys. As, well, the lawnmower, as we know him, Nicholas Johns, is ready to go again. Wickberg. There he goes. You can see the motor running. He starts with a little stutter there. It's like the engine needs tuning, but then he comes. But the engine might need tuning, but the radar doesn't. This one's a bit of an inside edge. There's a chase on here. And Doro, under, Iba. He gets there. The ball just stops. And Rohit Namian chases it well. Well, it's a real uphill task here now. Is Mishra that has come in. And you just get the feeling though here that well, just can't get on strike. Oh, well, this one has just popped up from nowhere. Oh, and it drops out of the hands of the keeper. Oh, well, Adrian Dunbar diving forward, and as he hits the ground, the ball pops up. This would have been another. Look, up it goes. Does everything right. Yeah. But just not able to get it into his gloves. I thought it came out when he hit the deck, but in fact, he doesn't get it in his gloves before he goes down. And you can see
he can't believe
the expression there of the lawnmower. He can't believe it. And got to say, it's a bit of a sit-out. He's not having a good day, Adrian Dunbar.
Yeah, well, it's 3 he's dropped off the lawnmower in the series so far. 15 for 3 or 4 overs still. They're in lots of trouble here. The Pleven 11. ECC is something we're looking forward to. It's one of our marquee tournaments on ECN, starting the 12th of September. And got Group A, B, C and D there. They'll have a week each, and then the championship week will be the 4 group winners, plus England, who automatically qualify as reigning champions. So join us for the 5-week ECC. It's bigger and better than last year. 21 nations taking part, starting in September 2022.
Chris Lakov getting ready to bowl. He's had a good match so far. He's made valuable runs with the bat. And now he's looking to do the job with the ball. Bowling just with a few steps like he was yesterday. First one will be a wide, just goes slightly wide of the leg stick. 15 for 3. And they've got to keep the pressure on. It is Kadyan who's on strike. And he's got to know if they're to do it, he's got to score big runs, and he's got to get on with it as well, because not only are they running out of balls, and well, talking about running out of balls, this one, he's going to be out, you know. Oh, well, if this was, I don't know where Dunbar had to take this, but there was hesitation. But once again, it's another error from Prakash Mishra. He's just not on form here today. He's not in the zone. I mean, this one, again, doesn't get there and then gets the throw in. And you see here, just misses the stumps, Dunbar that time. I think he would have been out as we go back to live action. Just a single taken. Yeah, it's another opportunity. And Adrian Dunbar, it's difficult, isn't he? He's got a wicket-keeper's role is key. And there's a few things happening at the moment that he needs to get out of his head. But the good thing is for him that these teams still in this one, you'd say, are on top. But that could have been an important one to try and get Gadian. And a couple of rare errors also creeping into the game of Indo-Bulgarians. I mean, the captain not being fit, that is an issue. Dunbar out of form, a couple of misfields. We saw that little opportunity from Nankov go down, and then also from Dunbar. So we've already seen 2 catches go down, even though there's been some good catching and good bowling from them. They are the champions, though. And champions, well, when the chips are down, they come out fighting, and that's what they need to do here. Nankov gets played out onto the offside, and Nankov does the fielding. Still no boundaries as we're approaching the halfway point of the innings. This is hit pretty well, and well, right on cue. There is a boundary. Cuatro carreras. That's what they need, a little bit more of that. And that's a nice shot. Good, strong wrist and upper arm strength. 4 runs, well played. And they needed that desperately, didn't they? And takes the score, though, to 26 for 3. 5 overs gone. Keep an eye on that rate. I mean, that's on 12.6. And, well, they've got to go at that for the next 5 overs. And I have to say, we haven't seen that all series so far. That is a big ask.
Yeah, for sure. And, yeah, I mean, I feel like this ship has flown, so to speak, for Pleven. Yeah, we wondered how they deal with Indo-Bulgarian, who I think just have a few more options that are going to trouble them. Yeah, still at the moment, just that one boundary in the first half of the innings. It's not going to be enough, is it?
Prakash Mishra putting himself onto bowl. Starts with that slow Yorker of ease, and he's slow getting to the delivery. That again is as a result of the injury. Really shouldn't have been a single there, but he's not too quick on his feet at the moment. But singles don't hurt him. If he can bowl this over and it stays to even under 10, he'd be more than happy. Sit up in the air, and what do the batters do here? They've got 1, but they're not going to take Tahirian the 2 as the wind just picks up from nowhere. And well, Ice Cube looks like it's about to blow away. Well, I've been in this position before. I remember this last year. It was similar to that. It's not going to happen again, but this one is hit against the wind. Tahiri coming across, and oh, he's not able to take it. The batters do come across to take 2. Look, I'm going to say this. That is so unfortunate there from Mishra, because this wind has come from nowhere. He's hit this well. I think normal circumstances, this would have gone all the way for 6 runs. And look, the last time I was standing in this position, I said it don't look that bad. And the next time, I was absolutely drenched. I looked like a drowned rat. And oh, is it going to be deja vu time? Who knows? After this match, they're shouting 2 again. Will they go for it? And the lawnmower gets the throw in. Prakash Mishra gets ready to take it, but they complete the 2. The acceleration is happening. The boundary came, and now they're running the 2s, converting these 1s into 2. I still do believe that that man at mid-wicket, cow corner, whatever you want to call it, is too deep. He waits for this one. That's the slower ball. Good throw. He's in trouble, and goes for the stumps rather than the gloves. If it hits, this would have been interesting. Might be worth looking at this again. Well backed up. And, I think that's Rohit there.
Yeah, it's a tough throw to take for Dunbar. Similar to one that Sunil had to take. Probably more difficult because he was on the move. He does gather it though. Probably is run out.
Well played. They take the single. And obviously they're aware of what they need to be doing. But like I said, Prakash Mishra will be more than happy if this over goes for less than 10. It does. 7 is how many come from it. Score moves on to 33. All the 3s! And 33 for 3. And the 2 batters having a little bit of a conversation there. And you know what that's about? That's about right. Okay, one of us has to go. Kadian is probably saying, well, look, I'm going to take it on. Mishra say, no. We probably need you to stay here as long as you can. I'll try. A few droplets of rain in the air. It just seems to be one dark cloud hovering over us. I've said this before, Vinny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every time
Mind
you think it will be
we
no
have
problem.
a little bit more protection than last year.
Exactly. Well, it's
Lawnmower time.
just spied out of control, hasn't it, for Plevin? Here's the lawnmower. Back for more. 1 for 3 off his first.
Well bowled. He bowls this one so many times in and then moves away late. Runs back to his mark, ranks it up. Bit more width here, and he takes him on. Fielder's got work to do and doesn't get a hand to it. It was a sort of slow diving effort from Sani, but you can see the difference width makes. As soon as he gets the width, gets under this pretty quick. Once again, I think you've got to stop those. And he doesn't, gets under him. He's not a goalkeeper. 4 runs, another boundary. The second.
The right approach. Bad result. Nice shot though.
And, well, this one was sort of almost a similar type of delivery, but Mishra had overcommitted.
Yeah, he did.
I think
Certainly one guy likes to attack, isn't he? Upper of Mishra.
This one hits it bang into the ground. Nankov does the fielding. It's a nice throw. This is better. And looks like they're going for a review here. I reckon this is because the umpire was also on the move and had to take evasive action with the batter coming at him. So was blinded by the batter. So it's worth looking at it again. But yeah, he gets in comfortably.
Yeah, no, he gets it down. I think it's always good to be safe. You never know if the bat's gone down cleanly, I suppose, as well. Once you see that money shot, the batter in the crease, the stump's unbroken, we can get on with the game.
Yeah, we can do. Just waiting for Mishra. Or Kadian, I should say. Here we go. I think he needs to get this Yorker ball in. I think that's what's missing from this so far. He's going wide, and I think he needs to maybe just attack the stump so far. But then at the same time, singles are a win. Every time the ball doesn't go to the boundary, it's sort of a win-win situation as that rate climbs. We saw it at 12 not too long ago. It's now, well, after this over, it's probably going to be around the 17 mark. So they've got an awful lot to do. Probably hear the wind. It's pretty gusty on the microphones there. Slightly shorter delivery. Bit late going, hits and he's out and he's gone. He's got to be gone here, and he's got to be one man that can only do this magnificent bit of fielding, and it's going to be Nankov. 2 catches already. It doesn't take a difficult third, but he makes amends with a good bit of fielding. What a great fielder he is, and he gets another wicket. And, well, it's really just sucking all the juice out of the Plevin batting here. Really good work. Have a look at this again. This is tremendous. And he was late going. He hesitated. He wanted to say no, but he realised that if any of the two batters have to go, have to depart, it has to be him and Mishra. Well, he takes one for the team there.
Yeah, excellent fielding. Nankoff has been a difference maker in the field, hasn't he? Just think about if he doesn't hold on to those catches early. Yeah, maybe there's a different script for this chase. You see, find out where it went wrong. And Kadjan, once he was coming, it meant that Mishra had to go, didn't he? And I mean, I don't know how often you hit that. Maybe 1 in 3, 1 in 4. I mean, excellent piece of fielding. I guess a good fielder, slightly more than that.
It was an interesting decision, wasn't it, from Kadjan to want that single batter, because with the end of the over, he wouldn't be on strike.
Just Kadjan himself hasn't been able to really get cracking in this innings, has he?
Big swing of the bat, be a single, so Kadjan will now get on strike. And I think this is the time, if they are to get back into this match with that rate getting close to 17 required per over, this is where he's got to go after Prakash.
I think he's got to go straight if it's pitched up. Oh, look, he's got all the shots, Kadjan. It's just they haven't fed him. They haven't given him too many bad balls.
Up in the air, it's in the safe zone. We'll look to come back with 2.
This is the
He
difference.
decides against it.
This is the difference. That's always 2 in the first half of this game. But Kadjan, when he critically needs a 2 to get back on strike, he just doesn't elect to take it on, even though it's slightly risky. Steve Kumar on strike.
Up in the air. Well, I've lost it. It's coming our way. Get out of my way. I knew it wasn't far. It wasn't that far away. It was about a metre to be left. It goes up in the air, then goes in the sky. We lose it.
Completely lost this in the cube. Let's see where it ended. Well, luckily it didn't end in the commentary box, because I was not equipped to deal with that. Maximo time, though.
If I'm coming your way, you got to move. I wasn't asking
I was
for
trying
a
to
hug.
jump in front of the computer, because
what's
you're running
happened
in
to
front
you
of me.
again? What's happened? It's all covered up.
Raindrops. Annoying. Anyway, well, that helps, doesn't it?
It certainly
A
does.
couple more of those would be interesting. Never mind. Not taking the 2. Siva Kumar says, I'll just do this. So, yeah. Looks like they might have retrieved the ball. Let's continue.
And this time, Prakash Mishra knocks him over, gets his man. And, well, Siva Kumar, he does have one big hit and then has to go. Good bowling. He wasn't deterred from pitching the ball up and trying to get it through the stumps. And Prakash Mishra does bounce back and bounces back with a bang. And he says, well, how about this? Let's have a little bit of jug of the Huntley.
Yeah, full straight, perfect comeback ball. And have a look at where this bounces. It bounces pretty much between the feet, just after that front foot. So good Yorker from Prakash. And yeah, a little bit of free coaching from Prakash as well, I think, to Kadjan. But anyway, 47 for 5 and Plevin. Well, they are eyeing the exits, aren't they? As we'll eventually see the new batter appear. Still 42 required. Zagan Butt, who's had a few interesting moments in the series, let's say. You know, for a series that's only had essentially 3 days of play, we've had such an incredible amount of action, haven't we, in Bulgaria?
We certainly have. There's been no shortage of action, drama, and entertainment. And entertainment with a capital E, it really has been great. As Butt comes in, it's got an unusual stance, to say the least. Maybe he was just checking his guard. Here he was.
3 a ball, point of no return territory.
It's in the air, and it should have been taken. It doesn't get taken. The catch goes down, and it's Negi. And Prakash, well, he could have been, if that was taken, another bowler that would have been on a hat-trick. Only had, I say only, we've had the 1 hat-trick.
Yeah.
That was from Waleed Khan. Quite often you go many a month without. Waleed Khan from the team that made a debut. The Black Smiths. Up in the air. He gets another chance, does he? No, this time it's dropping in between 3 fielders. And throwing it on the ground. And does enough to stop the batters taking 2.
That's awareness from Kadjan. Knows he needs to strike, even though there probably was 2 there, because he would have had to throw it from the seat of his pants down there. And still not a bad throw from a man lying down that's lost his shoe. And so anyway, will be the end of the 8th over. It's 49 for 5. And so 20 and over required. You feel like that's going to be a bridge too far when you consider we haven't had too many magical overs this week. It's a funny one, this field. Okay, this week I can understand because of the outfield being super slow at times and muddy. But yeah, last time we were here in 2021, we thought we'd see really high scores. We didn't really, did we?
No.
Chris Lakov is coming into bowl the ninth.
Yeah, I think we had the average score per innings of around 100 last time. We thought it was going to be much more than that. This time around, you'll probably find it's going to be less than that. It may be around 80 something. This one's a big swing, but it doesn't go anywhere. The lawnmower. What was this? Chris Lakov. Nankov was backing it up. Wasn't the best of throws.
Lawnmower was all over the road there. Well, Chatu Dan Gurung thinks there might be some drama left. Well, let's find out. Just like a butt gets hold of a couple. I think maybe we'll see a bit of drama.
Bowls him. All ends up. And that's a boogie, oogie, woogie, Kookaburra fireball. And the stumps have been blown away off Butt. The Butt has to depart. It's swinging, but not connecting. Another one goes, and Lakov, he's having a pretty good match. And certainly will be eyeing up perhaps a player of a match award. Because he gets a wicket and he's got plenty of deliveries to do more damage.
Yeah, so Chris Lakov keeps it pretty simple, doesn't he? And hits the target. So the 50 comes up at the cost of a 6 wicket now, 50 for 6. Well, Pleasant, credit to them. I've really enjoyed watching them come along in this series. They didn't even make the finals last year. They were knocked out by Barbarians. But they finished in 4th. Yeah, just the one win in the group stage over the Blacksmiths. But they showed they can beat the top 3 teams. One of the top 3 teams at least by beating Plovdiv this morning. I think the Bulgarians, they are stung by that loss this morning.
Yeah.
And I think we're going to have a cracking final coming up.
Lakov sets his field to the left-hander. And now goes. And that's a good delivery. And no issues getting the line right to the lefty.
Yeah, Muhammad Aram, his new batter. Yeah, the conductor. You've got so many nicknames for him, actually. My name is Earl.
Yeah.
Super Mario.
And that's why Super Mario gets another straight through the defences of Aram. He got one to beat him outside the off, and this one is straight at him. Probably comes in a bit as well. And he knocks him over, cleans him up. The castle has been raided. And another one bites the dust.
Yeah, he's cleaning up now. Like I've still got a couple of balls to go. He's been really accurate here. He's decided, okay, with a few wickets down, I'm just going to go at the stumps. Seen him bowling a bit more defensively and not kind of searching for the stumps as much earlier in the tournament where he'd be bowling more wide of off stump. But yeah, that's good bowling. And once again, we see the batter unable to deal. 50 for 7.
Yeah, and we've got 2 balls left in the over or 1, but I'm sure this will be another one that's going to be full and straight. He's going to try and pick up another one here. It's already got 2 for 12. And just adjusting his field as the sun comes out to bless this beautiful ground once more. And all those that are enjoying the cricket sat around it. Here we go. Gets bad on it, and they do take the single. Once again, even though it means he just gets the one more facing the over, Kadian trying to get himself on strike. 23 of 20. He's another one. He's had a very, Mikhail Kadian has had a very good series. He's batted well. He's shown his class and his ability. And, it's someone that, when we return, we'll be looking out for him.
Yeah, for sure. He just hasn't been able to find the boundary enough in this innings. Just the one boundary and 20 balls faced. Yeah, they just needed him to score a bit quicker. Bowling hasn't been easy to deal with. This one will help though. It's a bit of a consolation strike. I think Lakov just gets a little bit too straight this time. In fact, drifts into the pads of Kadian. Cuatro carreras, and it ends the 9th over. Just one more over to go in this one. It's 55 for 7.
Yeah, I mean, Kadian, he does what all good batters do. Whenever there's a loose delivery, he pounces on it. And when he got the rare loose one outside the off, he did exactly the same. That one down the leg side. Lakov was filthy with himself for bowling it. But he's done all right, hasn't he? 2 for 17 off his 2 overs. The score here at the moment now, 55. So, well, as we know, it's not impossible. It's 34. Talking about not impossible, what about that match in the IPL yesterday? 36 required. Did you hear about that?
Did not. Well, I was sleeping.
36 required, so it was 666 needed. I believe the first 3 balls went for 6. The third one, come back to this in a minute.
Oh, this is exciting. I can't wait to see what happens.
I'm surprised you didn't hear about it, but tonight you were a bit
It's my
tired
birthday. I've
yesterday.
been answering texts all morning.
The third 6 that was hit
Yeah.
was off, and you'll love this because I know you're all over it.
Oh, yeah.
It was a full toss.
Yeah.
It should have been given a no ball. The umpires never gave it as a no ball. So it went for 6. But rather than just accepting the decision,
Yeah.
it was handbag stuff.
It all
It was
kicked off,
it
did
all
it?
kicked off. I mean, you had coaches running on to the field
Really?
of play
Oh.
to talk to the umpire. Oh, it was
Never
I mean,
happened in
I mean,
the
I think the
ECS.
chat will probably get onto it as well. This one would have gone over this. Oh,
Ooh,
wow. I thought, looking at it from first impression, I thought this probably would have gone over the stumps. But, oh, look, you can see the non-striker saying, are you sure about that? Yeah, this is an interesting decision. I don't think it's going to make any impact on where this match was going.
Yeah.
But is it probably, we'll see it again, and I could be wrong, but this may be just a rare lack of concentration
Yeah, you know,
from the umpire.
it's one of those ones. If it isn't a very good one, which I feel that is high, then I still probably see it's a good idea here.
Yeah, it's on the
I
up.
think
It's
going
pretty
over the-
high.
I
But
mean, maybe if you watered the stumps and they grew a little bit, then it might be closer. But if they're going to make an error, now's not a bad time because I don't think it's going to affect anything. It gives us a chance to acknowledge Kadjan, who was really, really good this series. Plevin essentially got to third place on the back of his excellent performance this morning, and others, of course, but he's going to be out for 27.
yeah, and this one. Oh, it's
There we go.
he's still got to
Have another
work to
go.
get there. He still may not. Well, if this one is for some reason been thrown to the other. Well, it could have been another wicket. Should have been another wicket. Ends up not being. Tahiri needs to stop
he knows
this.
he's in trouble about now.
And,
That just yorks Tahiri. And then Tahiri thinks he's going to get blasted from Lakov's throw, but he's fine.
yeah, now be careful. There's a wolf on the pitch, just on the outside of the ground at the moment.
Sort of-
Let's come out the woods. Oh, it disappeared.
We've
We've
had
had horses, now wolves.
It's a very good-looking dog to be running without any owner.
Don't spoil it. It's a wolf.
Okay, pardon me.
Ooh.
No,
Tahiri once more. And, oh,
hello to
nearly.
Marzi, if you're watching.
Yeah,
Wolfie.
no, Marzi.
Hope you're well.
Right, ball to
Enjoying
go.
his time off.
It's great, good performance. When champions, you know when they're down, they have to come out fighting, and they have done. So they're still in it, and they will get their opportunity to defend their crown. And they've got Medical University of Sofia who await them. And that's pretty well bowled. He gets lucky.
Uh-oh.
Well, they just don't want to get him out. Does he make it in the end? Well, they're going to go upstairs, and we shall see what the outcome is. But tell you what the outcome of that match was. After those 366, there was such a long delay that really it ruined it.
Yeah,
and
ruined the run.
And in the end, I think they fell, I don't know, about 12 short or something. But
See
it
if
was.
This is out from Dunbar. Gets her eventually. Well, there's no batter yet.
I think umpire is
Pretty close.
probably a bit blinded here.
You can't
Let's
see it all.
Slow it
Oh, This
down.
could possibly be out.
Bat in the air. And I think that's how. I think the bat's just in the air there,
Does
isn't
the
it?
bat then go down next frame? I think
Yeah.
it's probably out.
Is out.
I think it is out. Have a look at Dunbar. I don't know if we've still got it, but he doesn't pick it up at all. He leaves it behind, and he has to get a bit creative. I think it'll probly just be out. But
I like that because finally, in this match, after everything gone against him, Dunbar gets something that goes his way. And maybe his fortune is about to change.
well, the first ball of the game, he was out. The last ball of the game, he effected a run out.
Yeah.
But in between, it's in the Bulgarian that will win. In the end, they do it 88 to 57. They defend a score in the 80s, and that does set up a really interesting final between Indo-Bulgarians, the defending ECS champions. They'll take on MU Sofia in the decider. Now, it won't be for 2 hours. So 2 hours from now, set your watches, guys, because we will be back for the final, match 24. Have the toss very shortly. So it starts at 2:30 GMT, which is 4:30 in Central Europe, and 8 p.m. in India. This will be match 24, the final of the ECS Bulgaria. Can we have a new champion? Well, Indo-Bulgarians, they've been challenged before, but no one's ever stopped them from raising the trophy. Well, MU Sofia did have a win over them earlier today. This is all about Nankov early, wasn't it? Indo-Bulgarians needed early wickets, and thanks to his catches, they were able to pick up a couple.
yeah, he did very well. And though he wasn't able to make it 3 out of 3, you see here. And don't worry about that, he says. I'll come back. And he does, because he was involved in a great run-out as well. And this is the lawnmower. Wait for the start-up. There he goes. Come on, rank it up. Give it some of that. Give it some of that. And he's off, and he's doing his business. And this one is one that again.
Dunbar can't believe it. I mean, he's dropped 3 catches. They've all been off the lawnmower. So Nick's got a good sense of humour about that. That's another one that went down from Tahiri. Yeah, ultimately, it was just a fact that boundaries were few and far between. In fact, it took them until the last ball of the 5th over to score a boundary. In fact, there was only one boundary in the whole first 6 overs. Nankov again with a direct hit. He's been a real weapon in the field for Indo-Bulgarians, adding another dimension to their game. Although that was a good one from Jishnu Sivakumar. And that one I thought was going to take us out. Thanks for protecting me. The very next ball, he was gone. I just knew it was a matter of time. Unfortunately, for MU Pleasant, they've had a reasonably good series. They've shown some improvement, but they won't be in the final too, as they were never going to chase down this target of 89 after that start. I saw them wait 30 balls to get a boundary. That was a consolation one for Kadyan, and then he gets hit on the hip but gets given out anyway. But it was all academic by the end. As Dunbar, now, he had the fumbles, and eventually he got the run out by a couple of centimetres. And it was Indo-Bulgarian that booked their place in the final against MU Sofia. And we're all looking forward to that a little bit later on. Like I say, literally the first ball will be in 2 hours from now. So
yeah, that's going to be a repeat, I believe, last year's final, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it will. It will be. And difference, I suppose, this time, MU Sofia, they have the wood on Indo-Bulgarians today, but can they keep it up? Just want to say very heartfelt goodbye to Lily Pounder, who said she might have to go to sleep. But hopefully you catch up on it tonight, Lily, as we look at the scorecard. And Kadyan once again top scoring, 27 off 22, but he couldn't quite go at the rate required, just scoring 2 boundaries in his innings. And Apurv Mishra, the only other batter to get to double figures. He made 12 at a run a ball. And yeah, it was just well defended by Indo-Bulgarians. You'd expect it. Look, everyone was in single-digit economy, some very much so. Tahiri's been really economical today, 2 for 5 of his 2 overs. All the bowlers took a wicket, 2 to lack of. 1 for Rohit Daman. Nick Johns Whitberg, the lawnmower, with 1, and Mishra with 1. But yeah, pretty clinical performance. They just used the 5 bowlers, interestingly, that time.
Yeah.
I wonder if they think they're the 5 bowlers that they want to use. And would have been a chance to experiment a little bit towards the end when it looked like Pleven were out of things, out of contention. But yeah, still, it's going to be very interesting, that final. And look, it's a very hard one to call, isn't it, Rico?
It's going to be very tough because we've seen the form of both the finalists. I mean, they've when they played well, they have done an outstanding job, and but they've tasted defeat as well as victory, haven't they? And I'm just wondering, does it come down to which of the openers are going to perform well? Because I really think it's going to be down to the opening 3 batters. If one of the opening 3 batters on either side perform, then I think it's game on.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? And look, Indo-Bulgarians, we're so used to them domestically at least kind of batting teams out of the game. But it hasn't really happened. It hasn't really clicked in the top order. They've been doing just enough most of the time, although they didn't get away with it against Sofia before. But I think it'll be a very interesting final. It wouldn't surprise me if MU Sofia want to chase again. Indo-Bulgarians, normally they want to bat first, but I wonder if that didn't work before, if they may change their tactics. Anyway, it's going to be really exciting. It starts in exactly 2 hours right here on the European Cricket Network. So take a break, maybe set a watch, set a timer, do whatever you have to do, but make sure you join us back here for the final. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. We'll see you very shortly. Toss news on the way as well. It'll be in the chat. It'll be on the website, EuropeanCricket.com. Back soon for the final of the FanCode European Cricket Series Bulgaria.
It's been a tumultuous week in Bulgaria. Rain, snow, hail and shine, but we're back on the field and ready for the final. Indo-Bulgarians, they are defending champions. They're also ECL representatives, and they have always won the silverware here. But Ishan de Silva and MU Sofia, they are challenging, and they got the better of them earlier today. So it's anyone's game. We're ready for it. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Bulgaria final, and it starts right now. Hello and welcome back to Bulgaria, and this is the big one, match 24, the final. And once again, we have the same combatants as last year. It's MU Sofia taking on Indo-Bulgarians. Indo-Bulgarians, the defending champions of the ECS and also European Cricket League representative team of Bulgaria, but they've really been challenged today. MU Sofia, they knocked them off in the qualifier. Let's see what happens in the final. I think it's going to be a really close contest and very exciting, a very exciting conclusion to this tournament. Let's go over to Stefan Gooch, the tournament referee. He's with the three captains for the all-important coin toss.
Indo-Bulgarian to call. Head. Heads the call. It is heads.
We'll ball first. Okay. Thank you.
So it is Prakash Mishra, the Indo-Bulgarians skipper, that has won the toss. He's elected to bowl first. A little bit of a curious one for me, because I think normally they do like to bat first and defend, but it didn't work in qualifier one, as they were essentially outplayed by one partnership between Omar Rasul and Ishan de Silva for MU Sofia. So they are going to be chasing. They'll know exactly what they need to do. They've been shuffling their order around a little bit. I think it's been a team effort from the batting unit from Indo-Bulgarians, but no one's really stood out. I know that Adrian Dunbar, he'd be super keen to get some runs in this one. Let's see where they bat him. Do they persist with him at top of the order, or maybe drop him back to number 3? And Prakash Mishra, slight injury cloud for him as well. So I'm not sure if he'll be opening or perhaps maybe coming at 3 or 4. Of course, MU Sofia, I talked about Omar Rasul and Ishan de Silva, but Kevin D'Souza, he went cheaply in that qualifier earlier today, but he is a weapon if he gets going. I think it'll be an interesting contest between the batting of MU Sofia and the good defensive bowling of Indo-Bulgarians. So I think their bowling has been stronger than their batting during this tournament, Indo-Bulgarians, and that might be one of the reasons they want to lead with their strength and bowl first in this decider. And this trophy, thanks to Local Lifestyle, it is a wonderful piece of silverware. It'll be going to the winner of this match as we get ready for the first ball of the final. Rico Full, it's been great having you back this week as well. I'll give you the news from the toss. Prakash Mishra of Indo-Bulgarians, he's won the toss. They'll be bowling first. Let's get ready for the final.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandhu, and it's great to be here. Rico Full here, and you're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Sofia, Bulgaria at the Vasilevsky National Sports Academy, and it's time for the final in one of the oldest countries in Europe. Plovdiv in Bulgaria, it's the second largest city and the oldest constantly inhabited city in Europe. You'll be surprised to know that it's 8,000 years old. Sofia, where we are now, and that is some 6,000 years old, and in comparison, well, this is a surprise here, Rome, 2,800 years young, and Athens was only 6,000 years ago, so that just goes to show just why it's so old. And it's a beautiful place, lovely people, wonderful places to go and see, and great food, and it's always a pleasure to be here and mingle with the cricketers. The third time we're here, and this is your final. Medical University of Sofia versus Indo-Bulgarian. Lots of key players there. Are they going to perform? Bhakti Tahiri there, and going deep. Rohit Dhiman, they bowl really well. Prakash Mishra, can he find his form? And on the other side, Omar Rasul, he did find his form along with Ishan de Silva. These two teams have played each other twice, and it's 1-1. Who will be crowned the champions here? Will Indo-Bulgaria retain and regain that championship and hold it on for another year? It's a marvellous piece of silverware from our partner Local Lifestyles, and some glorious medals. We'll see those later. The question is, who's going to get their hands on what? Is it going to be the winners or the runners-up? Well, we haven't got long to find out, because the action is about to start, and as Vinny Sandhu told us, Indo-Bulgaria have elected to field first, so they want to chase, and it's going to be right on cue. Rohit Dhiman to bowl the first ball, and he's going to be bowling to Kevin D'Souza. Here we go, the final. It's time to start, it's time to rumble. the battle of ball versus bat. And not for the first time, and it won't be for the last time. You see the ball just guided down to that third man area. And isn't it beautiful to see the sunshine shining on this lovely ground, in this lovely setting, surrounded by scenery, surrounded by lovely mountains. So those mountains still showing signs of the snow that we had earlier in the week. And welcome back to everybody on the YouTube chat. Yes. This one's a little bit shorter, but not the best of looking shots there from De Silva. He wants to get back into the rhythm. Sometimes having a break can affect your performance. It's about getting your head back in the game. And this one is affected. Rohit goes down the leg side. Doubles the score. And wide. Yeah, so hello to everyone on the YouTube chat, and of course to everyone that's still watching via FanCode. Different time zones around the world. It's a snick, and there's a hand on this from Adrian Dunbar. And things just haven't been going his way in this series. This is a magnificent attempt. It goes pretty quickly. He does really well, and I think that's a fantastic effort. I reckon he's saved 4 runs there, or certainly 2 runs, because they probably would have maybe have run 2. That's a really good stop, but he'd be disappointed he wasn't able to keep it in his gloves. You saw it just catching the fingers there. It wasn't in the palm of the glove. So first real opportunity, though. I'll class that as half a chance, but in these big occasions, you have to take them. And, just keeping the pace right of it. One thing that Rohit Naman does tend to get, though he doesn't put too much into the delivery, he does get good carry, he gets good lift. And when you're just trying to guide that ball down, sometimes it does cause a few problems. Remember, this final is the repeat of last year's final. I can tell you in a second what happened there, as this one will be called another wide. And the final last year, it was Indo Bulgarian who batted first. They were in good confident mood when they were batting last year. 113 they scored. And they did lose 9 wickets getting there, but they managed to keep the Medical University of Sofia side to 86 for 6. The run scorers there for Bulgaria was Histrelakov, of course, and Prakash Mishra, both getting in the 30s. And Tahiri was the one doing the damage with the ball. And for Sofia, it was only Kevin D'Souza that really made any impact with the score. So it's time for a revenge maybe for Sofia. And did it first, 6 without loss. And it's a good time as Tahiri comes in to bowl to welcome back Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, thanks, Rico. Good to be back. Welcome to the final, everyone. Great to have you with us. The culmination of the week in Bulgaria. Yeah, I remember that 2021 series that these two teams met in the first couple of games of the series, and they were both really close. They both went to Indo Bulgaria, though. And Indo Bulgaria just have had the wood on MU Sofia. They broke the trend early today, MU Sofia defeating Indo Bulgarians in the first qualifier. And doing fairly well, restricting Indo Bulgarian to 83 and then chasing it down with 9 balls to spare, thanks to a very good partnership between Ishan De Silva and Omar Rasul, who made a memorable half-century. But they all start on an even footing here in the final. So it's taken off the stumps, just whipped away for 1. Yeah, so I think it'll be super interesting. I think we've got the best 2 teams here, even though I know we had an abridged series. This is just essentially the 14th completed match of the series. But yeah, I think it's a very, very interesting final, a very evenly matched final. Tahiri again. Whipped away for 1. How about you, Rico? Do you favour one team or the other here?
I think the way this series has gone, and because we haven't had all the matches, it's sort of like half a series, isn't it? Not a lot of games played. As when I was speaking to Prakash Mishra, he was saying, look, they only played yesterday, just 3 games, so they haven't really been able to get into any rhythm. So I think both teams are like for like. They will both be relying on one of the top 3. I go back to what I said before, one of the top 3 scoring big runs. Prakash Mishra still can't stop that ball. It just doesn't want to go to him, does it?
Doesn't cost him that time.
But yeah, I think if one team, whoever it is, if one of their openers or one of the top 4 score a 40 or 50 and get big runs on the board, that will make the difference.
bowling options though for Indo-Bulgarians that Emu Sofia are going to have to deal with. Nice outswinger there from Tahiri. Just worked away for one. So no real damage on the scoreboard yet. Fairly cautious start from these two. Emu Sofia, after 2 overs, are 11 for no loss. And just a reminder about how these two teams arrived at the final. Saw Indo-Bulgarian lose to Emu Sofia in the first qualifier. That means they had to beat Emu Pleven. Pleven put up a good fight as well. They made it all the way to qualifier 2 after knocking off Plovdiv in the first game of the day. But we have ended up with this final, Emu Sofia versus Indo-Bulgarian. And yeah, plenty of sunshine and beautiful conditions, 19 degrees. Plenty of blue sky, Rico. This is the week that we wish we'd had all the week, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I cannot believe the weather that we've experienced, sort of the change in the weather really in the last 7 days. It's been absolutely amazing from one end of the scale to another.
Sitting here ripping layers off. It's been one of those days, hasn't it? Times that had a light sprinkling of rain, but nothing too major. Demand coming back to bowl the third over. This is where it all kind of went wrong earlier today. And the third over went for 20. That was thanks to Rasul, actually. I think this might be a no ball coming up because there's 3 outfielders, and I can spot it now. So I think it's been radioed in, and it's a correct call that there were 3 outfielders, and you're only allowed 2 in the power play. So I think this is that'll be retrospectively called a no ball and a free hit coming up, unless I'm completely off the mark.
Yeah,
And,
I did see.
Long conversation.
I did see somebody coming in sheepishly. I think that is that the no ball signal? Yeah, there we go. So I think it was Tahiri who was out when he probably didn't want to be.
Out when he should have been in. Sound the free hit bell. Oh, certainly a big swing put on that one. I don't think it'll beat Chopra. So yeah, interesting Indo-Bulgarian side. Adrian Dunbar does periodically play for Indo-Bulgarians in the domestic competition, but just because of the nature of this tournament and some availabilities, he has some friends from across the border in Serbia in the lawnmower, Nick Johns Wickberg, and also Gaurav Chopra playing in the tournament. Demand. He's happy to work it at the moment, and D'Souza's dismissal was a bit of a funny one this morning, wasn't it? Well, not funny if you're him, but he was being careful and he just chopped a fairly tame dab onto the stumps. But having said that, he's been pretty cautious here early.
Yeah.
I would have thought maybe attacking a bit more, trying to take it to Indo-Bulgarians in the first 3 overs in the power play. Driven back.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, the bowling in general has been very good. It's been wicket-to-wicket bowling, no pace in the ball. And at the moment, neither one of the 2 openers are wanting to go all-out attack.
Oh, that one just goes straight over middle stump.
Yeah, interesting choice of shot. You would have thought he would have gone across and tried to play this on the onside over square.
Oh, that has not gone over by much at all. De Silva lucky to survive. There's another one. Doesn't get the middle of the bat on this at all. Yeah, but you're right. The bowling's been good. It's been pretty tight. Okay, a couple of wides early, but for the most part, it's been excellent. Not quite run a ball pace in this power play. Last ball of it coming up from Rohit Demand. Thick edge and gone. And so there's the first wicket, and it's Gaggandeep Singh that takes the catch. It was De Silva that went after that ball outside the off-stump. Demand. Well, so often he gets it right. And that one did not come off the middle of that at all. Had to be taken, and it was. Deep Singh holds on, and it's the first wicket of the final. Emu Sofia lose their captain 14 for 1.
Yeah, and look, Rohit Demand, he's not been rewarded with lots of wickets. I think that's only his 4th in the series. But he has really bowled well. He's bowled tight. And you know, the other thing about this is, when you've got a bowler like this, Vinny, who bowls, I mean, okay, you said that, you know, all bowlers have bowled the odd wide or so, but when you bowl a consistent line, the captain, like Prakash Mishra, he knows to this sort of bowling, he doesn't need a fine leg. He doesn't need to waste a fielder there, and he doesn't. So he's able to put the extra men on the offside, and that creates the chances. And not normally where you see a ball go into empty space, it doesn't detect the catch, wicket taken.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. If you have the fine leg out, or if you don't have a fine leg, I should say, and sometimes you will see the batters trying to get funky, but we haven't seen so much of that in this tournament. And this is an interesting moment. The lawnmower is coming on Nick Johns Wickberg. For me, I think he's been the bowler of the tournament. I actually think he's in the MVP conversation as well. I mean, it's hard to pick the MVP based on essentially 3 days play.
Yeah.
But he hasn't had a bad game, really. He's been very economical. I think his economy rate is under 4 for the tournament. He's picked up a few wickets as well.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he's been the difference. And let's see how he goes in the final, though.
Yeah, he's got 5 wickets so far to his name. 3rd in the wicket takers.
Pretty good start as well.
And that's what I'm talking about. See, all the bowlers so far, apart from the odd loose delivery, have been on the money. So the batters know, if you commit and you get it wrong, you are going to go. And again, no fine leg.
This is what I'm talking about as well. Short run, no real time to reset for the batter. This one is going no. He tries to dab it, and this might be 4-leg buys, you know. He just tries to kind of dab this. It comes back at him and grabs a bit of the leg.
What a strange shot this is to try and play. I mean,
it's just how he got out before as well. It's a bit of a nothing shot. It gets nothing bat-wise, but does get them 4 runs. Bit of luck there for D'Souza, because that really could have gone onto the stumps quite easily.
not a bit. That's a big load of luck. I mean, not really sure what that shot was.
This is in the air. Now Dunbar is after this. It's a keeper's catch, and he drops it.
Oh, no.
And that is the 4th time we've seen Dunbar drop
Off
a
the
catch
same bowler.
off Nick Johns Wickberg.
Oh, dear.
He's only dropped 4 in the entire series, and they're all off that man. And this was a chance to get rid of D'Souza, but he survives.
Oh, that is... Well, what can you say about that? You know, when it's not your day, when things do not go your way, when somebody's put a voodoo spell on you, these sort of things happen. You got to feel for him. Nothing's going right for him. And that one is a clanger. He needs to take that.
Once again, right on the money. I think this short run that Lawnmowers was forced into initially, it's worked so well from him. And you mentioned it. He gets so much power from his arms and his shoulder and his action. I just think it's so repeatable what he's doing for what is quite an unusual arm action. The fact that he doesn't have to worry about his feet being in the right place, it's pretty much already there.
It's a good shot.
That's a good shot. It's gone all the way. Maximo. Well, D'Souza has a life, and he cashes in with 6. We haven't seen that so often off Johns Wickberg. But he picks this one straight as you like. Bisects the fielder, 6 runs.
Yeah, look, when he was bowled, I thought that's a good ball, but the shot was even better. Misses this. The stumps are all over the place. That's how good it was. Hits it dead straight. 6 runs.
Get one here. That's the vortex, as we call it. Top left of screen. Very fast bit of the field. End of the over. So despite the 6, still not a bad over at all. Could have got a wicket. It goes for 9 in the end. The score is 27 for 1 after 4 overs. Very, very warm welcome to you, no matter where you're watching from around the world. Welcome to the final here in the FanCode European Cricket Series, Bulgaria. Sun's out, that's what that thing is. We hadn't seen it for a while, but it's great to be there. Yeah, interesting shot that D'Souza. People saying, is it a shot? Well, it was a shot. It wasn't a very good one. I think he was shaping to cut, but even though it looks a bit awkward, I think he is trying to hit the ball. So I think it's fair enough, but it was a bit unusual. And Graham Holmes saying 4 off the box. Look, great to be with you. And look, Rico, it's our last day here. Yeah. We will be moving to Romania next week, but still plenty of cricket to come on ECN. Not only this month, but also this year, right?
Loads of cricket. I mean, you know how many matches it's potentially likely to be. But, of course, you know, we haven't even started the night series yet. They're going to come thick and fast pretty soon as well. It's all exciting stuff, and I'm loving it, especially, going to places like Bulgaria, where I've been before. This is my 3rd time here, and seeing the cricket progress here. It's absolutely fantastic. Great work by the Federation. Great work by the players, and loving the cricket, loving the fact that women are playing cricket here now, and the youth system is really good.
Yeah.
And then you also go to places like me, going to Romania for the first time, and seeing the setup there is great.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic that you get to go there for the first time. Rico, I'm sure they'll be super excited to see you there in Romania. I spent a bit of time there last year. It's a beautiful cricket ground. I think you'll really enjoy it. It's essentially in a village about 20 minutes out of Bucharest. That's a really good ball from Lakov.
What a beauty this is. This is an absolute peach.
Yeah, and we'll call him what you like. He's got a few nicknames. The one just leaves Rasul in the last moment. Rasul was so good this morning, wasn't he? That 50 he scored against the same opposition. I want to see the back of him early. I think the key to success for Indo-Bulgarians, get the top 3. If you get the top 3, I'm not saying there's not batting to come, but I think they're the ones that are likely to take the game away from you and put that 100-plus score on the board.
Yeah, well, Rasul obviously has to use a different partner this time if he's to stay there. And the man who's with him at the moment is Kevin D'Souza. So though Ishan has gone early, the captain, these two are very capable, and these two have to put, again, goes back to what I say, one of the top 4 have to score big, and one of these two has to keep going all the way. It was Rasul in that game earlier. He scored 51 not out of 28, and what an innings it was, one of the best in this series. Nakov in once more. Oh, and had an interesting shot. Sort of takes himself away from it, Rasul, but he was very much like this in that earlier innings. He did start well. He was a little bit cagey, but as soon as he played that first shot, the first boundary, then there was no looking back.
Yeah, that's right. It was a very slow starter this morning. Markov going to get out of his over. He's only conceded 4. There should be a couple here. Long chase for Chopra. Field has dried out and has dried out and has dried out, hasn't it? Still not perfect, but certainly a lot easier for the fielders to deal with right now. Halfway through the first innings of the final, Emu Sofia, they were sent in, and they are 33 for 1 after 5.
Yeah, it's got to be fair to say that apart from probably, I'm guessing, just one, maybe 2 innings, most of the innings, the beginning part have been slow. The first 5 overs haven't been where we've seen most of the runs. Teams just haven't been able to accelerate in the power play now.
Yeah.
You've got to give credit to the bowling. The bowling's been very good in it. And once again, you see here, quite a low first 5 overs. So once again, they do well to get to the 80 mark, won't they?
Yeah, for sure. From here, here's a lawnmower. Start him up. There's a bit of length on this. Needs to be fielded. Well, it is. There's more luck than design by Deep Singh down there. Gets the hoof on it and keeps it to 1. As we see a few familiar names in the chat. Hello to Jay Wild, saying big hugs from the Costa del Sol boys on my birthday. Thank you, Jay. So great to have that sport. I know you had some cricket going on at Khartoum today, and that was great to see. Goes for this. I don't think it's going to carry to the fielder, though. It'll just plop about 20 yards from the pitch, and that will be a single to Clip. Saying happy birthday from Trinidad. Thank you so much as well. Thanks to everyone who's wished me a happy birthday today. I've had a great day. Best thing is got a full day of cricket in, which is wonderful. Graham's asking about ECS in Jersey sometime. I mean, that's a potential as well. That might be nice. Oh, this is edge. Dunbar's got no chance with that. It's going to be 4. I suppose John Zwickberg would say, well, even if it went to him, there's no guarantee he'll hold on to it off my bowling. But he had no chance. Have to be about 8 foot tall to get a hand on that, Rico. 4 runs.
Yeah, you know the old saying, if you're going to swing hard, and that's exactly what he does. He swings hard and gets an edge, but it flies over the keeper. 4 runs.
Gone, and there he is, starting him up. The lawnmower's in business. He hasn't had a lot of luck, but what he has done is gotten rid of D'Souza, who goes for 20. The lawnmower firing up in the final as Indo-Bulgarians hope to put their foot down. It's 39 for 2.
Yeah, that's the wicket they needed. I mean, certainly didn't hit too many clean out of the middle of the bat. D'Souza, but he still made 20 runs, and you know, while he's there, anything can happen. And I think here again, just the wrong choice of shot. He needed to be coming straight, and well, there he is. Well, the celebration, the lawnmower there. He's going after the lawnmower. Oh, I love it, I love it. And good work again from our guys at Spring Production.
Yeah.
Well, he's getting a bit of a following, but I don't know where he's going there. He's chasing after the lawnmower there.
Yeah, he's saying bring it back. That's where he gets his moves from, Rico. We know that now. That's great work from the boys. That's Martins and Girls and Christianas from Swing Productions with us this week. But yeah, straight, middle stump. Just does a bit with the ball. I think he's holding a lot of cross seamers, and they're unpredictable because they do seem to hit the seam a lot of the time, and you can't really tell which way it'll move. It's just subtle, but it's enough.
Okay, big moment here now. So Umar Rasul hasn't really got going himself yet. 2 of the big batters have gone. So I'm going to say that he's really the only one that's left at the moment. He's just helping out his partner. But there's a bit of work here to be done here. And Chugtai, he's got to hang around with Umar Rasul. It'd be interesting how Rasul goes about this as well now, because he knows half the innings more or less have gone.
Yeah.
So he's really got to either try and get on strike as much as possible, or he's going to just, well, I don't know, what's his other option? He's just going to try and hit big every time he's on strike.
I like this as a slip in place because John Whitberg likes bowling left-handers, and he often gets the ball just to shape away from off the pitch and going for an attacking option. He's got 2 balls left. Oh, this one dug out. I think it's my ball. But will just be a single. Yeah, I mean, it's the first time we've seen anyone else but the top 3 for Sofia today. So something to think about. See Chugtai at the crease. And Michael Daub saying that'll look younger than ever. Well, you obviously didn't know me as a child, Michael, because I looked a lot younger then. Give you the tip, but thank you, Michael. And yeah, thanks to everyone who's been so kind to me on my birthday. Hello to Steve Cook as well. All right, last ball for the lawnmower. Driven away, it's vortex bound, and that's going to be 4. And that's what we've seen all week. It's what we've seen ever since we've played cricket in Bulgaria. That part of the ground, once it gets there, it races away. And even though that's not that far from the outfielder, he had no chance. 4 to finish the over. After 6, it's 44 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, Sani was out there, कोशिश तो कितनी बहुत दौड़िया बॉल स्टॉप करने पर उधर है ना बॉल नी पेज जाती है कोई चांस नहीं लग गया चौका. That's a good way to finish the over. So 6 overs down, 44 on the board, and we've seen today that scores of 80 have been interesting. They've been challenging, and that's what they'll be looking to get to here. But well, with only 24 balls left, we've got to really looking at 2 aboard here, and things aren't going to get easier. Lakov is coming back on to bowl his second.
Yeah, they've got a lot of bowling options, don't they? They haven't used Mishra yet, like Gaggandeep Singh as well. Got to wait. Push for 2 here.
You got to go back. Oh, the ball watching.
He's not confident of his pace to get back there. That's what that's about. Chuktai takes the 1. Look, maybe not the worst as well. Gives Rasul a chance to try and work his way into his innings. But from here, in 6 overs, they're 44. Look, 11s get you to 88. That's a long way off. And 88 today seems like about a pass score, I think. And so yeah, we haven't seen 11 and over too often. The birds think it's hilarious. Goes after this. Lakov gets a hand on it. Look, I think the MVP conversation, Chris Lakov's in it for me. He's averaging 55 with the bat. He's also delivered with the ball. And he just does these little things in the field, backing up. He's just a good presence. He does a lot of things that don't show up in the stat sheet. Yeah. For me, he's one of the
He's there or
contenders.
thereabout.
Yeah.
I can tell you exactly. He's on 111 with the bat, and he has picked up 4 wickets as well. And that's before going into this match. So, yeah, it's possible.
Yeah.
It definitely is possible. I mean, Prakash as well. If he has I think a number of players, if they have a good final, they're up for it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, remember, we've only seen this Indo-Bulgarian team for essentially 2 days of cricket.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Chris, you pretty much know what you're going to get from him. He's reliable. I call him the conductor. And he is often kind of a barometer of how they're going. He's quite adaptable the way he plays his cricket, even with his batting. Hustles hard, does the little things. So, got 4 balls to go in the final. Well, Rasul's after him. It's not going to carry to Nagy. I think it's probably a smart move. I couldn't see that carrying it. Going to make up your mind pretty quickly. In the end, he just was happy to concede the single.
I don't know, I mean, Tahiri is thinking a bit like me. He's thinking that maybe Nagy could have, maybe he didn't see it straight away. But it was one of those difficult ones, but you've got to make up your mind early. And if he was to take it, he would have taken it diving forward. It was never going to be easy.
I think
but there's a risk of giving the boundary.
He made up his mind early that he wasn't going for it. So gone, and now Lakov gets in on the action. That's a good delivery, and it just leaves Chugtai off the wicket. So Lakov gets in on the action. He's got 1 for 11. He gets a wicket in the final, and Emu Sofia lose the third, 49 for 3.
Yeah, this is really good delivery. I'm liking it. It was, I think this is a little bit faster, I think he's really pushed this one through, and it's beaten Chugtai. All ends up. What a beauty this is. Both achhi bowling. Fatte Jagaditte.
Just a very good ball, to be honest. To get good batters, you got to bowl good balls, and that one moves off the straight. Definitely goes left to right off the pitch, probably hitting the seam. And Chugtai, can't really blame him for missing it. Got to say hello to Ingrid Dunbar in the chat. He says, hi guys, watching again. I think she's watching from Cape Town in South Africa.
Hello.
Wishing me a happy birthday. But please tell Adrian he's giving me more grey hairs, but still loving the cricket and the commentary. Now let's see if Adrian can get some runs. He's had 2 one-ball innings. And
well, I've heard he's going to bat left-handed.
We can't have any worse luck. I told you, he looks like a millionaire. Always ends up sleeping on the street in these competitions.
Lakov he's very particular where he wants his field, isn't he? And Prakash is having a little chat with him, and Lakov is saying, no, that's what I want.
There's a Yusuf is the new batter. Can't deal with this one. Lakov's got it just right.
Yeah, he's motoring now, isn't he, Lakov? He's looking good, and he's just No, he doesn't want to take his eyes off Yusuf here. And he's smiling about it here now. And he's still on. He's still on at him.
Yeah, I like that.
He's probably,
you know, he's just one of the guys I really love to watch on ECS.
he's the sort of player he's probably saying to him, if you can't play that, shall I bring you a piano?
Gone, and he gets 2 in the over. Lakov, oh, he's loving life at the moment. And he's bringing it in the final. 2 wickets fall in the 7th. The castle's knocked over again. And Yusuf can't deal with it. He goes for a second ball up. Goes without scoring. And 7 overs down, 49 for 4. What an over that was from Chris Lakov. He only concedes 5. And he picks up 2 wickets.
Yeah,
really, MUCV in some serious trouble now.
Wonderful bowling. That's what we're talking about, because it's another one of those where we've had plenty of rain. There's plenty of puddles and ponds around this ground. I know, because I filled a lot of them up, and so did the ECN crew. And there's a few ducks in there as well, I can tell you. And quite a few of them are cricketing ducks. That was just another really good delivery. That's a fantastic over. Every ball was a wicket-taking ball. And, well, this is what's coming up. Tell the world what we're doing next.
Yeah, we're looking forward to Monday morning. We'll be in Romania again. So, obviously, first time there this year. It's day 1 of 6, same sort of format, hopefully with better weather. And the weather forecast is looking pretty nice there in Bucharest. It'll be Baniasa versus the Bucharest Gladiators. Well, that's Pavel Florin's team, the Gladiators. They're Monday morning. Then in the afternoon, we've got United against ACCB. And, yeah, they've got Ramesh Sathisen. United, they're always a pretty good force against ACCB. Gohar Manan plays for them, and all start 6 a.m. GMT, 8 o'clock in Central Europe, 11:30 a.m. in India. So same time slot as this week in Bulgaria. So join us Monday for another exciting week of ECS action.
Yeah, new batter that's come out is Bashir. And Bashir wants to do a bit of bashing. He needs to do a bit of bashing. And the man who's out there as well, faced 9 deliveries for 11, Omar Rasul. He needs to do a little bit as well. They need to push on to get into the 80s.
Cash is on. He's pretty handy to bowl towards the end because he bowls a lot of good slower balls. They're going to go on the windmills up.
He's in trouble. Oh, well, it's a good effort there from Prakash. I think he knew he wasn't going to be able to pick it up and go towards the stumps. He tries to sort of flick this on.
Yeah, throw was a bit short, so he tries to get creative. I think if this hits, it might have been hard to tell because he was in the way, but I feel like he might have just been short. Good fielding.
Yeah, shouts no. He doesn't want the single. He's not looking for the single. He's looking for the big shots. And Prakash, he's bowled him 2 slower deliveries so far. Really try and get this one in outside the off stump.
Looks like Neville's going to catch up on the game later. Good night, Neville, and thanks for your kind message. In the air, this is going to find a pocket of space though. And now he has to keep it inside Nankov. It's always going to be 2. Just had to make sure he didn't do anything crazy, like kick it over the boundary. So yeah, a couple. But yeah, in this innings we've only had 2 4s and a 6. I suppose we had a 4-leg buys as well. Yeah. Not too many boundaries at all.
So just looking at the boundary. That was a nice looking shot. Unfortunate not to get a boundary, but that's why the scores have been lower.
Yeah. Don't mind that shot.
Doesn't go to plan, but
yeah.
Not where he was expecting it. But if he gets it right, that's 4 runs.
Yeah, exactly. And he's having trouble just getting going. So, you know, he had a bit of a turning point last time, but it was a bit earlier than this. That's the thing. Now we're going to see Manan Bashir. I haven't seen too much of him this week. It's a full toss. It's towards the wind. I keep saying the windmill, which is what I call him sometimes. But here's the lawnmower. And so yeah, he's looking pretty funky. He's got that Pirates of the Caribbean look, which a few people are going for here.
At least it's matching, eh?
Deep sing as well.
Colour coordinated. I'm liking that.
I think it's the little things. It's been a good over. So far, no boundaries. 2 to come. Ness might be a boundary. Depends how fast this runs. It's going. It's going. It won't get there. And well, that's slightly poor running, I think. Because they pretty much walked too. I feel like that's one time you could have got a 3, Rico.
He should have got a 3 there because he would have then allowed just 1 delivery. In fact, no. That is, I think, are they calling it over? I thought it was still 1 to come. That's
my mistake. It's gone 2.2112.
Well,
so that's actually 6 off the over.
Yeah, that's why it was important to make that 3 because then you're going back on strike. So yeah, it's not the smartest bit of cricket, but maybe he's got confidence in Bashir. And like I said before, if Bashir sends this one to the moon,
true,
it'll be justified. And he's got to do that because they do need the acceleration.
Got to check my adding up. It's actually 8 off the over with that last 2. So 57 for 4. And time for the 9th. It all happens in the 9th. Acheta Tahiri just never seems to get hit to the boundary. I've probably jinxed him now, but he went for 5 singles, and that's all in his first over. And see what he can put together in the 9th at the moment. A good choking job from Indo-Bulgarian.
Yeah, drop safe, I think. Will they try and get 2? Probably won't, because this time Rasul is saying, yeah, let me stay. He's probably thinking to himself, why don't I get some of that? Why don't I get a short ball?
And the other thing is, you know, we've seen it time and time again. I mean, he just clicked and he was unstoppable this morning. Yeah. But he just can't hit his way out of this funk at the moment, Omar Rasul. It's 18 off 14. And it's almost now or never for him to get going. He's hit 1 boundary in 14 balls faced. He needs to find a couple here at the back end of the innings. Once again, it's not quite there. Lakov's going to have a ping. Dunbar almost manufactures something there.
Does well. It was an awkward one to deal with, but he's done very well. He's trying to get the roll and lay on, isn't he, here? You see here, he's pictured the ball's going, and you see, dives forward, just trying to flick it on. I think he would have still made it, but it would have looked good.
Back to live action. Again, this isn't going to the boundary. Protected that area well. There's a lot of balls getting hit in that direction. They've got 3 outfielders protecting kind of long on, mid-wicket, forward square leg. And Tahiri, once again, just doesn't get hit for 4s. And now we haven't seen a boundary for 14 deliveries. We might see one now, because that's hit really well. 1 bounce 4. Just what they needed. Maybe that's Rasul just clicking, and there's still an over and a half to play. They need a little kick along, and this is the man that did it this morning. This is a nicely executed shot. There's a big gap back there. It's a long boundary. Still gets the value 4 runs.
Yeah, what do you like? First you say Tahiri doesn't get hit for boundaries. Then you say you haven't seen a boundary in a while, and boom, there's a boundary.
It's the power. This will go to the boundary. No, maybe not. Third man's coming around and stops it.
He knows nothing about it, but he stops it. Hits the back of his heel, and that's going deep. He served his team well, and his captain well, hasn't he? Going deep. He's come on to bowl at difficult times.
I've heard
he's thrown himself around. I'm surprised he hasn't bowled.
Yeah, I've heard of a fine leg. This is a fine leg. It's so fine, it's not on leg at all. He's actually on the offside, and he's still able to stop it.
He has no idea that has stopped that. The ball just ends up hitting a little divot and hitting the back of his heel, and they do stop it. But he's done well. He saved runs, and it's all about saving runs.
Kick along is on now. 64. Where can they get to? Can they get to 80? I mean, 80 is competitive. I've seen that today. 80's been competitive, but it generally hasn't been enough. That's been the story, I think. The Bulgarians scored 88 in their second qualifier, holding Pleven to 57. And when these two teams met, it was Indo-Bulgarian that scored 83. And that's the end of the 9th over. So 66 for 4. They're going to go back to Mishra at the end. They're just spoiled for options, to be honest.
Yeah, look, you can see a team's got depth when the likes of Going Deep, who's bowled really well this series, doesn't get a bowl. In the air, this could be an opportunity. It's the lawnmower. Is he going to rank it up again? Oh, he is. Let's have a look at his celebration. Come on, get it going. There he goes. Boom, shakalaka. And yay. And that's a good catch. And Prakash Mishra, he picks up another wicket. And he was a little bit afraid that the lawnmower was going to chew him up there when he came towards him. He's still going. Look, he's on fire.
There's a few people in the way. Yeah, whatever he is, he's doing something right. He discards the sunnies. And then the lawnmower, it's like buy one, get one free, because there's Lakov, and he's going to join in as well. It's like you get a big lawnmower, you get a little one for the hedges. He's more of an edge trimmer, Chris Lakov.
Lakov, I think he's the size of him. He looked more like a jockey there riding a horse, not the lawnmower. It weren't the real McCoy, but it's a wicket, and it's, well, another one bites the dust. So Rasul finds himself stranded once more. He wants to get to the other end. He needs to get to the end where the action is.
Yeah, 66 for 5. 5 balls to go. The 80's looking further and further away.
This will at least get him on strike. And what can he do with it? I think he's got to make up his mind here. I mean, he could end up with, if it just singles and singles here, just 2 more runs to his name. Or he can say, well, I'm not taking a single. I've got to try and find a boundary from somewhere.
I think you need to, rather not take a single, I think you need to try on a 2. Because there's plenty of 2s on this field. Hit it to the outfield, go for 2, hope for the best. That's maybe my play from here. Mishra, expect a slower ball. Slower ball, driven. And driven pretty well, and this will go to the boundary. That was picked and well dealt with by Omar Rasul. Well, he's getting better, but he's running out of time, but that does take them past 70 with 3 balls remaining.
Yeah, delightful shot of the innings, this one. He waits for it and uses the little bit of width he's got, but he still's got a lot to do to find the gap and get it past the infielder, and he does it really well. 4 runs. Prakash is following the ball a little bit here. He's put a man out there now. Now he's basically saying to Omar Rasul, well, look, he's gone back on the offside. My mid-wicket has come in. Go for it if you want.
Be brave. Get outside off and go over mid-wicket now. That's what he does. And doesn't go over, though. He just finds Lorma. I think you pretty much got to come back here.
Gotta go.
Good throw has him dead. And the lawnmower is running out of power. And he does get back for 2. Face slide from Omar. And smart cricket at this stage.
Yeah, he uses up too much fuel and energy of the celebration. He hasn't got the power in the throat. And he was always safe there, but just making sure gets the dive in.
Ironically, if we could have mowed the lawn closer, that probably skates onto the keeper and it's run out.
2 boundaries for the 80.
Gets a fair piece of it. This is going to be a long chase. It'll be 2 or 4. It's going to be 4. It just gets past Tahiri. And Rasul just opens the wrists on this one, slices it away. Clever batting. He gets it over Nankov in the infield, and it was always going to be a long chase. Tahiri couldn't get there, and there's one of those boundaries he talked about. Walking stick 77 with the ball to go.
Yeah, he plays that shot really well, doesn't he? He gets to the pitch quickly, uses his feet well, and then it's all about the execution, gets his hand into play, lofting it over the top.
A few people asking when we'll see the lawnmower again. Well, hopefully we'll see him in the Croatian series later in the year, if not before. Might have a few offers after this. 77, and here he is. They'll come back for 2 here, and now he fumbles. They'll get 2. I don't think they'll get too many more. And they're going to end up at 79 for 5. So Rasul, he does get that little kick towards the innings, doesn't he? But I'm sure he would have been hoping it came a little bit earlier, as we did see 3 boundaries in the last 2 overs. That was after we didn't see one for about 2.5 overs. So they will essentially set a target of 80 for Indo-Bulgarians. And look, I think on a field like this, conditions like this, I still favour Indo-Bulgarians to get there, but we know the pressure of the chase, and we also know that there's not so many boundaries to come by on this field. I think it's going to be a cracking finish to the final. Indo-Bulgarians, they'll need 80 for the trophy.
Yeah, look, absolutely. And we see, look at these highlights here again. That was a very difficult chance for Dunbar. He does really well to get there. I think he saved runs there. But he does get an easier one as well a bit later on. But first of all, is that man we were talking about. Doesn't get a chance to bowl going deep, but he plays a big part in the field, taking that catch. And also made some good stops, but that one was very lucky with this one that goes down.
The first one was the late cut so late it actually hit his leg. The second one really should have been caught by Dunbar, who just has the yips when the windmill's on. This one he couldn't get near, as the lawnmower eventually found the target, and it was start the motors time. And well, he's a very exciting player to watch. He certainly did his bit in this 10 overs.
Yeah, he does bowl well, and there was only one man really out there that was able to accelerate and play a good innings, and that was Rasul. And this is another one. This is Lakov. He bowled really well for me today. Lakov picked up 2 wickets. He's taken himself right up there as one of the leading wicket takers. And once again, as we said earlier, with that one there as well, he's putting his name in the hat for MVP, and it's possible. But this man as well, you've got to give him a look in as well, because I tell you what, look, he's batted well, he's scoring runs, and his keeping has been pretty good as well. So you can't ignore Omar Rasul either.
There's a fair bit of this, and it's catching on. It's a bit like the Macarena, but a bit more fun. As you see, Rasul just kicks at the end of the innings. He ends up with 37 off 22. Look, it looks really good, but if he'd gone a bit earlier, I mean, who knows what he could have scored. He could have probably got another 10, 20 runs, but it just took a while for him to kick in as he kicked it halfway through the night.
I don't think he got as much of the strike. I mean, you say 22 balls, but really, while he was out there, that 22 needed to be around 30. He wasn't given as much of the strike, and that's the one thing I think that's gone against him. But like I say, I mean, Kevin D'Souza made 20. He'll be disappointed the way he got out. I mean, he was a bit fortunate to get that 20. He was a little bit edgy, didn't find the middle of the bat, but Omar Rasul, what a fine knock from him as well. And like I say, if this match goes their way and he plays a good part, takes some fantastic catches, who knows what could happen. They could win it, and he could be the MVP. We never know. There's still a lot of cricket left to play. As we look at the bowling figures there, Chris Lakov, he was on fire.
Yeah, it sure was. Let's go back. I like D'Souza's contribution at the top with 20 runs. But yeah, Lakov, for me, is the best of the bowlers, and he's certainly firming for MVP, if you ask me. 2 for 11 off his 2. Also wickets to Daman, who only went for 9 in his 2. Nick Johns Whitberg, the lawnmower, with a wicket, although he went for 20. All his fault. And Prakash Mishra ended up going for 21, bowling at the end of the innings.
So it's all set up for a blockbuster finish. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes. And when we do, we'll find out if Indo-Bulgarians will successfully defend their trophy. They've never lost an ECN tournament here in Bulgaria. They're going for the three-peat. Then Nemu Sofia, they were third 2 years ago. They were second last year, and they'll be hoping to go one better and raise the trophy here in 2022. So a tantalising finish on the line. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maxo, alongside Rico Poole. See you for the exciting conclusion, the other side of this break of the FanCode European Cricket Series Bulgaria.
Welcome back to Bulgaria, and it's time for the final innings of the final match. And it is the conclusion of this one-week series. Indo-Bulgarians against MU Sofia. Indo-Bulgarians, defending champions and ECL representatives of Bulgaria, won the toss, elected to bat in this match 24, the final. And they will be going out there chasing 80 to win. Electing to bowl, pardon me. It was MU Sofia that put that score on the board. So we're about to see if we have a changing of the guard as far as the ECS trophy goes. The Bulgarians, they've won both so far. MU Sofia, they were third in 2020, they were second in 2021, they're hoping to be first in 2022. And the openers have gone out there. I'll tell you one guy that's going to be a little bit nervous is Adrian Dunbar. He's coming off 2 Goldens. He's on a king pair, he's already got a king pair. Can't remember what 3's called. We'll have to make something up. Not the kind of hat trick you want. He's facing Ali Rasul. Big contest. 80 runs away from the trophy in the Bulgarians. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me, Rico Full. What an exciting conclusion to this tournament, Rico.
It's going to be, I mean, since yesterday, all the games have been so close to fought. And it's always been a battle, and this will be a battle as well with Ali Rasul.
They're ready to go. 80 looks easy on paper. I tell you, there's nothing simple about it. 80's played probably more like 100, I think, on this field in these conditions.
Come on, Dunbar, get us a run. To be the bigger cheer of the day.
Well, he's going to get a big cheer here probably, because he does get a run.
Arriba,
Yeah.
Shaba, he's off and running.
I mean, I'd be ripping the helmet off and all sorts. And he is away. You know, he's the sort of player, I don't want to jinx him, but you know, he's a good batter. He's got a T20 international century.
Now look, if you were the bowler, wouldn't you bowl that short, wide outside off stump?
Yeah, I certainly would have. Ali Rasul now is going to bowl back to Tahiri. So yeah, different set of openers essentially. We saw Mishra and Markov opening, but they've still got a lot of batting up their sleeve. Probably got 6 genuine bats in their side. Short, and it's a hit me ball, and it is hit. It's going to be the first boundary of the reply. Not a good one from Rasul. He struggles with his length at times. He drags this one down. Back to Akash is in.
Yeah, Gandhi ball, Siggy. On the leg side and being put away. 4 runs, and that was easy peasy. He's a quality player. He's one who's getting better all the time. His last 3 innings, he's got himself into the 20s. You don't want to be feeding him those sort of balls. Rasul needs to get it right. That is a better delivery. But, here he thinks about the single. No response from Dunbar. Stays put.
Yeah, I mean, Dunbar, he just seems to be out of luck in the ECS. We saw him play in the Croatian series last year for Belgrade, the Serbian side. Facing still is Tahiri, and he drives, doesn't get it through the field. That's where the magic happens for MU Sofia. Remember the kind of team catch yesterday.
Yeah.
It's Alvin Jacob, who's hunting around at mid-off at the moment. That was De Silva that does the fielding on that occasion.
Good stop. I think if that gets past him, it would have kept on going to the boundary.
It's a cutter, and he goes straight, and he goes long, and that's a really good shot. Maximo! Now, this is what Dunbar can do. And we haven't really seen it, but he goes straight. He knows that's probably the shortest boundary on this cricket ground, and he absolutely nails it. 6 runs.
Oh, that is a wonderful shot, and that will make him feel so much better. This is quality. And now he's looking at his bat and saying, I know the middle's there. It's a lot better when I don't hit it straight to a fielder. Well, nobody's going to catch that when you hit it up there. Marvellous shot.
Nice little moment from Omar Rasul. Gives him a little glove punch and says, nice shot. I mean, this series has been played in such good spirits. He was just so excited. We got back on the park after losing 3 whole days to the weather conditions, rain and snow, and pretty much everything else, cats, dogs and horses. Next one shows a bit of respect. And yeah, I mean, so Dunbar's a bit of a wild card. Remember, they've got this far without him really doing much.
Yeah.
And so, you know, I think with him there and some of the batting to come, they've got to be favourites in this chase. End of the first over, Indo-Bulgarians are 12 for no loss.
Yeah, it's a perfect start, isn't it? And, if they go at this rate, they'll finish well before the 10 overs, and that would be their plan. They would be. The thing is, when you get a good start like this, you can if you do get a very good over, you can afford not to take a risk. You can still say, look, we're okay. If they've only got 3 or 4 of that over, the mindset is different. And a good start, a good over, gives you a lot of confidence, because you think, well, look, if the next over is 6 super duper deliveries and we only get 3 or 4 runs from it, no problem.
Took tight. This one's nurdled down. That's Vortex territory. Good fielding. And I think, for me, no doubt, these are the 2 best fielding sides as well in the competition. And that is so important in these conditions.
Yeah, Chuktai, just the 1 run. He gets lucky there because he's now only got 5 balls to bowl. I think if he had left, that would have been wide, and there still would have been 6 to come.
Short, Dunbar swivels, pulls, and he doesn't quite get all of it. It's a bit of unselfish fielding, sharing it around. Just be a long single. Adrian be a bit upset he didn't put that one away for a boundary or more.
Yeah, it's good work there from Bradley Constantine. He passes it quickly to Vinu, saying, look, I'm not going to get a throw in from where I am. Passes it to him. Nicely done, tidy work. Tahiri flashes hard at this. Gets this to the 3rd man. It's another single. Yeah, just bowled that last one to Dunbar too short. He needs to get it right up there. Probably a bit wary about pitching it up to him after that straight hit for 6.
Yeah, true. I do have some protection in place as far as a long on is concerned. Dunbar facing up now. It goes more leg side this time, hits across it, gets a fair piece of it. I don't think this will go to the boundary either. They're going to push for 2. That's a really long throw. That's a good throw as well. But still, Dunbar beats at home 2 runs.
Yeah, good arm, good cricketer, isn't he? Young Ali Rasul. And we've seen him bowl pretty well when he's on fire. He's taking good catches. And there it just shows us the young man, the strength of his arm.
This is one thing we didn't see a lot of in the first innings. There's a conscious attempt, I think, particularly from Dunbar, to attack the power play with only 2 outfielders allowed. This one goes upstairs. Is there anything on this? Not so sure, actually. I mean, it seemed high, and if it took anything, I thought maybe it takes the shirt. Or maybe just flicks the helmet on the way through. Did seem to be above the bat. How did you see this one, Rico?
No, I don't think it gets the helmet. I don't think there was some sound, but maybe I think that more sound of the batter's movement than ball hitting anything really.
Just watching that, might have flicked the collar. That's ball the over.
It's a good delivery though. I think if you're going to bowl a short ball, don't waste it. It's got to be straight at the batter, and that's what he done there. Yeah,
so end of the over. Dunbar retains the strike, moves to 11. Score at the end of 2 is 18 for no loss. So really, with all the fireworks, they're going 9 and over, which is what they need. But it's not like they've essentially battered themselves into a commanding position, Indo-Bulgarians. So I think it's an entertaining final. I'm just going to put this out there early. Had a bit of a golden ball tingle at the halfway point. I thought we've never had a golden ball in an actual final, a final. Could this be the day? Not too much between these 2 teams. Daniel Ali is going to bowl over number 3, last of the power play. Long on, 3rd man of the 2 outfielders. Let's go. Yeah, flicks this one away. And, well, it's knocked down, but how far? That's Constantine who's into the side. Does well to keep it to a single in the end.
They put him at the worst part of the ground again. And you know what? No complaint from him. He said, I don't mind. I'm used to doing mud wrestling in my spare time. This is nothing. And he makes another stop. Well done to him.
There's a kneecapper, a bit short. Tahiri pulls, just gets 1. And they're just looking busy at the moment, these 2. There's not too many swings and misses. The odd one, I guess, but been pretty industrious in this power play.
Daniel Ali is trying to pick up another wicket. He's got 4 wickets to his name so far, along with Ali Rasul.
Short this time, he doesn't miss out. This is going, gone. Maximo to the top of the hill. Dunbar gets 6. And he looks on so far. He moves to 17.
कितना सोना बहुत सोनी बैटिंग शॉर्ट बॉल सीगी एक मुझे बॉल तो शॉर्ट मारनी है ना जा लेके भी आ वापस he said don't bowl it short to me because that's where it's going. Got away with the one before, and well look, they're putting a fielder out there because of that. I mean it was something that he tried, it didn't work. I don't think it warrants putting a man out there.
3rd man comes up, so he tries to run it, but he runs it straight to the edge of the pitch. So that'll just be 1. Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one. I suppose saying, well, if I'm going to bowl, I might bowl you another short one and you can take it on again. If you don't quite get it, there's a man out there. But those square boundaries are pretty long. The short boundaries are straight. So I would say it's a legitimate tactic. Right now he's bowling to Tahiri. He's just happy to work it. Now they're looking for two. Well, they're taking it on. It's a crazy two, really, and he's going to be run out. Oh, that just was never on. It's also one short, so nothing going right.
Dear. This is bad cricket all round. I mean, it's the single is there. The two isn't. What I like there is one thing I said in the last match. When you're running in like that, just get the ball and get it in underarm and in the gloves, and that's exactly what the field has done there. I think that is Vinod. And he's done perfectly well. Derek Vinny here. Good work from him.
Yeah, and he's gone by heaps.
Yeah.
And, yeah, I mean, so I don't know if we have just that shot for it a bit earlier. They kind of made up their mind. They wanted to try for it, but I don't think they kind of checked in at the end of the first run. And yeah, they went anyway. Look, it's not ideal, but I don't think it hurts them that much considering they're not really in wicket trouble at the moment. They've got plenty of batting to come. Tahiri, he certainly worked hard for his runs in that innings. Ends up getting run out for 9. The score's 28 for 1. It brings the Bulgarian national skipper, Prakash Mishra, to the crease. You see, Tahiri's always pushing for it. It's not like he really hesitates, but I just don't think it was there.
No, it wasn't there. And I don't know if that is 9. I think they may have given him a run, which they may take off, because if that was one short.
Yeah, it's one shot. Yeah, pardon me. So it's 27 for 1 is the score. So that's even worse. So he did all of that.
Exactly.
If he just stayed put, he would have got more and he wouldn't be out. But look, like I said, not a disaster for Indo-Bulgarians because they do have a long batting lineup. Probably not a bad time to bring Mishra to the crease. Daniel Ali. That's one more to bowl in the third. Pretty good one to Mishra first up. Just up in the block hole.
Yeah.
So, once again, things in the balance. Indo-Bulgarians enter the power play, 27 for 1.
Yeah, they've done really well to get that wicket. I mean, it was sort of gifted to them, but now it's an opportunity for them to just apply a little bit of pressure. I mean, Adrian Dunbar, he looks set, and now that he's going 18 off 10 balls, he's probably thinking, I quite like staying out here, especially when the sun's out. He wants to enjoy himself. And Prakash Mishra, he's got to have the mindset to say, you know, I'm not going to play any big shots. I'm going to try and stay here with you. He's probably said to him, look, I'm not going to be running any quick ones. Shuktai is waiting to bowl to Dunbar. I don't think he wants to pitch it short. They have set a field to it. Mid-wicket stays in so far.
Yeah.
Long on is back, and the man at square leg is back, but he'll still lie up over mid-wicket, I think.
Wants to go offside. This is skewed up. It should get over the infield, and it does. And normally this runs away. I think he's done well to stop this. They'll hustle back for 2. Well, 3 fielders combined to get that ball back. They do well to keep it to a couple.
Yeah,
not really off the middle.
Stop.
Yeah, it's not really off the middle, but he knows there's no fielder back there, so it's a less risky shot.
He has to do the hurdle here. I think the other fielder coming because the fielder that stops it goes down, and the fielder who was looking to get it on the on the layoff goes past him.
Short takes it on, and he gets it behind the man. In fact, he gets it up the hill. Maximo! Dunbar saying, bring it on the short stuff. There's a fielder back there. He didn't care, got it away from him, got it over the boundary. 6 more runs to the Bulgarians.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is feeding. They're feeding the batters here. You saw that Tahiri was given a short one that he put away, and now they're doing it Dunbar. He's already shown you that he can play the short ball, so you've got to think of another tactic. Can't be bowling boundaries.
Pitches up, goes down the ground. It'll be a one hopper down to Jacob. Got to say hello to a few people in the chat. Steve Cook saying, what should he be drinking tonight? Bulgarian beer or Bulgarian red rum? Some people suggesting maybe some sort of Bulgarian whiskey. Well, have one for me, guys. Steve Cook saying he's not really a whiskey drinker. But hello to Graham Holmes as well and Sports Analytica. Great to have you in the chat. Finn Allen, good to have you with us as well. Goes straight, miscues it. It's Mishra. Does look to be struggling with some kind of a leg injury, doesn't he?
He definitely is, yeah. Well, I know what you probably will be having tomorrow. As it's your birthday today, you might have a few bevies.
Yeah.
I think you'll be having the shikumba.
Okay.
You know what the shikumba is?
Bulgarian for hangover?
It's, let's see this first. They decide to take I think this would be a leg white. It's not Bulgarian for hangover, but it is a very good hangover cure. It is, and I know you try everything, so you probably give it a try. it's not to everybody's like.
The way you're looking at me,
Tripe
it sounds
soup.
like it's going to be something really weird. What is it?
Tripe soup. Tripe.
Okay, that's a
With
hard
garlic,
no.
with a
That
bit of,
is a hard
bit
no.
of chili.
Tripe soup for breakfast.
Yeah, but it's good for the hangover.
Because it makes you forget you feel sick. Because it makes you feel sick in other ways.
Some people like it.
This is cracked, but how far? It is out of here. Maximo! Prakash Mishra gets in on the action. Indo-Bulgarians, they're attacking this. They're not mucking around. They've got a long batting lineup. They wanted to chase, they're getting it. At the moment, they are cruising.
Yeah, this is a good shot. He has a lot to do to send this to that part of the ground. It is short, but rather than cut it, and rather than go for the uppercut, he sort of hooks this away. Lovely shot, goes all the way. 6 more, and they are on a roll here.
44 for 1 after 4 overs. So, I mean, a lot can change. We know that a lot can change very quickly, especially if there's a couple of wickets, if there's a roll on. But we're bathing in the sunshine. It's been a great birthday present. And look, thanks again, just once more, to everyone for being so kind to me on my birthday. Got so many messages on my social media, Mr. Maximo as well.
Yeah.
So many in the live chat as well. And just personally, thank you so much. Really enjoyed it. And I wouldn't rather be anywhere else in the world. And it's great to spend it with you. Thanks for being great as well. And maybe I'll try that tripe soup. Who knows?
So maybe he would be forced to try.
Probably not.
You never know.
All right, here's Daniel Ali over number 5. This is not a good delivery to start. It's a wide.
It's bad. And of course, the other thing that Bulgaria is famous for is rose oil. 85% of the rose oil that is around the world is from Bulgaria. And you know why that's important? And you need to know this because I'll tell you after this delivery. Well played. They'll take the single. Nice straight back.
Good looking shot.
Yeah, they'll take the single. Yeah, I mean, I know that you've got some friends that you want to buy things for when you go back for your little break. So rose oil is used for making perfume. So
Yeah, I did hear that last year when we were here.
yeah, all grown in the Bulgarian Rose Valley. So 85%.
That place
that's
must
massive,
smell
isn't it?
amazing.
Yeah.
We've got to visit there next time. Mishra pulls pretty hard. That's good fielding down there. You can tell by the hair who that is. That's Delric Vinu.
Yeah.
Does really well to keep that to 1. Almost blinds the keeper as he's looking to the sun. Hey, I've got to answer Finn Allen. He's asking, does ECN come to England? Well, we were planning to go to England last year. Just ran into a few problems with the pandemic and also Brexit-related stuff. So, not sure we'll be on the cards this year, but certainly something in our plans in the longer term. Thanks for your question, Finn. So this will be 1-2 Dunbar. And I think what I like about Adrian Dunbar's batting here, he's being pretty selective. He's not going after everything. I think he's playing the ball that's bowled to him. He's not getting too outrageous. Some good shots. Mishra's had enough, so he goes square, and he goes out of the ground as well. Maximo! As the captain steps up, he moves into double figures, and that one takes Indo-Bulgarians past 50. It looks like, at the moment, if they keep going like this, they're going to get their revenge on MU Sofia, who knocked them off this morning.
Yeah, Zabardasti batting. That's what he's all about. We know that he is a master blaster. He hasn't quite been in form, but well, that shows you just what he can do. That was an awesome hit.
26 to win. Now this will be probably one more. Don't see Mishra kind of going for too many twos. I think that's why he's got the license to throw the bat a bit. I'd say maybe in another circumstance he'd play more of a careful role with Dunbar going, but I think they've got batting to come. They've got faster runners to come. So I think it makes sense that he's there trying to play his shots. If they lose him at this stage, it doesn't hurt their chances too much. Dunbar just needed a bit of batting. It's classic cricket, isn't it? You just need to get in, need a bit of luck sometimes, need the absence of bad luck.
Look, you can tell, I mean, it's a crazy thing to say as that over comes to an end, so 56 for 1, halfway point. You can tell, even though the last 2 shots he played was straight into the fielder's hand, you can tell from the way a batter plays, the way he goes out there, takes his guard and his technique, whether he can bat or not. We know, I know you've seen Dunbar before, I haven't. I knew straight away that this guy can bat. He has just been very unlucky. And now, all of a sudden, after taking that little single, that little leg glance, he gets a run on the board, he gets the confidence, then he hits the next ball for a massive 6. Yeah, he's on fire now, and he's enjoying himself, and he's probably saying, you know, I'll tell you what he's saying, as you see this delivery flicks away. He's probably saying, thank God for European cricket, because If this was any other sort of cricket, he would have played the one game in the day. He would have got a golden duck and gone home.
Yeah.
Here, he's got one, he's got two, but at least third time of trying, he's got some runs. Where else can you get that opportunity?
That's so true. Yeah, certainly wish I had a few more opportunities to play this form of the game.
Come on, how many weeks did you have to wait from one innings to the next?
I'd bat down the bottom, make a pretty nice 8 not out, and then I'd bat again 2 weeks later or a month later.
Yeah.
Probably get a bad decision. Bat again in a month later. I wasn't batting up the top though, to be fair. Jacob comes in, gets driven. Nice pick up. Have a go at him. I think it's probably would have been out if it hits. Mishra still struggling to leg it out. It will be a single. Have a look here. See, he's labouring. He tries to go up a notch, but just wasn't happening. Got a fancy footwork there from Ivan. Hey, let's shout out to the umpires maybe after this ball, because I think they've been outstanding. It's been one of the most improved aspects of this tournament for me. The umpire's just happy to get one if he's not going to get more. He's not sucking up dot balls at all, so he's keeping it ticking. Yeah, I mean, the umpiring's been really good, hasn't it? I can't say enough good things about it.
It's been quality, and it's something that we touched on yesterday. What I love about it is that these are homegrown umpires that, well, we've come to Bulgaria on 3 occasions, and on all occasions we've worked on them. They've worked with us.
Yeah, it goes over the longest boundary on the ground. Yes, dropped in the cheap seats, but it is Maximal. 6 to Prakash Mishra. Now into Bulgarian. They are absolutely motoring. It doesn't look like that 80 will be enough to hold them.
Yeah, it's another top shot from the Master Blaster, the little man, hitting it big. He's seeing it well now. Now, you see, normally he's trying to still drag that on the onside. Now he's seeing it well. He just moves around in his crease, makes himself the space, crashes it for a big 6 over extra cover.
Goes again. This is another boundary. Well, start popping the corks, because I think, Bulgarians, they're going to win their 3rd ECS straight here in Bulgaria. And Mishra, he just looks so relaxed now.
Only a matter of time, wasn't it, before he finds his runs. On his way now to bringing up 100 in the series. He started this match on 70. He's motoring away well. So, yeah, once again, well done to our man in black, and being really well led by Stefan Gooch as well, the tournament referee.
He wants more, but he'll probably just get a single here. He's quickly catching up to Dunbar, actually. But, Ingrid Dunbar in Cape Town saying Mr. and Mrs. Dunbar. I'm feeling a little bit more relaxed now. Oh, I'm not surprised. As we get to the end of the 6th over, at 70 for 1, just 10 required off the last 4 overs here in Sofia. Yeah, I mean, just quickly tell you that after this game, we will have the official FanCode European Cricket Series trophy ceremony. We'll also announce the MVP of the tournament. And so if you stick around after the highlights, and we'll have the winning captain having a word with Rico, and then I'll be hosting that trophy ceremony where we'll hand out those wonderful medals for the runners-up and the winners. And of course, the trophy will be handed to the winning team captain on behalf of our partners at Local Lifestyle, who do great stuff. Just have a look at that trophy there. It's a magnificent piece of work, isn't it?
It's absolutely beautiful, and it looks stunning on the picture, but when you're standing right next to it, it looks marvellous. And I'll tell you what, the medals, you will not see better.
Constantine gets the ball, and he gets sent out of the ground. Maximal! Well, won't be long now. Mishra takes the lead now, and it's a race that's only going to have one winner, and it's going to be Indo-Bulgarians. With that one, they only need 4 to win.
Yeah, fabulous shot, brings up his 100 in the series as well. Prakash Mishra, we know that he struggled with an injury. What a big shot that was. And, well, just getting ready to celebrate, aren't they? So it looks like they're going to regain the title. Well, I say regain, they didn't really lose it. They're going to keep hold of it.
Well, this could be it if it's not stopped. And it will be the end of the match. And Indo-Bulgarians, they will be the ECS champions for the 3rd time. And it's Mishra that hits the winning runs, 37 not out of 12. He's on one leg, but you can see how much it means to them. They were kind of severely tested today by Emu Sofia, who knocked them off in the first qualifier, but they did come back to win the next 2 games. And really, Rico, you'd have to say they are worthy champions of ECS Bulgaria in 2022.
Yeah, they certainly are. Only lost the once in the matches that they played here, and that was against this side, so it was 1 apiece between them, and it is going to be like it was in the final last year, Indo-Bulgarian, that are the champions. Well, Adrian Dunbar And hasn't he got a huge smile on his face, because he knew at some point he had to perform coming into this game after getting 2 golden ducks, and he batted magnificently. He laid the foundation, he laid the platform, and then the captain came in and he said to the captain, and he did. He hit the big sixes, he played the big shots. The master blaster himself, the captain of Indo-Bulgarian, and also, well, the vice chairman of the Bulgarian Cricket Federation, Prakash Mishra. And you know what, this is just reward for him as well, because those guys there, Prakash Mishra and also Chris Lakov, I mean, also the lawnmower, they were here when this ground was underwater. They worked hard, and well, they deserve that hard work they put in, that team effort, as well as the team effort on the field of play to become the champions once more. Great scenes there. So Indo-Bulgarians are the champions once more, 2022 here in Sofia.
Yeah, and congratulations to each and every one of them. It really gelled as a side, and I know it means a lot to them. But, you know, MU Sofia, credit to them as well. I mean, they really played some good cricket. They had a tough schedule as well. We played 2 matches on the first day, just getting 2 yesterday, and certainly did a number on Indo-Bulgarians this morning, but they weren't able to repeat it in the final. As it is the men in blue that will be your ECS champions. Just a reminder, we do have the trophy ceremony coming up pretty shortly. Yeah, congratulations to the Indo-Bulgarian Cricket Club. And yeah, good sportsmanship as well. And really this tournament was played in very good spirits. As per usual, it's a cricket community here. I know that a lot of people, if you are leaving us, don't forget we are back on Monday morning in Romania. But yeah, MU Sofia, can't say enough good things about them. And we'll also find out at the trophy ceremony who will be the MVP. And there's quite a few candidates, as you can imagine. It's you know, it's an abbreviated tournament, and so there'll be a few contenders in there, Rico. So yeah, we're looking forward to bringing you that trophy ceremony quite soon, probably just a few minutes away. But first, why don't we have a look at some of the highlights of the second innings. It was 80 to win, and Tahiri and Dunbar went out to open the innings. And Dunbar certainly didn't look like a man that's coming off 2 golden ducks. And once he got his first run, he never looked back. In fact, he made it all the way to the target of 80 with some nice strikes along the way.
Yeah, there were some really good shots played. I mean, Dunbar, he was doing the hitting. I mean, this was the only sort of negative in that innings, that run out. It was there was never 2 on there, but the 2 batters between themselves, obviously after completing the first one, agreed to take the second, and it was Tahiri that was well short, run out after some good fielding by Derek Vinny. But then after that, well, when you got one good player being replaced by somebody like Prakash Mishra, you know that you still got work to do. And though the Medical University did try, they tried a number of variations, a number of bowlers. Well, both these men were in good form, and well, anything that was short, anything that was loose was put away. And Prakash Mishra showed not only was he able to hit the ball big on the offside, but on the leg side as well. Valiant effort there again from Derek Vinu. I think he was superb in the field, but he couldn't stop that. And they were dancing with joy there towards the end. They've done it. They are the champions. Oh, what a marvellous, marvellous occasion. And isn't it fitting that it's done in this brilliant sunshine as well? Absolutely sensational.
Yeah, it certainly was, Rico. And they deserved it, absolutely deserved it. You see that Tahiri, he was the only man to fall. And I said at the time, it might not be a disaster that he went, because they weren't really in wickets trouble.
Yeah.
And it gave Mishra an opportunity to come to the crease. They had plenty of batting. See that Chris Lakov, Chopra, Daman, and Deep Singh don't even get a look in the chase in the end. Dunbar with 32 off 19, certainly got the ball rolling. And then Prakash Mishra, the captain, brought it home. 37 off just 12 balls, 4 big Maximos and 2 fours in that innings, striking at 308, if you don't mind. And well, there's a bit of violence in the figures. You see MU Sofia not able to pick up a wicket with the ball. It was just that run out. And Ali Rasul went for 12. And really, no one really had an innings to remember. Just the 3 extras. Well, that is a positive.
I mean, you look at that, and it goes back to what I was saying earlier. That when it comes down to big matches, I mean, as a good example is Adrian Dunbar. We know he's a class player. He's a good player. When it comes down to the crunch, when it matters, those good players perform, and that's exactly what he did. And Prakash Mishra is the same. We know his talent. We've seen him before. We know what he can do, and he showed us what he could do there in that innings. He was definitely was the master blaster. 37 and just 12 deliveries. Good players, class players, turn up and perform when it counts.
Certainly agree with you there. And look, I've got to say, it's been great to be back in Bulgaria once again.
And just a reminder, we will have the trophy ceremony coming up pretty shortly. But I've got to say, you know, someone like Dunbar, you couldn't even say he was out of form because he hadn't batted long enough. And look, I think it's one of those things, process and outcome. He had the right process. He was hitting the ball hard, hitting it correctly. Okay, had a bit of bad luck. But when it came down to the crunch, you know, once he did score his first run and his first boundary, and that 6 down the ground really set the tone. Really, Indo-Bulgarians never looked like falling short of that target.
No, look, we know they're a dangerous side. We've been here and we've seen them many a time. Not just here, of course, we've seen them in Khartoum as well.
Yeah, of course.
We know what they're all about. They said themselves, Prakash Mishra, the captain, when I spoke to him, he said to me, he said, look, you got to remember, Rico, yeah, we're not performing with the bat, but we've only just had 1 day of cricket. We've only had 3 matches. Yeah. That was yesterday. But you knew they were going to come good. They're too good a side. They've got 2 good players there not to perform, and you just knew they were going to click at some point.
Now, look, I have to go get ready for the trophy ceremony, but I thought we would bring in somebody that I think has got a lot to say, and it's Chris Lakov. Chris, well played. It's great to have you here. Chris Lakov of the winning Indo-Bulgarians. I'm going to let you have a chat to Rico while we get ready for the trophy ceremony, so I'll see you soon, and I'll leave you to have a chat.
Well, thank you very much. What a lovely surprise this is. And, well, this man, he's got a lot of names, and I know that you in the chat have given him a few. Me, I call him, my name is Earl, or Super Mario.
Rico,
congratulations.
It's good to see you here, mate. It's a different view from me, actually, usually on the other side.
Usually on the other side, yeah. I mean, it's, look, first of all, I know I've got to thank you, and I know that you know the guys better than me, because we're only playing these last couple of days because of some sensational work that's been done by a number of the players, people from the Federation. Why don't you give them a shout out, because you know them better than me. But before you do, can I just say that your work on Thursday was remarkable as well.
Rico, it wasn't just me. I did see you there for a number of hours, so absolutely, it was a team effort. I think your team did an outstanding job. We managed to gather the boys, and they did a pretty fantastic effort. A few of them cut uni lessons and work just to come here and get the buckets out. But honestly, shout out to your guys as well. You guys got a fantastic team. We really appreciate you guys coming down and everything that you do. Yeah. Fantastic setup, fantastic people. Can't ask for much more than that. Good cricket too.
Yeah, good cricket too. You know me. I mean, I love coming here. It was one of the first events that I did here in Bulgaria. I know you guys really well, and it's lovely to see new players coming to play too. And it's nice to hear the cricket that's growing in Bulgaria. A lot of involvement with youth. The Federation is going into schools, and I'm hearing stories of how women's cricket has started up as well. So cricket is really on the scale, and I think, from what I'm hearing from everyone, that the ECN being here and putting this and streaming this out to the global audience is part of that, right?
Absolutely. I mean, we have so much to thank you guys for that, because obviously Bulgaria is not really known for its cricket, is it? So a lot of emphasis on football, not much on cricket. So you guys coming around, not just Bulgaria, but all of Europe really is, I think, growing the game. I think it's great for everyone. I think it's great for you guys. It's definitely great for us. We really appreciate what you guys do. Again, your team's fantastic. And I think you can see that every year when you come back, maybe you notice that the level of cricket is even probably getting better, I'd hope.
It definitely is, and your catching is improving all the time. Now, look,
not in Spain.
Look, come on, let's...
staying away from Spain.
Is it the Spanish weather?
Yeah, it's the Spanish weather.
It's
a few drinks the night before probably didn't help.
Oh, well, there you go. Look, let's focus on this. First of all, I'm going to ask you the question.
Yes.
It must feel absolutely fantastic. I mean, because of the weather, the snow, would you believe it? It's glorious sunshine now, and it's 20-odd degrees, but we were here to start off with in 1 or 2 degrees. We got the first day in, then we had the terrible weather, the snow, the rain, the sleet, but we did remarkable work that we've talked about to get the cricket on. But we didn't get the full number of games in, but still, it was competitive. I think the standard was good. I was told before I came here that this year that there will be a few surprises, maybe. There were a few surprises. So, how are you feeling right now? You are once again the FanCode European Cricket Series champion.
I know, it's good. It is good. Like you said, we don't see much snow. I mean, this is a first for us. So going from snow to the big blue, it's nice. So we're happy, and it's good to get that third trophy now, I think. So, I mean, we can't complain.
You can't complain. The champions 2 years on the run.
And I'm getting a bit of grief behind us now for the boys.
Now, come on, look.
Come on.
I'm not going to say it. I'm going to make you say it. Say something about the runners-up again. Runners-up 2 years on run. I mean, I just think that Ichan De Silva, he's a great guy, a great captain. He's got some good players in there, the likes of Omar Rasool. I love him as a batter and as a keeper. I think he's very talented. Of course, you got Kevin D'Souza there.
Great
players which I think also form part of the national team.
Absolutely.
I mean, haven't they done well?
We know each other so well. I mean, we train twice a week, every week. So I think the scores have come down a bit because we know kind of where to bowl now, where to put the fielders. But honestly, every team, great bunch of guys, great people. Everyone's getting better and better, and you know, shout out to the other teams too.
Right. Okay. So come on, I'm going to ask you a question. You've already got one of these medals.
Okay.
Where is it at the moment?
Which medal? The last one?
The last medal.
It's on the trophy cabinet. It's in my room. As soon as you walk in the apartment, that's where it is. So
you got another one to go with it now?
Yeah, it's good. I might have to get a bigger apartment.
Okay. Okay, look, I always make little notes of highlights for me in the series. So, I mean, I'm going to share some of mine. I mean, look, I think going back to match 2, Kevin D'Souza's 55 of 30.
Outstanding.
And that was against the Blacksmiths. No, look, give a shout out to the Blacksmiths as well. They made their debut. I think they played really well. 1 or 2 talented players there. Of course, they've got the experience of Mohammed Fayaz as well. But that was an outstanding job. But in the same game, the hat trick. We've had a hat trick.
I know.
I mean, do we know much about Waleed Khan? 4 for 19, or is he another one that's coming new?
But it's good. It's good to see. It's good to see these new guys coming and taking hat tricks.
Yeah, and then I think we had that close game, wasn't it, where we had Plovdiv versus Plevin, and we saw for the first time the quality of another guy I really like, Mukul Kadian. And he's another one that's probably come from nowhere, 46 of 29, and we know that he also made a match-winning innings in that first eliminator to get his team to the next stage, and that was against Plovdiv, and he made 41 of 23. He's another class player, right?
Good player. Such a quiet guy, but then he can hit the ball so violently, so it's a good combination, I think.
Good combination there. I mean, another one that comes to mind, I think, is you. Funny enough, look, I've got your name down. You're 30, not out of 24. And in the same match when Prakash Mishra took 4 for 9, those 4 wickets all came in his second over. But that was a good victory against Plovdiv, wasn't it? That was important.
It was a good game. It's always close with Plovdiv. I think they're our eye is on them because they've got a good bunch of talented players too. Yeah,
and of course one of my favourite players because I like him behind the stumps, and he's a left-hander. You know who I'm talking about. And it's Saeem Hussain. I think he batted really well. He just improved. I think he played some really nice innings, and one of the best innings I think is when he scored that 61 of 31 deliveries against the Blacksmiths. Such a talented player.
I think he's the top scorer in our domestic league, so yeah,
he done well. I mean, you talk about top scorers in this series itself, he did really well as well. I think he scored 165 runs in the series. You didn't do too bad yourself. I think I'm just having a look here. You didn't get a chance to go out this time. 111. But look, I know we can go on talking for a long time. I want to congratulate you one more time. And one thing I really love about you, Super Mario, is that you've always got that smile on your face. And if there's one thing that we can say to anybody, any youngsters watching the game, is the way to play it is to enjoy it the way that you do and all of these guys out there do. And I know that a lot of those guys are waiting for us now. And one man who's waiting is Mr. Maximo as we go over to the presentation ceremony.
Thanks, Rico. And guys, welcome to the trophy presentation ceremony for the FanCode European Cricket Series, Bulgaria! It's been a wonderful week, honestly. It's been a wonderful end to the week, at least. I know it's been a really difficult week for some reasons, but also what we saw was the spirit in Bulgarian cricket, the fact that everyone pulled together to be able to essentially get the tournament finished, and certainly we've got plenty of people to thank. Firstly, on behalf of the European Cricket Network, I'd like to thank our partners, without which it's not possible for us to bring you the cricket, to FanCode, of course, our naming partner, to Bizaway, who get us all around Europe, Bizaway Travel, which is not easy, of course, in the midst of a pandemic over the last couple of years, to Kookaburra, our ball sponsor as well. Big thank you to you, and of course all of our viewers who make this possible. I'd also like to give a big thanks to the Bulgarian Cricket Federation, including Andrei Lilov and Nikolai Kolev, who will be helping today with the handing out of the trophies and the medals. Big thank you to you guys for your support. It's always great to see you here. And also I want to give a big shout out to the National Sports Academy, Vasilevsky here. I think this facility is wonderful. It's a great place to play cricket, and we certainly love being here. Certainly is a unique cricket ground as well, and every country we go to there's something a little bit different, but there's a certain charm about Bulgaria. And this ground, I still want to know what they put in the vortex to make it go so fast in that area, but yeah, it's wonderful to be back here. Also, I want to give a big shout out to everyone that helped organise the ground and organise lunches for all of us, our crew, and everyone, such as Andre and Nikolai, but Prakash Mishra, obviously, to Ivanov, to Ivan Goleto and Ivalo Katsarski. Thank you so much for your organisation and your work at the ground. Big thank you to you guys. So. Also, and absolutely anyone else that I missed there, I know that a lot of people did pull hard to make sure that the end of the week did go according to plan, even though it was a little bit interesting yesterday morning, but I think it was all well worth it now when we think about the quality cricket. And I think that in 3 days, it was hard to believe, I think we got some more highlights reel footage than we normally get in 6. So that's a credit to you guys, I think. And look, on that note, I want to give a big thank you to all of the teams. And in fact, it was great to see the Blacksmiths for the first time with some familiar faces and some new ones. Also, I want to give a big shout out to MU Plovdiv. Unfortunately, just didn't go their way this morning. To Pleven, well done to you guys. I mean, big improvement. And maybe it's not so obvious to you guys playing here all the time, but certainly every time I come back, I think the standard's gone up a notch. And I think the professionalism's gone up a notch. And congratulations, I think you guys were the most improved side in the tournament and you thoroughly deserved 3rd place. And now we've got a couple more thank yous. And look, these people, I love working with them every single day. It doesn't matter who they are because they've got a bunch of different crew members that come around to the tournaments, but they're all so professional. So to Spring Productions and Spring Media, big thank you. To Martin's the director, as well as Christianis and Krills, who are there. Big thank you to you guys. A wonderful effort. And they take the magic out there and they put it in a format which is consumed by millions of people all around the world every day. And I think that's magical. It's something really special. And I'll even forgive you for some of those photos that you stole off my phone and broadcast today for my birthday. If you want to know what I'm talking about, just go look back at this morning's games. Anyway, I do want to say a big thank you. It's not often we get a DJ at the ground. I really liked having Christo and the tunes. Wherever he is, to Christo. And I do feel like when the cameras go off and the trophy ceremony's done, I think I'll still be pumping out a few tunes. So I'll definitely stick around and get involved in that. So big thank you to Christo. And look, I want to mention another bunch of people which so often they go unnoticed or noticed for the wrong reasons, but I think it's one of the most difficult jobs. And this is probably the area since we were here last year that I think improved the most. And that's the umpiring. I think the umpires, big well done to you guys, to all of you. I mean, you did an incredible job, guys, and even, it's not easy. It's such a fast-paced game. There's a lot going on. The way they kind of absorb the technology into their decision-making, their problem-solving, and really just the way they handled themselves and handled the players. I think that I really saw some big improvements there and keep going with it. I think that's one of our key performance indicators, is that we want to improve umpiring at a domestic level. That is why we don't necessarily kind of bring our umpires tournament to tournament. We want to develop your domestic umpires to make your tournament's higher standard, and I think good umpiring is part of that. So once more, give it up for the umpires. And also, he's somewhere around, the herder of the umpires, Stefan Gooch, tournament referee. Big thank you to Steph. And obviously, Steph, he's a cricketer himself, so obviously he can empathise with you guys. Emotions run high out there, but I think what I would say, and Steph would agree, is that this tournament was played in very good spirit, and we really loved the community feel of cricket in Bulgaria. So it's a big positive, I think. And I think you guys, you want good cricket, but you want cricket played in the right manner, and also I think as it grows, you want competitive matches against more teams. So obviously, if you build that community, if there are more teams kind of splintering off or new teams joining, I think that's only a positive. So keep going. I think that's a really important aspect of cricket that you guys have got spot on. Look, I also want to give a big thank you to the Blue crew, to the ECN crew, who had a rough week, let's be honest, with the weather. And not often we come to work and there's snow coming down, but that was a first this week. So to Sam and to everybody from the ECN crew, thank you for your hard work. I love working with you. And I know it was a really difficult period in the middle of the week as the ground was kind of prepared for possible action on Friday. So yeah, super big thank you to the ECN crew. Look, I also want to give a shout out to somebody that I often forget, but I don't mean to. He is somebody that I work with most closely, and we spend a lot of time together. He's not just a workmate, but I can call him a friend, and he's a really entertaining guy to listen to on or off the mic. Big thank you to my commentary partner, Rico Full. Thank you, Rico. So yeah, just finally, I just want to thank all the spectators as well, all the kids I saw down. I think that's great as well over the Easter break. I know some people were saying playing cricket in April in Bulgaria is a bit dicey. We might have got the worst of it. We also got the best of it, I think, on the weekend. I think it was really great to see so many people here enjoying the cricket, and that's what it's all about. So look, what I'm going to do now is present the second place medals to a team that I really enjoy watching all the time, and we saw them for the first time in 2020. They finished third, they finished second last year. Obviously, they were trying to go one better, and it certainly looked that way after you knocked off Indo-Bulgarians in Qualifier 1. It was a very good partnership, I have to say, by Ishan De Silva and Omar Rasul that got you guys to victory. You've got a lot of good cricketers. What I do like about your team is yeah, this sense of kind of unity and that you have fun with each other, but obviously you spur each other to get better, and you have a lot of fun along the way. But I think you've got a lot of good cricketers in there. Obviously, wishing you all the best for the domestic season. We hope to see you again. Bad luck, you weren't quite able to get over the line in the final, but I think you look back and you'll see plenty of highlights from this tournament. So congratulations. If you'd like to collect your silver medals, the runners-up of the ECS Bulgaria 2022 are MU Sofia. Well done, guys. Medals will be presented by Andrei Lilov and Nikolai Kolev from the Bulgarian Cricket Federation. Maybe you want to give him that. Cheers, mate. Well done. Oh, you get two. Well done. Keep it going, guys, for MU Sofia. Also, best dressed team of the week. Best dressed team of the week, have to say. Well done, Daniel. And their captain, Ishan De Silva. Yeah. You can give that to Ishan, probably. There you go. Now, next we're going to deal with the MVP trophy. Now, this one was really hard to call. Of course, you normally have 6 days of cricket to kind of shape an opinion. This time with only 3 days of cricket, although we did get through 14 completed matches. There were a few that were shortlisted and a few performances we probably wanted to mention as well. So I'm just going to mention just a few people that we compiled a few statistics on. And firstly, from Plovdiv, Karthik Sri Kumar was the leading wicket taker for the tournament with 8 wickets, including a best of 4 for 17. I want to give a special shout out to Walid Khan from the Blacksmiths, who took the only hat-trick of the week versus MU Sofia. Former winner of this trophy, Prakash Mishra, who took 6 wickets, including a best of 4 for 9. And Prakash, great performance in the final with the bat as well. Normally we just give the trophy to Prakash at the start of the week, but we're not going to do that this year. I also got to mention Saim Hussain for 165 runs for Plovdiv. He's a class player, obviously. From Pleven, Mukul Kadyan with 144 runs at an average of 48, and some good bowling as well, some good fielding. Really liked your week. A couple from MU Sofia, Kevin D'Souza with 139 runs, Omar Rasul. Have to mention also Omar Rasul, 120 runs, but important runs on finals day. One of the fan favourites, and he's come all the way across the border, the lawnmower, Nick Johns Wickberg, for your performance, including a really good performance in the final. 6 wickets. Economy rate, going to the final, his economy rate was under 4. So that's quite incredible. And yeah, some great footage as well that you'll be able to show your grandchildren, I'm sure. Anyway, this person, I'm really, really happy to be able to present the trophy to him. I love the way he plays his cricket, the spirit he plays his cricket. He's always got a smile on his face. Doesn't matter if you're playing with him or against him, or if you're commentating, he always loves to chat. And he's a bit of a triple threat. He can bat, he can bowl, he can field, and he does a lot of the little things that don't show up on the stat sheet. In this tournament, he scored 111 runs, averaging 55 at a pretty good strike rate. Also chipped in with important wickets, including 2 in the final. His fielding's first class. He's always doing those little things that cricketers understand. And so congratulations for the first time. The MVP of the European Cricket Series Bulgaria is Chris Lakov.
Cheers, buddy.
Well done,
Thank
mate.
you, I appreciate that.
There you turn around, smile for Dennis. There you go. I would mention all of his nicknames, but the list is getting too long and we'll run out of time. But I know he also got Ron Burgundy in the chat today, which I'm not so sure about that. Don't think he can pull that one off. But anyway, look, congratulations, Chris. And look, it was great to see you at ECL. And obviously that's a big incentive for you guys as well, because the champion club of Bulgaria this year will be representing Bulgaria next year in ECL 23. If you saw any of it in Spain, of course, a lot of you guys were involved. It certainly is an exciting cricket experience, and one that's on the line. So wishing you all the best for your domestic season. Not you guys, just you guys here, but also everyone that's playing cricket in Bulgaria this year that isn't here right now. So I think that's a big carrot coming in February 2023. Now we're going to get to first place, and I don't know what I can say about these guys. Obviously, I saw quite a few of you a couple of months ago. Some I've seen playing in other series before in Croatia, the Serbian connection here. Look, it's always a pleasure to deal with you. Obviously enjoy your cricket, but you take cricket pretty seriously as well, in the right way. I think you're always spurring yourself to get better, and it's not always easy when you've had success to then try and kind of replicate that success and to keep that hunger. But I think the injections into your team worked well. I think you gelled well. I think sometimes things didn't always go your way, Adrian, but I certainly thought you played a great innings in the final. And so I think that was obvious for all of us. Not going to go through too many individuals, but I just want to mention collectively as a team, I thought you were a strong unit. You had depth. You had lots of players that could impact the game in the batting and the bowling sense. I want to give shout out to Nikolai Nankov, who I thought was an outstanding fielder. I have to say that these are things that are important, especially in this format of the game. So congratulations to all of you. And look, you did have that little slip up, didn't you? You didn't get to play until Friday, and you were unbeaten through the group stages, but you only played 3 times. You're the first team to have 5 washouts in a series. And then, you obviously went down to MU Sofia. In the final, I think your plans pretty much were executed. You certainly weren't afraid to attack. And I think it's because you had the depth and the confidence that even if you were to lose a wicket or 2, you had other players that could pick up the pace, and we're going to get to that target. So congratulations to you guys. The winners of the FanCode European Cricket Series Bulgaria 2022, Indo-Bulgarian Cricket Club. If you guys like to come up and collect your gold medals from Andrei Lilov. Don't drop that. There you go. You can just go up the back. There you go. Good on you, Nick. Nick? Tell Chris to say that. Congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you, sir. Back to good to see you, Gaurav. See you later in the season, hopefully, okay? Good on you, Deep. Good on you, mate. All right. There you go, Adrian. And the gold medal makes sense for Adrian after all those Goldens. Congratulations. That's okay. There you go. Wait, one second. So I'll get you guys to go behind, and Prakash, you just go behind the table there. And look, before we get to the trophy, there's one more thing I want to say is that obviously we've had a great week here in Bulgaria. We always do. How could you not? But don't forget that this, for us, it's a 44-week season this year. So we are going to Romania Monday morning. We'll be starting the same time, 6 a.m. GMT, which is 8 o'clock in Central Europe, 11:30 a.m. in India. Then we'll be off to Sweden for 4 weeks, Czech Republic, Austria, Hungary, Italy, Germany, Spain, Croatia, Malta, Cyprus, and one that I forgot, but Spain again, I think. But what I'm saying is we want you to be part of our community. So if you ever get time, there's plenty of cricket on, aiming for over 1,000 games this year. Get in the live chat, talk to us. We always love to hear from you guys, and obviously tell your family and friends. The more people that watch it, the bigger it gets, and we've watched it grow with our own eyes, and that's really important. It means that we can keep coming back. So interact, be part of that community. We're about joining countries, and we've seen some of it here this week. So I think that's fantastic. So hopefully we see you for more European Cricket Network action soon. But now the moment has come to present the trophy, and it will be presented to Indo-Bulgarian Cricket Club captain Prakash Mishra, the champions of ECS Bulgaria, Indo-Bulgarian Cricket Club. What a nice moment. So, a big thank you to everybody. Thanks to all you out there. Thanks for giving me such a great birthday. I loved it. But we're going to take a day off. Be in Romania on Monday morning. But these guys, they are thrilled, and I'm thrilled for them as well. That's 3 on the trot for Indo-Bulgarian. So, we've got Romania coming Monday. We've got Spain from Friday. A lot happening on ECN. So hopefully we see you soon. Mr. Maximo for now, on behalf of Rico Full and all the European Cricket Network team, hopefully we see you. From everybody here, we'll see you Monday for more European Cricket Network action. It's bye for now. Good night, everybody.
Lower ball, but he's picked that up beautifully. He's sent it all the way. Ginna, but the shaka, that was nice.
Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. 7 bits of wood and a tape ball taken to an open space. With a swing and a hit, the ball goes flying in the field and makes his chase. A community playing on the field of dreams, no matter race, sex, color, or age. Stars of the future of European cricket are ready to take the stage. Ball's getting quicker with the kookaburra starting to swing. The keeper in your mind standing just behind, pressure is creeping in. Some give it flight and some give it grip as the ball really starts to spin. But our batsman's alert with the crack of a bat, the ball flies over for 6. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Master blasters turn on the style. Cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions, European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the ball runs in, will it be short, a yorker or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie into the golden ball we go. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got.
Another one, that's the big one. Has gone all the way over into the clubhouse and ordering a pint at the bar.
Hundreds of clubs all over Europe are coming together today. Thousands Thousands of cricketers want to be stars, show their talents when they play. We've got commentary, action-packed cricket frenzy. You're hooked, you can't deny. Worldwide audience watching to see which team will lift the cup up high. Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion, pride and flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. La 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 la.
There we go. She sent that pack in. But the shaka. 6 more.
Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion, pride and flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you
Mentioned
got.
turbo earlier. That's supercharged. 6 runs. That's gone into orbit. It's another Kookaburra ball that's going to be circling our planet for years to come.